morning. My name is Olivia Chow, Mayor, and I'm the chair of the Executive Committee. We have quorum, 1, 2, 3, yep, we do. I'm now calling the meeting number 9 to order. Good morning, everyone. Happy Halloween. We have some treats here. Maybe midday. Oh, you have some too. Are you ready to vote? Okay, we'll pass it on, maybe mid-morning. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewan, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. You don't need to, it looks like. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff available at TGY, to help with motions. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict Act? Anyone going once? No? Okay. We will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of October 3rd, 2023? Yep, thank you. Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Before we begin the item run through, pardon? No? You're just saying hello, hi. May I have a motion to add new business item EX 9.19, need for long-term investment to address refugees and humanitarian crisis, from Councillor Bravo. So moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor, carried, thank you. Councillor Bravo, I understand you would like committee to consider item EX 9 as the first item is business after the agenda run through. Do member agree? Okay, I see no opposition. I would like to propose item EX 9.2, implementation update, the Auditor General recommendation on 911 operations in response to calls for service by the Toronto Police Service, and EX 9.10, update on the Toronto Community Crisis Service and proposed expansion to be considered together. Those items do have registered speakers and need to be held down. I have now, are we ready to hold down items? My construction hat is burying my folder. Okay. On the items, going through it, just 1 second here, just getting ready here. Yeah. Where? Yep. Proposed approach for a continuous service review, EX 9.1, anyone holding? Okay. This is received for information. You want a motion now?
Yes.
Yep, so move. Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor, opposed, carry. EX 9.2, there are speakers that's being held, which we just spoke about. So that's held down. And 9.3, there's a presentation on this, I believe, right? It's on the generational transformation of Toronto housing system to urgently build more affordable homes. That one is, have a presentation that's being held down. I have, 9.4, this is not working here very well, just 1 second. 9.4 is, anyone holding, just 1 second? The other item was so extensive, taking me a bit of time to get through it. 9.4 is development charges credit at 350 of Bloor Street West. Anyone so move? Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. 9.5, Arena Boards of Management Settlement of Operating Results for the year ending 2021. Anyone want to hold that down? No? Okay. Councillor Ainsley, thank you so much. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Next item. 9.6, Association of Community Centers Settlement of Operating Results for year ending 2021. No one holding.
I'm gonna hold it.
Those so moved by Councillor Fletcher.
I was going to hold it.
Oh, you're holding it, okay. 9.6, Fletcher. Okay, 9.7, Leaside Memorial Community Garden Settlement. Anyone? Councillor Perks just moved motion. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And property tax 2024 interim levy bylaw. Anyone? Budget chief? Okay, yeah, okay, Shirley Carroll.
I have my coffee.
You're faster than everybody else. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Water rates, capital budget, Councillor Carroll. All those in favor, opposed, carry. 9.10. We are considering this item. There's a presentation. A committee of management to fix Long-Term Care Act 9.11. All those, Councillor Ainsley, again, wow. Yeah, double coffee. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. And we have delegated authority, 9.112, accepting grants.
Yes.
We want to say thank you to the individual that have now donated some wonderful dollars for our animal services.
I'll
Councillor
move taking money.
Councillor Carroll, so all those in favor? Okay, you want to, post carry, thank you. 9.13, I think we have a motion on this one. And Councillor Fletcher holding that down. It's about multi-tenants housing licensing tribunal, etc. I think there's a minor amendment on that one. Do you want to move it now or you want to move it? Yep.
Sure, I'll move that now, Mayor.
Do you want to read it out?
Oh.
Hang
Clerk
on
have
a
it?
second.
There
You
it
have it.
is.
Oh, thank you.
It's simply to
Did we
make
send
sure
the
that,
proposed-
yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. It's simply to make sure that tenants, the advisory committee is able to look at the scope or how the tribunal members have some input into what it should look like.
Thank you. Consultation is always a good thing. All those in favor on that amendment, the clause by itself, all those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. And we have, and then 9.14 has the deputation, sorry, pardon me.
The last one, did you item as amended?
I did already.
You did,
Item
okay.
as amended, yes, I said the clause itself, you heard it, yeah. Maybe I'm going too fast. 9.14, advancing waterfront. Is there a speaker, pardon? Huh? Okay, not me, okay. Is there a speaker on that one? Okay, 9.14 is held down. 9.15, Go Expansion Program, fourth quarter 2023 update. Anyone? Okay, no, anyone want to hold us down? Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Excuse me. My voice is going, I think I'm talking too much. 9.15, I did, and 9.16, which is the declaring gender-based violence. There is a motion to receive from the, there's a speaker, okay? Seventeen, preliminary feasibility assessment of sitting the Therme facility at Exhibition Place. Deputy Mayor, are you holding that one? Okay, there's a speaker anyway, all right. Okay. 18.
Go back to 17.
Oh, sorry, did I go straight through it?
Yeah, 17 was the Ontario.
Oh, good, oh.
From Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, sorry. Why is this, this got,
I think,
okay, never mind. The notes I have is slightly different. I'll get it into 17.
Sorry, 18?
No, 17, good, Ontario Good Road Association. The bind I have was from a week ago, things have changed, a few days ago. The Ontario Good Road Association board updates. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for that very good report. And you move receive for information. Councillor Fletcher, are you asking an update on EX27? Do you want to consolidate that with a, what would you like to do with this item?
I'm just going to hold that while I fix it.
Okay, 9.18, it is about Cafe Tio flankage, right? I think
Just regular flankages.
we
Mayor.
are done. Alejandro Bravo's item is now the first item, EX 9.19, which we dealt with at the first item. Okay, we're holding this is the first item, and it's yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Chair. I've requested to add this item to the agenda because, as you know, one of the most serious things we're facing in the city of Toronto right now is a refugee crisis. Just last night, I know Councillor Matlow worked with the mayor's office, and we were certainly working on the inside to mobilize to get some people inside who are sleeping in a parking lot and on the street. And we know that this is a situation that's only going to worsen. But we need to get a better picture of what is Toronto will be facing in the context of Canada and in the context of the global trends, and to really highlight the fact that we need some specific action from the federal government. It's unusual in this country and in the history of this country that there's no reception center at the airport for refugees who are arriving. There's no immediate Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada staff that are taking asylum seekers into a place where they can be inside and safe. We know that people are increasingly arriving from African countries and also from Latin America. They're not equipped for winter, and there are people who are waiting to get inside who are wearing flip-flops. There is no way that we can meet this crisis without understanding the role that the federal government must play more thoroughly. And so I'm very pleased to have the United Nations Human Rights representative, Rima Jamus Imseis, who has agreed to speak today. to present so that we can move forward in this executive and as a council with the full knowledge of what we're facing and what kind of advocacy and mobilizing and intergovernmental asks and what the public service needs to do to prepare. So, Madam Chair, if our special guest, UNHCR Representative Rima Jamous is ready to speak, I'd like to thank her for being here, and I look forward to your questions as a committee.
Your speaker is, can you introduce, oh, you're online. Oh, pardon me.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yep, we can. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Up to me to load the presentation from my side. So please forgive me while I figure out how to put that on the screen momentarily. In the meantime, maybe as that's being loaded, just to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be with you this morning and to help situate your discussion in the broader global context of forced displacement. It should be loading now. Momentarily, and perhaps I'll just begin by letting you know that, as I said, I'm going to give you just a quick snapshot of the global asylum context, and then I'm going to move from there to talk a little bit about what's happening in Canada. As we know, the numbers, and I want to basically start by telling you that I intend to share with you a total of 5 messages, key messages, and that's what I want to leave with Council this morning, if I can. Now, here, before you, you will see the numbers of forcibly displaced around the world. We track numbers in 137 locations where the UN Refugee Agency is present. We are now sitting at unprecedented highs, numbers we have never before seen globally. You see before you 110 million people worldwide. That number has now risen to approximately 114 million as of the end of September, and it does not include the current displacement that we're watching in real time in the Gaza Strip. This slide shows you on the right countries of asylum, meaning countries where asylum seekers are making their claims. These figures capture till the end of June. You'll see right at the top that the US is overwhelmingly receiving the greatest proportion. And as we go further down the list on the right, you'll see Canada is just second from the bottom. Again, that figure of 58,600 only goes to the end of June of this year, which is when this report was published globally. On the left side, what you'll see are the countries of origin, the top countries of origin, and these are where asylum seekers hail from. Here you have, as you can see, 3 different countries, Ukraine, Afghanistan, and Syria. The 3 countries together actually account for over 50% of refugees in the world. Moving on, the global figure, and again, this is really important to provide some context for Council. The global figure of asylum seekers as of the middle of this year is 6.1 million people worldwide. Canada received about 110,000 or so. So Canada now, although it seems like we're seeing a large increase in Canada, which we are in terms of context here, in fact, Canada is only hosting 2% of the world's asylum claimants. I'm going to zone in a little bit now on Canada. These are IRCC numbers that I'm relying on, and these figures account to the end of September. And so what you'll see is as of the end of September, Canada has now hit close to 100,000 asylum claims. This is significantly higher than what we saw last year. In fact, we've already surpassed the full total of 2022 claims at this point in the year. And we're projecting that by the end of this year, we will see something in the range of 140,000 asylum seekers in Canada. This infographic will show you a couple of interesting things. The first is the origin countries or the source countries of asylum seekers. And as you see on the top right there, over 50% of asylum seekers who are arriving now in Canada. Close to 20% are Mexicans. We know that Mexicans don't require visas to enter Canada. And as the southern border of the US, between the US and Mexico, has become increasingly restricted, we are finding Mexicans arriving in Canada by plane and proceeding southbound to the United States. A large proportion of them are not remaining in Canada. What is really interesting to note is that that big chunk, 57%, that's the category of other, and that represents 170 different nationalities. So a lot of the nationalities that Canada has seen since June or July of this year are covered in that group. And they include increasingly, as Councillor Bravo mentioned, asylum seekers from the African continent. The high source countries now are Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and a number of others. Further down, you'll see that Ontario is receiving almost half of these claimants, and Quebec is a close second. And maybe a last figure on the left that's important to note, that despite this high number, the IRB, the Immigration Refugee Board, when they process claims, when they hear claims from individuals, 78% are being accepted as legitimate refugees. So the overwhelming majority of people coming and claiming Canada's protection are found to be legitimate refugees. That is the presentation, and perhaps I will just leave you with a few other remarks, if I may, as my colleague helps to take the presentation down. One thing it's important for Council to realize is that Canada's asylum system was not built for these numbers. Canada's asylum system was built to receive about 50,000 to 60,000 people a year. Since the beginning of this year, we have been talking to IRCC, presenting them with various options to consider strengthening and reforming the asylum system in Canada. Those options that we've presented are from countries that have similar contexts to Canada, places like Sweden, Switzerland, and Germany. That conversation is ongoing, but it's really important that this work be done to reform Canada's asylum system, to be able to deal with the increases that we're seeing, to be able to maintain public confidence in the systems that you have in this country, and to ensure that the backlogs don't continue building. Another message to leave here with you today is that even if Canada closes the current route of asylum seekers, which we know is overwhelmingly people arriving in the airport in places like Toronto and Montreal on visitors' visas, even if the federal government was to change that policy, we know based on the past and based on movements around the world that the numbers will not decline significantly. The reason for that is that desperate people will always find a way to move. And what will happen is that people will stop arriving through the airport and instead start taking more dangerous journeys like we've seen in other countries around the world. Look at the southern US border right now. They're receiving something in the neighborhood of 200,000 interceptions a month. 200,000 interceptions a month. And this is after closing off every possible route that had allowed asylum seekers to access the country previously. I also want to highlight just for a moment that, again, why we are confident in saying that global forced displacement will continue to generate high numbers is because we know that climate change is increasingly now a driver of movement, and we don't anticipate, unfortunately, that that's going to slow down. Two final messages to leave with Council. The first is that, as you know, and I will not tell you city business, as you know this area much better than I do, but contingency planning and preparing for this is a much more expedient and cost-effective way of dealing with it, rather than responding with an emergency program. We know that forced displacement is a global reality that will not change, and we know that investing in preparation and planning will save money in terms of an emergency response later down the line. I used to share with governments around the world when I worked on emergency preparedness in a previous posting that $1 spent on prevention saves $7 in response. So it's important to be forecasting and to prepare. And the last message that I'd like to share is to return to what Councillor Bravo said at the end. there are options that can improve the current situation. And one of those options, which is a feasible and recommended option, is the establishment of a reception center, something that can receive vulnerable asylum claimants who do not have another place to go, house them under one roof, provide wraparound services, and get them on their way. We know that this model is expensive, but it pays off in the end. And we see that in places like Switzerland, they are managing to process people and send them off with work permits and housing within 21 days of arrival. So this is an option that Canada is currently studying, that we fully support. We also have other options. In Mexico, for instance, when asylum seekers cross the southern border between Mexico and Guatemala, the Mexican government assists people in internally relocating them within Mexico to other municipalities, other jurisdictions where jobs are available, housing is available, and this has been a very effective model for Mexico. So perhaps the final word is just to say there is no one-size model that fits all situations, but we do know the reception model is a strong one, and we know and trust that Canada, as a G7 country, which is well-resourced, will be able to implement something that allows the country to receive asylum seekers consistent with their international legal obligations, but also in a safe and humane and dignified way. And with that, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. Question, Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's been enlightening to be able to talk to you over these past weeks. Just wanted to ask, is there any, in the examples that you're giving, is every single one of them, am I to take it, it's the national or federal government that takes responsibility for receiving, helping, supporting, and funding the needs of asylum seekers? It's and not the municipal government. Is that right?
Well, it would depend on the context in which we're discussing the specific example. But what I can say is that border management and immigration tends to be a federal responsibility in most countries around the world. And the integration element and the support element, once people are in the country, is often a shared responsibility between various levels of government. But that first contact is usually with federal government officials.
And that first contact also would include then a plan to ensure that people are brought inside, they're not left on the street. Would that be part of that responsibility?
Well, certainly all member states, all countries which have signed on to the UN Refugee Convention, and that stands now at 145 member states around the world. Part of their obligations and what they sign up for under the convention is to receive people in a humane and dignified and safe manner. So that would be considered part of that initial welcome to the country.
And Canada has signed on to those covenants, is that correct?
Canada is indeed a signatory to the UN Refugee Convention.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McAuliffe?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. You said that Canada takes 2% of refugees globally. Do you have a comparison of that on a per capita basis?
Canada actually receives 2% of asylum seekers globally. Canada also resettles refugees. So works with the UN Refugee Agency, the agency I represent, in different field locations around the world where they select refugees to be resettled to Canada. That's something different than asylum seekers who arrive in country and claim Canada's protection on arrival. Unfortunately, I don't have a per capita breakdown. Perhaps it's something that we can run some share with you afterwards.
And similarly, do you have it as a percentage, I guess, in terms of percentage budget dedicated to it, so we could know how we fare internationally in terms of expenditures as a percentage of our budget? I think would also be interesting to see if we're, how much below our weight we are financially contributing to the problem as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. And there you would be looking at Canada's ODA or Overseas Development Assistance figures. Those are published by the federal government, and some countries, including Canada, fold in what they pay in integration support to refugees as part of their overall ODA figures. So that would be something that would be readily available via the federal government.
Thank you.
Other questions, Councillor Carroll?
Just to really sort of encapsulate the picture you paint, this comes down to, we know that we're not getting it right, and so we have to advocate to our federal government that they need to be getting this right. It's not going away. But I'm wondering if you could wrap it up to really drive the point home to them. Who's getting it right? There are best practices around the world, but is there a favorite model? And we should say, you need to look at what they're doing in X and start there so that we can begin to speak with them in shorthand and not just name the sums of money.
In fact, we've provided IRCC and federal government counterparts with an options paper, which outlines a number of different countries and practices. There are different types of reform that can be done to the asylum system to be able to adapt to this newer, more modern reality. Some of those require legislative changes, and some of those just require tweaks to the system so that people are processed more rapidly. In that options paper, we included examples from the countries I've already mentioned, Sweden, Switzerland, Germany. We've also facilitated missions and meetings with government officials and my colleagues in those countries to talk through some of the advantages, the disadvantages, the potential budgetary implications of the different models. So it's very difficult to say which model is exactly best suited for Canada, but we've provided a range because there's always going to be different factors that need to be considered, including the changing profiles of asylum seekers, the different numbers that tend to peak and dip over time. But we're happy to serve as a resource and share any additional information that can support that decision making.
So then just to follow up, would you say that you have already provided the menu? It's simply a matter of them, all of us really, all orders of government, moving from here is a problem we have right now to this is our modern reality. This is not temporary. And that's the changing point that will get them to start looking at the menu and building the model.
I think that's one way of putting it. I have been engaged with all levels of government. I have shared these messages. I should also emphasize that colleagues at IRCC have been very receptive, are continuously sharing information and looking to find those models and those adaptations that will help strengthen Canada's system. So that's a message I'm sharing across all three levels of government.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Anyone? Speaker? Councillor Raffo? Yeah? Or you want me to start? You go.
I would like to move that we receive this item and thank Rima Jamu-Simseis for speaking on behalf of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees.
I actually have a few amendments, some motions, and I want to again thank you for your presentation, very powerful, and it really presented a holistic picture of what's happening. As you know, we have repeatedly called on the federal government to step up, and I want to present some motions to again call on the federal government to provide the support we badly need to ensure all refugees claimants have the support they need when they arrive here to Canada. And Councillor Matlow contacted me last night And Councilor Matlow heeded a call of some of the ministers and pastors, the people that are helping refugees on the streets. They were collecting warm clothes. I believe you were bringing some warm things to them on Peter Street. As you know, last night, the temperature dipped in the early morning to -1. These are folks that are from African countries, probably 5 degrees, very cold, never mind -1 for them. And they were, at the time when I was contacted, there was at least 30 of them on the street, on Peter Street. I believe so. And we have a homeless shelter plan. We don't have a comprehensive refugee shelter plan. Why? Because it is not what we are set up to do. We're not the federal government. And we are not the one that can set up a reception center. And they need a reception center so when they arrive to Canada, they know how to put in their claim, the refugee's claim, how to obtain a work permit, how to get back on their feet, where they can find housing, shelter, and bare minimum warm clothes. That's not what they arrive to Canada. They don't have a warm jacket or socks or a pair of good warm shoes. And as we know, it is getting much colder, and they should not be out on the street. So last night, our shelter folks stepped up and moved them to a warming center. These are business offices, they have chairs, they're not in beds. It kept them warm, but it does not provide shelter as in terms of a definition of a bed. So I believe Canada needs to do a lot better than what we are doing now. This government is doing our best. Collectively, I know all of you have stepped up. I remember Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole, stepped forward, and the group of North York Councillor Lily Chang and others stepped up when one of the church, Dominion Church, over 100 refugees were pushed out to the parking lot because the landlord said you can no longer be there. And you folks stepped up, got the bus, moved them to another church for one day, and then etc. But those are emergency services. We cannot continue to, at the last minute, scramble and have our staff scrambling to try to house people, because you would experience hypothermia quite quickly, especially if it is raining. So I want to put that in context to say that we are endorsing the terrific motions from Economic and Community Development Committee. We are asking the federal government to step up, open emergency accommodations at federal sites. And we've opened up the armories for 8 times, as I recall, because I've been around for a while, and the armories can certainly, whether it's Moss Park or Fort York Armory, can be open, and work with us with a response plan for a holistic refugees plan. I'm sorry, I should have timed myself, I'm sorry. I will finish quickly. I'm moving that the federal government ensure funding through IHAP is allocation-based, based on the number of refugees arriving rather than cap in an arbitrary way, and that we need the federal government to match the provincial and city on the housing benefits, because right now it is working. We're housing hundreds of refugees into good homes, good place, because we provide rent subsidy, and that's permanent secure housing. Toronto is a beacon, a global beacon of hope. That's why they arrive to Canada for refugees, and we want to be a welcoming country. So let's make those changes. There's 54% increase in refugees arriving since last year. We need a plan. We need funding. We need space. We need people that are fleeing climate crisis, violence, persecution, a place where they feel they belong, a real home for them and a welcoming place. Let's do it. We've done it before. Even in the turn of century for Irish refugees. So the motion is in front of you, and those are four that cover all the things that I've said. I think there may be other speaker. Councillor Matlow, did you want to? No, you don't need me to. Thank you for your work last night. You were there for a long time. And end up those folks got housed. Temporary anyway. Any other speaker on this? Councillor Carroll? No? Okay. We good? Said too much already? All those in favor of motions in front of you? Thank you. Recorded vote? Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Perks, Councillor Deputy Mayor McAuliffe, Councillor Matlow, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Ainsley, Carroll, Deputy Mayor Cole, Fletcher, and Bravo. Thank you. And, oh, Councillor Morley. Yeah, sorry, didn't see you. Next item. Auditor General, the 911. I believe there's a short presentation.
You're considering items 2 and 10 together, so there's a presentation.
Yep. And I'm putting together the item 9.2 and 11, which is both 911 and the Community Crisis Unit. Need to lift us up from being depressed to something wonderful that you folks are doing.
Good morning, Mayor Chow and executive committee members and colleagues. Yes, Mayor Chow, I am thrilled today to briefly share our incredible progress that we've been making implementing the Toronto Community Crisis Service and monitoring its impact on the eve of expanding the service citywide. So I'd like to quickly ground us in where we started. In June 2020, in response to the global movement for racial justice after the murder of George Floyd, Toronto City Council adopted 36 recommendations to improve policing in our city and to provide access to effective supports for vulnerable Torontonians. One key council action was to create a non-police-led alternative response model for Torontonians in crisis. In starting our development work, my division, Social Development Finance Administration, acknowledged that underinvestments in upstream health supports had left Toronto Police to become a default first responder to mental health situations, and that outcomes needed to be better for Toronto residents, especially those who are Indigenous, Black, and part of equity deserving or vulnerable communities. We studied 53 models around the world, listened deeply to Torontonians across communities, and developed a Toronto-based community care model known now as the Toronto Community Crisis Service. In March 2020, we launched in 4 new areas of the city, and by fall 2022, we had covered 64% of Toronto wards with a 24/7 service that is community-based, client-centered, trauma-informed, non-police-led, to support people experiencing mental health crises as well as wellness checks. At the outset of their journey, we partnered with the Provincial System Support Program and Shakmi Makwa at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health to conduct program evaluation co-developed with our community anchor partners and the Toronto Police Service. I am proud to say that in our first year of service, our data demonstrates that the Toronto Community Crisis Service is having transformative impact that we envisioned when Council asked us to develop a model to do better. As you can see in front of us, 95% of our service users are satisfied with the service they received. 90% feel that the Toronto Community Crisis Service is positively impacting their perception of community safety and well-being here in Toronto. And in the words of one service user that we heard over and over among service users, this person said, "They helped me understand that I'm worthy and that they wanted to see me go forward. They uplifted me and made me feel that I am worthy." In its first year of operations, from March 31st, 2022 to April 30th, 2023, the Toronto Community Crisis Service received 6,827 calls for service, with 78% of those calls transferred from 911 successfully resolved without police involvement. This remains the highest diversion rate, or one of them, in North America. Thanks to our public education campaign earlier this year, calls received directly by 211 has steadily increased, indicating that 211 may soon overtake 911 as our primary call source. Our model is partnership with trusted community agencies. They continue to build on the trust that they've earned with Toronto residents, so that residents in crisis and those who support them are learning to call 211, 911, and the partners directly. This service has and will maintain many doors to access. The core of the Toronto Community Crisis Service model is a community care approach. Our community anchor partners that deploy the mobile teams to support people in crisis also bring a network of community service providers to ensure that the service users can be connected to the appropriate supports as follow-up to the call response. In our first year of operation, this continued care component was extended 2,407 times to service users. 48% accepted follow-up care within 48 hours, and a large percentage continued to case management up to 90 days and beyond. Our commitment to centering the needs of Indigenous, Black, equity-deserving communities and vulnerable residents have not wavered. 300 culturally relevant supports were provided to service users, with 50% being Indigenous specific, 20 being Afrocentric and West Indian Caribbean centric supports as well. And while we provided 4 community care projects with funding through our 2023 Strengthening the Community Crisis Care grant system, the service needs greater provincial and federal investments into the broader mental health and substance use service system, so that over the long term, Torontonians in crisis receive the follow-up and preventative care they need so that they do not fall back into crisis. Recognizing the urgency and importance of the Toronto Community Crisis Service, I am thrilled to share that we are finally ready to expand the service citywide beginning in July 2024. Our original anchor partners, those we have built the Toronto Community Crisis Service with over the past 2 years, have all stepped forward willing to expand their coverage citywide. The Canadian Mental Health Association will expand into all of North Etobicoke and North York. Last fall, Taibu Community Health Center expanded into all of Scarborough. Gerstein Center, which also began expansion last fall, will continue their reach across Toronto, central Toronto, and South Etobicoke. Two-Spirited People of the First Nations will shift to covering the entire city with an Indigenous-specific response and be backup support to all 3 of the geographic partners. And Find Help 211 Central continues to grow in their function of intake and dispatch. And finally, as we continue to build out the infrastructure of the Toronto Community Crisis Service towards our 2024 citywide launch dates, we are thrilled that our mayor and members of council are interested in endorsing the newest service to become the 4th public emergency service in Toronto, alongside Toronto Fire Service, Toronto Paramedic Service, and the Toronto Police Service. As you will see in the companion report before you on the implementation update of the Auditor General's recommendation on 911 operations and responses to calls for service by the Toronto Police, city divisions continue to work effectively with the Toronto Police Service to better serve Toronto residents. Over the next several months, my team and I will be working with Toronto Paramedic Services to explore the feasibility of an integrated dispatch model for the Toronto Community Crisis Service to support citywide operations. And through continued collaborations with paramedics, police, and our dedicated partners, by 2026, our 3rd year of citywide operations, we anticipate to respond to over 46,000 calls annually, including diverting about 19,000 person in crisis calls from police and 11,000 low acuity calls from paramedics. Finally, please indulge me to thank our incredible community partners, their skilled and dedicated mobile teams, our colleagues in the other emergency services, especially the leadership of Toronto Police Service, and my absolute outstanding team in SDFA's Policing Reform Unit, led by Mo Sharia beside me and Nicole Watson, who have joined me today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that great service. Are there any questions to, before you go? Speakers, speaker first, pardon. Okay, Councillor Cole. I'm sorry? Oh, there are 2 deputants. I did not know that. Pardon me. Let me look at Albert Wenzel.
Yes.
And thank you.
Here. Thank you.
Yes, it is. We can hear you.
Okay, good morning. Before my 5 minutes runs out, let me say the remedy sought is to convene Ryerson into mediation, which is of great benefit to the city. You will see why in a minute. I should look familiar to the Auditor General. I filed a complaint with her office, file number 2022-00415. No, nothing after that. I have made calls to 911 hundreds, if not thousands of times, with dire emergency warnings. Life or death matters. TPS squandered the good information, then a cover-up. Had she retrieved the 911 calls I requested, she would be horrified to learn TPS had many warnings of the next terrorist events with name, date, and place, including the Toronto-centric ones, Incel, Danforth, MacArthur, which they dismissed with prejudice and malice. Since 1990, this has been going on. Correct predictions, police do nothing, then a cover-up. All next events is blood on the hands of TPS, as they refuse to take or act on new information. I do not say this lightly. They are the ones putting leaders in counterterrorism after their name, then spend the tax monies on free alcohol. What I can offer is a new set of predictions and working zero-point energy. Colleen was UAP abducted from Ryerson. She had her own flying car that runs on free energy at an advanced civilization, confirmed by the Globe and Mail, CBC, and Toronto Star, then quashed down from publication. I call Mark Sandler of The Review, the Epstein Report, as my witness. They have a true copy of the 2013 France set of warnings, an audio recording of the new 2019 coronavirus set of warnings made in their office, and cross-examination of Ryerson and reporters who gave the same account as mine. Then somehow it is missing from the final report. Don't call for a civilian review if you are just going to lie about what you find. Mayor John Tory is the most honest one. He met with Julia Shindoy at Ryerson to find a constructive resolution to this matter. Then he resigns for other reasons. The city has a bottom line responsibility to take and act on new information, hold the past negligence accountable, and place zero-point energy into the public domain. I don't know how, I don't know when, but this will break. The next steps forward is to convene Ryerson into honest public confessions. Then an oligarch would work on reverse engineering the zero-point energy. Mayor Tory is honest enough to admit the predictions are correct. Then a blue wall of silence cover-up. So I'm not sure if the city realizes what they have on their hands here. I'm talking about contact with an advanced civilization that is trying to give us free energy. And if you hear the Colleen confession, there will be absolutely no doubt about that. You cannot make up what she is saying. She really learned a lot. Robin Doolittle, Globe and Mail, has a confession from Colleen, quashed down by David Walmsley, the editor. Ryerson has a confession, Julia Shindoy. For some reason, they don't want to make it public. The Review, Mark Sandler, he crossed Ryerson. They know all about this. Then there's not a word in their final report. So what won't work is after this deputation and today everyone goes home and then nothing happens. For 40 years this has been going on. In 1990 I predicted 9/11. TPS told us that that's not their problem. Don't call them about it.
Well, thank you for coming to tell us again. Thank you, Albert. Time's up. Thank you for your submission.
Okay.
Helen.
Okay, well, if you can
Armstrong.
talk with John Tory, I mean, after the deputation, Tory does admit to the predictions, and he did meet with Judge Shindoy at Ryerson. And then Shindoy, when I call Ryerson, I call Ryerson, they told me Shindoy no longer works there. She's now a judge.
Thank you for
and
your.
that's and then no one does nothing. All right,
We
you know,
heard
just-
you.
If it costs you $5 million to recall the review and cross Colleen, then spend the $5 million.
We hear you. We hear you. Thank you for your time. Helen Armstrong, are you here? Are you online? I do not see Helen Armstrong. On the item, both 9.2 and the crisis.
Speakers on 10.
Oh, I have speaker on item 10, Sean Maher. I do not see, oh, yes, I do see you. Thank you. And the gallo, I see you too. Hey, yep, after Sean.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. My name's Sean Maher. I'm the chair of the Reach Out Response Network, a network of community members working to improve mental health response in Toronto. Roran was one of the first advocates for piloting a non-police model for addressing mental health crises and partnered extensively with the city to help move that process forward. And we are very pleased to see the pilots up and running and delighted to see the consistently glowing reviews as staff presented today. And I want to be clear at the outset, the city's work on this has been admirable. Toronto is a national leader on this issue, with many other municipalities following this model. And the terrific success of this model should encourage us to keep moving forward as swiftly as possible with this exceptional program to make sure that the benefits of this approach are as widespread as possible. You will all have received about 100 letters from Roran members over the last week encouraging exactly that. That's why 10 months ago I was here urging council to expand the pilots to the million Torontonians that don't yet have access to the appropriate response that they're looking for, not just because TCCS is an exemplary service, but also because in its absence, we end up with something that's not nearly as good. Without the appropriate response to the work that the work of TCCS provides, that work repeatedly falls to the police. Our police service, in fact, police services around the world have consistently said that they are not the best qualified nor the most appropriate people to intervene in a mental health crisis. And certainly there are dangerous circumstances and circumstances that involve crimes that are being committed, but they're relatively rare. Studies by the CMHA and the Journal of Policing show that over 80% of 911 calls on mental health issues involve no weapons, no threats of violence, and yet the police spend an enormous amount of time on those calls. This isn't just a misorientation of resources. The problem runs deeper. It's very, very expensive. It doesn't help. It can, in fact, do harm. And an alternative is available that is far more effective. And paying more and getting less is not something Toronto can afford to do in these budgetary times. Taxpayers' dollars are in tight supply, and they should be spent on the things that are most effective. And let's look at the facts. For the cost of one officer with benefits and equipment, the city can hire roughly 2 outreach workers to staff the TCCS. That's twice as many staff in the field, and importantly, twice as many officers freed up from dealing with mental health calls, available to lower response times and respond to actual criminal activity. Right now, police respond to over 33,000 calls for service that are coded as people in crisis. That number continues to grow rapidly at almost 8% a year in the most recent reports. That represents 4.9% of police calls, but research in Ottawa and Waterloo show that consistently the number of actual incidents involving mental health crises is about 3 or 4 times the number that are coded as mental health calls, putting Toronto's real incidents at about 15 or 20%. That's with 3,000 frontline constables, that's about 400 to 600 officers responding to mental health calls. No wonder response times are slow. Making sure that we apply this approach across the city is a good idea, and if anything, it's an idea that we should implement as quickly as we can. The report from staff shows ready, willing, and able skilled community service providers who are knocking on the city's door saying they are ready to take this on. With 1 million people waiting for the best service on mental health, it would be great to accelerate this program and its implementation to bring it to people as quickly as humanly possible. But mental health isn't the only thing that we send police to do that is not really police work. We send police to address challenges with people who are homeless, even though police don't have access to housing to meet their needs. We don't do this occasionally, we do it a lot. Studies show that we spend about 10% of police time policing homeless people. That's $100 million worth of policing going to something that doesn't improve outcomes. Expanding TCCS work to specifically encompass homeless outreach and proactive interventions could do more to move those folks into the supports that they need. And the agencies listed on the TCCS providers list include some of the most skilled homeless intervention teams in the city. Let's give them the latitude to expand their scope to address that kind of work. We also send police to address a broad range of challenges involving youth in crisis. The evidence is clear. Policing youth in crisis tends to be the least effective way to engage them and guide them to better outcomes. Yet we send police to interact with youth a lot. The data indicates police spend about 30% of their time policing youth, even though that's about twice as often as their population or their criminal activity would justify. Imagine the impact if we were able to invest that extra 15%, that extra $150 million in programs that supported youth. That investment doesn't just mean better outcomes for youth and
Thank
homeless people, it means lower costs for the city.
Thank you, thank you. Wrap up.
Sure.
5 minutes is
Just
up.
as a quick wrap up, I think I would just want to say, this is a great program. It deserves to be implemented as broadly as possible, and it deserves to be expanded to reach the full scope of
Gotcha.
folks who could benefit from it.
Do it, expand it. Gotcha, thank you.
Question?
Okay, Councilor, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Oh, thank you, Sean. I didn't recognize you. You've gotten older.
I have. You've gotten younger, though. How did that happen?
I don't know. But anyways, I want to thank you, first of all, for all your care and concern and leadership on this initiative over the last number of years. And really, I'm sure you're glad to see it come to fruition. And I guess the missing pieces, Denise Campbell said, is we need the wraparound services, and that can't be provided by the city alone, especially with mental health and the drug poisoning epidemic we have. So what do we need to ask from the provincial government especially in trying to give us this sort of comprehensive response?
Yeah, these are certainly integrated challenges, and what the TCCS is doing now frees up resources, and that enables the expansion to happen in the TCCS, and that will free up more resources. So there are things the city can continue to invest in and see benefit from. But you're quite right, Deputy Mayor Cole. The scale of cost of mental health services, especially around safe beds, especially around the intensive care programs, is not something that's going to be fully offset by municipal savings, even though the potential municipal savings are substantial. And we do need partnership from the province to make sure that all of those programs are meeting the very rapidly growing need. I will say that one of the things that we're seeing, not just in Toronto, but in cities all across Ontario, is also an important need for provincial investment in community-based mental health. That the responses to intensive case management and safe beds are at the far end of the process of people experiencing mental health challenges. The early interventions at the community level, what local community-based services do, helps to minimize the number of people who end up in that space. And so we need an investment not just in those acute services, but also in those early intervention community services.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean.
Thanks.
Thank you. Miguel, you are on.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Miguel here again, bringing you my comments on this important item. Crisis response saves lives, my friends. It has proven that it saves lives. I have been a police accountability activist since the year 2010, and I have attended all these funerals, memorial services for people who die in interaction with police officers in the city of Toronto. The list is long. What we're trying to avoid is having a police officer escalating the situation and then shooting down an innocent person who have a mental crisis. I have mental illnesses, and I had to speak for those who are unable to speak for themselves, because these services will save money to the city. I'm talking about what the Toronto Sun said to me the next day. Looney's ideas on how to save the financial burden of the city of Toronto, $1.2 billion. I'm proud to be a loony. I'm proud to have mental illness. I'm proud to be crazy because, people like us are the ones who change the world, who speak up for those who are unable to speak for themselves. I live in Ward 13, and the crisis is real. We are asking two things today: the federal government, again, the provincial government, again, for funding. You have done an amazing job yesterday requesting funding for housing, but this particular issue about expanding the crisis response deserves attention from the province and the federal government as well. I support the expansion and also to consider to be the service as the fourth wheel of this vehicle to ensure that it's permanent, embedded in our city services. But we face a reality of cash crushing problems. I am more in favor of switching budgets. Councilor Lily Cheng is currently the chairman of the Toronto Police Budget. I think there is a meeting next coming month. I will be speaking at that committee again, and I will bring in my crazy shirt that says defund the police. But I will say, let's reset the police. Let's transfer funds around so we can fund those positions that the crisis response people are asking now, instead of, oh, Doug Ford, can you give us money? Oh, Justin Trudeau, can you give us money? You know, we have in-house solutions. We can transfer money from the $1.2 billion of the police budget and hand it over to our community. As Sean Megar, thank you so much for explaining to you guys the merits of funding this crisis response program across the province, across the country. Because really, my friends, we are experiencing the worst mental health crisis and addictions that this country has ever seen. In my entire life, I never thought to see what I have seen. Ward 13 is a good example. You can ask my counselor, Chris Moyes. He's working hard, by the way, I give him credit, but he needs to hear from the grassroots people. I think you should speak to people like myself or other people who have been working tirelessly to improve the business of the police services budget. I give you a name, Derek Moran. You can speak to him. He can give you fantastic ideas how to reform the police. You can ask to Chris Langenfeld, former mayor candidate. He ran against you. He is a clever individual who has an accountant background. Or you can listen to Desmond Cole, who is a Black activist, who can tell you what went on when you were absent from City Hall in the last 13 years. Because we don't want to mourn another person, another friend, another relative, another neighbor, because police were not able to de-escalate the situation. The escalation saves lives. And this program, my friends, needs to be invested, needs to put some money on it. I won't be coming to speak in person at my next meeting because I have a date at the courthouse to file a ticket. So I will try to be online. But anyway, congratulations in talking to Doug Ford, and hopefully good luck comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel, once again. Good luck in court. All right. Any,
TCAC ticket.
on the item, I see no other speaker. Oh, we have Helen Armstrong now. Helen, are you online? Dialing in? Where are you?
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you.
I'm here.
Yep, go for it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. I'm speaking on behalf of Serena Nudell, who's our Director of Community Programs at the Neighborhood Group. Our organization serves more than 40,000 low-income people and families across 31 locations in Toronto. We have a lot of experience working with participants in our corner drop-in and other programs who've experienced trauma in police interactions. These facts were borne out by a recent community research project we conducted, where people shared very upsetting stories about police violence. These realities lead us to fully endorse the city's forward-thinking non-police community response. We support the implementation citywide of these services. We've heard the clear evidence that your staff person showed today that people experiencing a mental health crisis can successfully be diverted away from police and have a much more positive outcome with important follow-up services, which is something that we really believe in at TNG. We have concerns about deeply rooted systemic racism and unjustified use of force in policing. When people are racialized and have mental health disabilities, the outcomes can be deadly. Racialized community members with prior traumatic instances with police can be very impacted when the police arrive at the time of crisis. They're more vulnerable and their risks of bad outcomes are worse. Policing is not the answer to issues like homelessness and mental health. At present, almost half of the city is not served by these pilots. This poses increased risk to citizens of Toronto, and it's a missed opportunity to connect those facing the highest risk to services that could change their trajectory and prevent them from having repeat crises. We urge you to vote in favor of the expansion of this service citywide in the coming year. We do not want to wait until 2025 as more lives could be lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you for your submission. Questions? No speaker on the item. Oh, questions? Councillor Deputy Mayor McAfee.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. My question is about the ability to transport people that are in crisis. Are the teams allowed to bring people into their vehicles and take them somewhere else, or is all treatment need to be on site?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, the teams are allowed to transport people within the vehicles. The service user must be conscious and not have any significant health issues.
And the one thing that I've heard as a challenge is that there is currently, when someone is in distress, there is no capacity or anywhere to bring them. So maybe can you speak to that? Is that an ongoing challenge, that we have a wonderful service now that responds to individuals, but there's a gap in where we can go next or what we can do? And maybe can you just speak to that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So first, I want to say that the 4 anchor partners that we chose bring with them a network of community partners to help provide some of the supports. But absolutely, as we know, as an ongoing conversation here at the city, access to shelter space, to affordable housing, to supportive housing, and other support services continue to be a challenge. And so the long-term success of this service requires advancements in all of those areas as well, so that the mobile teams, as they do the de-escalation in the moment, and service users consent to follow-up care, that they have places to bring our service users and to support them in order to reduce repeat of crises.
So we held in the spring a mental health forum. I think you were there, and valuable contributions from you. And 2 of the 3 recommendations, one was continuing to increase supportive housing. And the second was an ask for investment from the province in the drug stabilization centers and in crisis centers. So do we need to keep that advocacy going, and is that the next step for this program really to go to the next level?
Absolutely, Councillor. Since the very first conversation that Council had around this service, it has been repeatedly noted that provincial and federal supports in different areas are required. Supporting the service, the city has stepped up, but this is a health service, and that's an important contribution from the province. And then to the myriad of other support services, including the ones that came out of the Mental Health Summit. Absolutely, there needs to be drug treatment supports. There needed to be places to go. Many of the clients are in absolute poverty, and so supports that are connected to there are important for the long-term success of what we're all trying to do.
So we should continue that advocacy.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Again, Denise, can you give us your official title? You do everything, so I can't keep track of, what is your official title?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. My official title is Executive Director, Social Development, Finance, and Administration.
Yeah, so you have a lot of responsibilities beyond this project, right, or this program of a community crisis response, right?
Yes, Council directs the division to advance a number of transformative change services and strategies, working with multiple parts of the organization.
Yes, I don't know how you find the time, but anyways, I just want to ask, how many mobile teams are there in Toronto right now in the pilot project in the south end of the city?
We currently have 5 teams at any given time out in community.
Are these mobile teams marked in any way?
Yes, Counselor, we worked with our community partners and communities to create a very strong branding for the program. There are logos on the sides and backs of vehicles. The crisis mobile teams, their staff wear paraphernalia that shows them as being part of the community crisis service. They all have lanyards. An important goal in this early phase is obviously to build the name and therefore the access to the service for Torontonians. Once we go citywide, our efforts to do communications will increase dramatically.
Okay, and so what was the budget allocated or at this time beyond the expansion, the initial budget allocation?
So Council has been investing in the service since its first direction in 2021. In 2022, we are at 13 million. Thank you. A budget of 13 million. And as you see in the report, there is an ask through the budget process for an additional 12.8 to take us citywide.
Okay, citywide. And with the same number of partners that are just going to, are they going to add different agencies as part of their networks, or how is that going to work?
So all of our current anchor partners have come forward for the expansion. That, I have to say, Councillor, makes it a much more manageable model for us, because I think one of the risks would have been having too many anchor partners, but we have the original slate. And yes, they all come with a network of partners to support their ability to provide culturally appropriate as well as other support services to the service users of the crisis service.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of my questions, most of my questions are for Ms. Campbell, but I think 911 can probably help us here as well. In terms of looking at the stats, we have the hard data that you're able to give us, but there's a whole, well, it would be net widening, but there's a whole set of hidden data points here, are there not? Most of the people that we're dealing with are people who are, you know, if they're deep enough in crisis to be calling, they're probably also people who need that help multiple times. I'm right about that, am I not?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we have been tracking repeat calls to repeat addresses, for example, as part of our data points.
So one of the things that's opened up here is that we've also helped, by using this method, we've also started to maybe take people who didn't have any sort of alignment with an agency. Now they have become a case for that agency. So they phone them directly, and they maybe even now avail themselves of services they wouldn't have otherwise, and their issues are addressed in such a way that there may be calls to that agency or appointments to that agency we're not tracking necessarily because the level of crisis has gone down. But, so we're diverting them not just from 911 is the point I'm getting at, but we're diverting them from becoming a chronic caller, and we're also possibly diverting them from the health system because we're de-escalating crisis. That's a little harder to track, is it not?
Well, we certainly have 12% of our calls currently are coming directly through our anchor partners as they continue to go out in the community and advertise the service to people door to door, as well as to their current service users. We certainly have been tracking how many calls through the crisis service end up in emergency rooms. So that is maintained at 8%. And the goal in our ongoing evaluation is to do a longitudinal study about client outcomes over time. And so we will continue to track that and have better data. We understood at the beginning of this journey that absolute transparency was a prerequisite for success and trust building in communities.
Okay. And then the sort of missing data I'm looking for, I'm wondering if 911 could answer this. In terms of people who become repeat callers to 911, is there over time, are we developing a case of where ordinarily this is a chronic person that occasionally we're having to send EMS or TPS. This person needs to be de-escalated, or the family is concerned, and there's a wellness check aspect to this. Once the call is diverted to TCCS and it's been successful, does that person become a person where they're sort of marked as, here's a person we know we can send TCCS? We don't even have to think twice because we've had the police go once. We know this is not a person who's not, a real high risk self-harm, but they do need attention and support. What I'm getting at is, does the sort of repeat client, does the tendency to refer them to TCCS go up now as you get to know that client and realize we can send them without risk? Does that go up over time?
I'm not sure that we can say that at this moment, Councillor, with absolute confidence, but it's certainly something that we are working on and will be able to comment better in the future. As I noted earlier, we are tracking with our data from 911 and all other call sources around repeat addresses that the service is responding to.
Yeah.
But do they directly then connect into the service without bypassing 911, 211, or one of our partners?
Yeah.
At this time, I can't confidently comment on that.
Right. I wonder if 911 can sort of answer anecdotally. Is that the natural? Oh, I'm just trying to get a follow-up because I did ask if 911 could answer as well. Is that anecdotally a thing that can happen with repeat patients, clients, whatever?
Through you, Chair. Every call is taken based on its own merits. Now, we do have access to data of phone numbers that have called us in the past, so we do have access to previous calls. Having said that, a crisis one day would not be the same crisis another day. Whether it's the same person or a different person altogether, I can tell you that that call is judged on its own merits, so it will get the same response each and every time. Now, will a repeat caller, we have a higher level of understanding based on the past, perhaps, but I can tell you that process is the same regardless.
You still do the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this excellent work. I wanted to ask about, in addition to the expansion geographically, what are the projections for expansion in terms of depth or kinds of calls? I'm specifically asking about a couple of vulnerable populations. One is youth, for example, truancy calls, the work that has to do with youth interactions. And the second one, which is really urgent as well, is around sexual assault and gender-based violence, intrafamily violence, we did declare gender-based violence an epidemic as a council, and I know that one of the consistent requests, demands, recommendations that come out of this sector is for a care response when we talk about gender-based violence and sexual assault.
Thank you for the question. So I would say that when we started, there were two sense of urgencies. One was to get to citywide as quickly and safely as possible. And the second was once we, as part of getting there, to consider how we could expand to other call types. So right now, Councillor, we do the service response to children or adults or people 16 plus, sorry. But we do have partnerships around transfer to assure seamless transfer to partner agencies like Strides Toronto for children under 16 years old. And we are working with legal to explore how we could actually do more with children, considering the opportunities and the limitations of the Healthcare Consent Act. Sorry, I need to get that properly. We have heard from our partners, including one of our deputants today, of course, as you mentioned, the need for us to pay attention to and respond and support other populations of people who find themselves in vulnerable circumstance that might call 911 or 211 and not be appropriate for a police response. I would say at this moment, our first priority is to get to citywide safely with our do no harm principle intact, and then work to figure out which of those other types of supports should be taken within the service, and or whether there needs to be a different support model. But it is definitely on our radar to have that be the next point of consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik, and then I have Fletcher and Ainsley.
Thank you very much. It is really heartening to hear and see the success of this program. One area that had been a bit of concern with the program was the travel time to reach those in need. And do we see this improving with the expansion of the service to citywide? And what additional benefits should we be able to see?
So, Councillor, I'm actually going to call my colleague Mo Sharia to take that one on.
Thank you, Denise. Through the chair, travel time remains at 25 minutes is the median time for arrival. I think it's important to emphasize these are non-emergent calls. The caller will be speaking to the crisis worker who will let them know that they are on their way. And if the call does become dynamic and requires any escalation, the team is able to connect into police, paramedics, or fire if that is required. But the response time through the chair is 25 minutes, and that has remained stable throughout the first year of the pilot. And we will be tracking that.
Sorry, is that the expectation as we expand citywide, that the travel time will remain consistent, or what's the approach on tracking that?
Through the chair, the expectation is that we maintain a relatively reliable response time. We are expanding the number of mobile vehicles from 5 to 12 in the expansion, and we will monitor the response times.
Thank you. So my next question is the statistic around 78% of the calls transferred from 911 were able to be handled by the Toronto Community Crisis Response Service without police involvement. What can we see as the long-term results from mental health crisis being treated by professionals in the field with the appropriate supports?
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Our first priority in diversion is to connect people to the right supports. They're having a health crisis, and we need to connect them to community health and health supports. We certainly are interested in the data points that speak to the need for housing, food, shelter, and crisis supports, and how we can connect people to those things in an ongoing basis. And we certainly also see the opportunity to understand, I think, from a policy perspective as well as a service perspective, what people need in order to prevent the level of crises and repeat crises that we see in Toronto. Again, we're looking at Toronto Police Service last year, I think, responding to about 35,000 calls. And as I noted, by year 3, we're anticipating to respond to about 46,000 calls with this service.
Thank you, and you touched on it. For the system to work best, we need proper social services available alongside. So my question, you've touched on it a little bit. I'd like to hear a little bit more about what additional investments do we need for the program to succeed, and how can you advise us to be taking action to achieve this?
Thank you so very much for the service. So some of the key things that our partners and our evaluation are pointing to are the needs for things like crisis beds, detox beds, culturally appropriate supports, down the road, the need for supportive housing and affordable housing, as a number of the service users are living in poverty. It's some of these types of things over time that will make a fundamental difference. We are certainly also seeing in the more immediate the need for assessment around disabilities, drop-in spaces, those kinds of things. And again, the city has taken a bold move by creating the service and so far funded on the tax base. But we cannot fund all of those services on our own. We need the province and the federal government to pay attention, to step up and step in to funding those services so that our service users can be better supported with a full ecosystem. Wait times can be reduced and the types of things that they need over time can be provided.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher and Ainsley.
Oh, the deputy mayor asked many of my questions, so I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question's for Denise Campbell. I wanted to ask, I've had complaints recently from residents that are using ambulatory care that are either under an Ontario Works category or they're receiving ODSP, and they've been complaining to me that they're using ambulatory care service and then getting a bill after, and then they're trying to figure out how to pay their bill.
My colleague from Paramedic Service.
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. Ambulance billing isn't something that we normally, we don't look after. It's actually billed through the hospital system. And that's something that's where the bill actually originates from, is from the hospitals. But we don't actually take care of billing ourselves.
Okay, so that's something I direct to my MPP.
I would suggest that's probably the most reasonable pathway to take, yeah.
Okay, all right. And then my next question is around getting complaints lately from residents. I had one resident last week. They said they called 911 and they were put on hold for close to 10 minutes. Is this something that's happening? And I've had a few complaints like that over the last couple of months. I'm just wondering about the service level. Is that getting worse, or like 10 minutes seemed like a long time to me?
In terms of wait times, I know it's definitely an important and common topic that we deal with every day. I can say that the average wait time for 911 is about 30 seconds. There are outliers. I can tell you that certain days of the week and times of the day will see upticks, especially if they coincide with significant events that happen elsewhere in the city. In terms of times of 10 minutes, that would be very uncommon. Having said that, 30 seconds is our standard. It is still far longer than what we would like to achieve in terms of the NINA standard, which is the international standard for answering 90% of the calls within 15 seconds.
Sorry, 90% within 50 seconds?
15.
Okay. And what do I do with residents that complain they waited 10, I've had 5, 3. Where do I send them?
But by all means, there's a number of mechanisms for official complaints. We're happy to take them directly to the Toronto Police Service, and we will walk that person through the current state of affairs and the options that are available to them as well. And with a fair dose of humility, knowing that we need to do better.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Any other questioner? If not, on the item, Deputy Mayor Cole speaking.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yes, no, this is a city success story. I think of one of the things the last council did, this is one of the most meaningful things we did. It's, as usual, very little media pickup on this because it was such a good thing. But anyways, I just want to commend staff, Denise and everybody there in the trenches for undertaking this incredible overhaul of how we respond to crisis in the city of Toronto. And so it's just so important to keep on expanding this, investing in it, and appreciating the incredible work that the frontline responders do in this situation of crisis and high anxiety. As many of you know, the incredible calls that the Toronto Police Services get is above and beyond belief. And unfortunately, a lot of these calls come as a result of people in crisis, whether it be, it's not only mental health issues, it's basically people suffering from alcohol abuse, gender-based violence, it's addiction, the drug poisoning crisis we have. So all of those tend to get forwarded to the police. And the police will tell you they don't want to really handle these very challenging problems which go beyond policing. They're really medical problems, they're social problems, they're housing problems, but it falls on the hands of the police. And so for our crisis response team to come in, I think it's going to basically give citizens an opportunity to have their concerns and their crisis dealt with professionals that are really in the health-related field and the social support-related field. That's the key. And in the long run, as we heard, this will save us money because it is extremely expensive to have the police undertake all these responses. It's much more cost-effective, it's much more humane to have the crisis response teams do this. So it's wonderful to see it expanding across the city because, I always say there's a Toronto north of Eglinton, and there's a lot of pockets of high need, high crisis in all parts of Toronto that need this type of crisis response. It's not just the downtown core that has a lot of really serious challenges in this area. But again, so it's great to see it coming to all corners of the city of Toronto. It's very needed. And the thing about it is that we are now, I think, going to take a leadership role really in North America in this area. And if we continue to invest in this service, we could really set an example for other cities to follow. Because policing and calling 911 doesn't answer all your problems. And so it's much, again, more humane, cost-effective to do this route here of linking it with social needs and health needs. And, and it's extremely challenging, especially, this is all accentuated with the drug poisoning epidemic we have in Toronto. That is the most frightening thing I see, and I've got 3 police divisions in my area, that dealing with the drug poisoning, especially brought on by fentanyl, is the most insidious thing we face. It's a huge cost impact on citizens, on our social services, on our network partners and social services, It's this insidious little pill called fentanyl, which is ruining lives, and it's incredibly insidious. And the last thing, the only complaint I have, Denise, is we've got to give this incredibly wonderful service a name. Yeah. This isn't going to cut it. You know, let's get a name. Councillor Fletcher's got a couple of suggestions she'll give you. So let's give it a name. It's good news. Let's give it a good brand name that ordinary, so they don't keep calling 911, so they can call it. Okay, anyways, thank you very much for all the work.
Put your creative thinking hat on. What is the it? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. This is really a great moment for the work that's been done by everybody to get to this new place. And just remembering that it came from a very difficult place. It came from the 25% defund the police, and how are we going to approach things, and the issues that many people felt that mental health workers might be able to deal with folks who are in crisis a little better, or have a different skill set. Shouldn't expect officers to have that skill set. So that's where it all started from. It was I'd say, it was a difficult time for everybody. But we seem to have arrived at a really great place, and it was to divert those mental health-related calls to a service that was tailored to mental health with, as we've heard and seen today, 3 really amazing, well-respected by everybody agencies that's what they do. They work in health, they can work in mental health. So it takes a lot of pressure off of officers and the service, and it is a tremendous success. And as Mike says, it can only grow, and I think become a really well-recognized program throughout North America, if not the world. So having expert partners in mental health in the delivery rather than and I know we still have MCIT, but it's still not the health model that we're developing. So while we're developing this, we still have that other response, which is an important one. We're not wiping that out, but it's we have 2 tracks, and as we develop this, we'll see how the future of MCIT and how they can work together a little bit better. The actual staff that have worked on this, I just want to thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your work and for the work of your tremendous staff. And I do want to thank the Toronto Police Service for your collaboration, because it's hard to have people move into your space. And this has been done really well. Everybody's moved together really well, understanding at the end of the day, there are people there that really need our help. And there are other types of calls, and I happen to know very well, 55 Division, what they are, that our officers there would like to be able to make sure they're clear to do those things. And then I'd like to thank Modest Mike Cole, because it was really Mike Cole who brought up this, the cahoots from Portland, I think.
Yeah, Eugene, Oregon.
Yeah, Eugene, Oregon, who really, we listened to him very respectfully, go on about cahoots and how successcable it is.
And Gordon Perks was right there.
Oh, anyway, I only remember you, so there. And that speaking about the notion of a name and the branding, I think you're right. And I think it should be well branded, not kind of us sitting around thinking up a name, unless you're really good and you're somebody that is an expert in creative. Not that we're not all great at that, of course, but it would be good. As you say in Eugene, Oregon, you're going to call cahoots. Here, there's about 5 things you have to say in order to call. So that would be, I think, the next step here is to have a really good branding that everybody understands what it is. Short form when you're talking about it at College Street, short form when you're talking about it at Queen Street, and short form when the public is talking about it. And it will just expand the knowledge and, well, good standing of this program. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not as worried about the name. Toronto Community Crisis Service works for me, but if I look at it from the from the standpoint of a family dealing with someone in chronic mental illness and therefore often chronic crisis, depending on what stage they're at, because we don't have a mental health system. Our only real mental health system is go all the way to crisis and then we'll help you. That's our system. Have a crisis and then you'll be on our radar, and it'll start with TCCS and 911. Which is why for me, what seems to be happening over time is exactly what I hoped for. And so for those families, what matters is Taibu and Two-Spirited Peoples of First Nations, CMHA, Gerstein, because what's happening is they've been there all along. And now that when you get in a crisis, we actually have a direct line that takes you to those places that exist. They're getting those connections. Prior to this, you could have, I suspect, multiple calls to 911 or to just even non-emergency number, please go check on my family. You have multiple calls because you have no alignment with mental health services. You're just always dealing with that family member's crisis. And you go to the hospital and they deal with it. They maybe let you calm down. They maybe strap you to a bed for a few hours, and eventually you go home. And sometimes the alignment doesn't even happen then. It's missed. It's missed. Paramedics take you there hoping that that's what's going to happen after they do the handoff. But then the follow-up doesn't happen. Now it's happening. So now what's happening is the brand that really matters is the person who got truly served by someone from Taibu is now on that path and out of crisis and into how am I going to manage my life. That quote at the beginning of Ms. Campbell's presentation says it all. That person went from crisis to I'm now going to get my act together. And if that's the case, all they need to know is who in that TCCS visit took over. It will depend on where they were in town or who they were, but it's those agencies that are doing the work that really ought to be done by our universal healthcare system. Those agencies become that extra family member. They truly become a family member. Because if you are dealing with a mental health crisis, it's those agencies that have been doing the work in this province and across Canada, really, because we're weak on mental health systems across the country. That becomes that support that your family can't live without. The only other way to deal with it, if you're a family with little resources, is often just to cast that person out before they take the whole family down with them. And TCCS can stop that from happening. By sending that agency, if you can deal with the crisis and actually get the person back on a path, then you don't as a family have to turn your back on them. And I think that overtime transaction is the thing that can't really be tracked. Very hard to make all of that show up in the data, but that's what we're talking about. And so the province should be sitting up and taking note as the deliverer of the healthcare system, because what we've just done is reduced the number of times in the future they're going to call 911, that family. That should matter to them from a dollars and cents perspective. We've reduced the number of times that they're going to show up in an emergency ward. That should matter to them from a dollar and cents. And tragically, you even reduce the number of times they're going to show up in the justice system. Because we all know that's where mental health crises can end you up. And lastly, that you can avoid them ending up on the street. We started out just trying to save people from losing their life because we had the double whammy of what was happening in the United States with George Floyd, what had happened to a young woman tragically here in Toronto. But all of those things are savings that the province should be sitting up and taking note of and wanting to partner in. Yep. That will be the real win. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo much of what my colleagues have said and what we've also heard today. From the report that's in front of us, it's clear that the Toronto Community Crisis Response Service has been a success so far, with 78% of calls transferred from 911 being handled by the TCCS and not resulting in police involvement. It reiterates what we already know, that people in Toronto experiencing crisis, mental health, and others should be treated with strong, appropriate supports in a community-based way for what they're going through and not be criminalized. As we've heard over and over, this is about saving lives and avoiding tragedy and making sure that folks are able to get what they need when they need it. Additionally, over 1,000 calls resulted in referrals that were made, including to mental health, substance use, legal needs, and housing supports. And these referrals help end the cycle of crisis calls, giving our friends and neighbors support when it is needed the most. And I know that that has been a concern that has been raised over the life of this pilot as well. I'm fortunate to serve a ward that is home to 2 of the pilot locations, with most communities in Spadina, Fort York taking part. And I'm looking forward to every community in Toronto being able to benefit from this important service. We've seen and heard improvements in our communities, and it's time to expand this program across the entire city to resource it well and continue to evolve it for better and set an example, as Deputy Mayor Cole said, for community safety and for complete emergency services in a city like ours. I want to also continue to echo the thanks to Executive Director of SDFA, Denise, to your team and our colleagues who have moved this through from the previous term to now through challenging times, and everyone at the city for making this program a reality. And I look forward to all Torontonians having the option to use this valuable resource. I also want to echo what we've heard today and what we know so well and deeply, that in a city like ours, inequality and safety and security is tied, and investments in affordable housing, which we are also considering and hopefully moving forward today, as well as public services and employment, have to come alongside with urgency as investments in our safety and well-being as well for all Toronto residents. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no other speaker. I am going to take the item.
Madam Chair, just point of order.
Councillor Cole?
I missed one person I should have mentioned who's really the inspiration of all this is Dudley Laws. I don't know if you remember Dudley, but
Betsy.
he was so adamant about we can't have the police handling everything. We need supports for people that are in crisis. So I just want to remember Dudley Laws in this.
Yep. Is Black Action Defense Fund?
Yeah.
And,
sorry, Mayor, since Councillor Cole, I was thinking the same thing. And I'm very proud to have worked alongside Dudley Laws to organize against racism in the early 90s, to have learned from him. And I'm very proud to say that the Black Action Defense Committee has been historically headquartered at Oakwood and St. Clair, and that is a really fundamental base for this kind of activism. And to thank staff for moving this forward with some internal council champions that predate me. I heard Councillor Cole, and he gave a shout out to Councillor Perks. This ethic of care, this approach to people who are struggling, that's informed with trauma, that's deeply relational, that has credibility with community. This is the way forward. Davenport cannot wait to have this expanded west of Dufferin. And I can tell you that there are many, many sectors and populations that want to see this built out. Women, gender diverse people, and youth at the front of the line across the city. And thank you. I agree, this is a huge success. Let's do more.
And at least we forget Charlie Roach, Sharona Hall, and the whole group of them. Thank you. I see no other speaker. All those in favor, someone is moving. Deputy Mayor Cole is moving all the staff recommendation on 910. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And who wants to move 9.2 recommendations? And Councillor, yes, Carol, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you for that hard work. I think we have come to the next item, which is on housing. Presentation, I believe. There are candies here, folks, if you want any that are, it's right beside the, all right, maybe I should put it in front of you. It's right up here, if anyone's interested. Maybe I can put it back there. How long is your presentation, may I ask? Short? 5, 10 minutes? 10. Less than 10. Okay, good, less than 10. Thank you. I'm just waiting for people to settle a bit. Housing item coming up. Abby, I just want you to know, I brought along, given it's Halloween, a construction hat and a shovel, whoops, from Toronto, ready to build, okay? Let me not break anything here.
It all starts with demolition.
It starts with demolition, that's true, that's true. Yeah. And while we're selling, we have a tooth belt. But anyway, I think you're ready to start.
Good morning, Mayor and Executive Committee. I'm Abby Bond. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat.
I have you lean into the mic so that we could get the hubbub. If those of you that want to catch up and find more, please do it outside because there's a presentation on housing right here. Okay, Abby.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said, I'm Abby Bond. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, and I'm joined today to do this presentation by my colleague, our Director of Housing Strategy and Policy, Vanessa Ferrier. So there are some stark messages in this report before you today. And I want to highlight that despite city leadership on housing in terms of policy, action, investment, projects, the situation faced by our residents in the city on housing and homelessness has been getting worse. However, we bring this report to you today full of hope. We see a way forward, and we are ready to do more. This report brings forward recommendations to support a generational change and a systemic shift aimed to build homes faster and encourage all levels of government to take greater responsibility. We can't afford not to act, and we urge other governments to join us. This is the presentation you'll see today. We're going to take you through it so that it really provides you a roadmap to the report. The report is lengthy and has a number of recommendations. So why are we bringing this to you today? As I mentioned, our housing and homelessness situation has been worsening. We've seen it get worse across Canada as well. Toronto is not unique in that respect, although I would highlight on here that 1 in 5 households in our city are living in core housing need, and that is double the national average. So whatever housing and homelessness issues are being faced across the country, Toronto is really experiencing the sharp end of those. And we continue to see our Indigenous and Black residents well overrepresented in our homeless population. I would say, though, that there has been times in our history when the right kind of housing supply was being built at the right kind of scale. And so what we're trying to lay out here for you today is a way back to that place, a way forward that relies on our lessons learned from the past, from the kind of housing supply that was being built in the 1980s and 90s, purpose-built rental, co-ops, and non-profit housing. It's important to note that the private sector is an important part of any well-balanced and housing system, but there is a mismatch between the type of rental housing supply that is privately owned compared with only 15% of our rental housing supply that is social housing owned and operated by nonprofit and co-op partners. So again, this report tries to identify a different way forward. There's a lot of information in the report which highlights the pressure that is being built by increases in population that we've talked about today, with pressure in our housing system. So not having joined up policy around population immigration with housing policy is creating the pressure that we see today in Toronto. And you can see the average rents have been increasing and our vacancy rates have remained stubbornly low, apart from the blip during the pandemic. So what is it that we're showing you here today? This report is a generational change. It really focuses on how we improve affordability for future generations, and it really clearly lays out what is necessary from all levels of government, and it injects a degree of urgency into the place that we find ourselves today. This is a response to council direction to consider expanding our housing targets to include 25,000 new rent-controlled homes, to align mandates, resources, structure, and personnel, and to identify more city lands that could be used for development purposes. This is a helpful chart to help people see how all of the housing targets fit together. There are many targets out there right now. The provincial target, you can see at the top there, the 285,000 number, is driving our overall housing supply need. Underneath that and fitting into it is the 65,000 that council have asked us to focus on in terms of rent-controlled homes. And then you see that broken down in terms of affordable rental and then market rent-controlled homes. And then at the bottom layer, you see the 6,500 rent-geared to income homes. The report is comprehensive. It includes 22 recommendations that covers both new and ongoing initiatives. We're really looking to accelerate housing-ready projects. We've identified 52 sites, which will deliver us between 16 and 17,000 new homes. And there's a significant part of the report which is about how we organize ourselves as an organization to streamline housing approvals and ultimately how we get shovels in the ground. There is a lot in the report about potential new and sustainable funding models, as well as how we will work with our nonprofit and co-op housing sector partners to really deliver on this roadmap. Some guiding principles for you here. They show up in many of our housing reports. It's important for us to root our work in some key principles that respond to the progressive realization of the right to housing. But two I want to highlight for you today have been a key driver of this report is around predictability of funding and the urgency of action. So those are two key things that have really, two themes that you will see driving a lot of the report today. So in terms of what we are going to do, I want to highlight that the new development and growth service area is a significant departure from business as usual. Our new Deputy City Manager, Jag Sharma, is the leader of a new service area that brings together city planning, Toronto Buildings, the Housing Secretariat, and a new development review division. So there is substantive change here underway that will drive how the city will do business differently in relation to these new housing targets. Also included in the report, we've learned a lot in recent years of what it takes to make new, affordable, and supportive housing supply work. It takes land, assets, and investment. It takes appropriate heights and densities. It takes operating subsidies from housing benefits to deepen affordability, and it takes the health and social supports plus action from our partners. All of these things together is complex, need to come together, sometimes on a project basis, in order to move supply forward. So we've created in this report a proposed interim housing delivery framework, which highlights two key areas of focus: city-led development. This includes our work at the Housing Secretariat, TCHC, and also Create TO, and city-supported development. So this is centering our partners, our Indigenous nonprofit and co-op providers in terms of what we need to do differently. We've included two slides here, two graphics which are both in the report, that shows you the kinds of things that we will need to take into consideration to do things differently. On city-led sites, this includes lining up pre-development work, how we secure partners with housing delivery, alongside all of the expedited planning approvals that are necessary. And very much with our city-supported sites, we also need to do something similar. It's just that we don't own the land. This is our partners' land, but we often have to really come to the table to make sure that we're helping them troubleshoot projects all the way through to occupancy and trying to line up these key milestones better with the planning and building review and approval framework. Another key element included in the report is the public builder approach. We've identified 5 key sites that we want to move ahead using this approach. We're going to really lead and drive the approach for bringing these through to approval and through to occupancy. And we'll use these sites to report back to you by Q3 of next year, letting you know how we did with these sites, what we learned through that process, and what we need to continue to do this. We're also looking at the other 47 sites on the list and seeing how we might expedite those. I want to highlight that the report includes a review and an alignment of mandates that will be important for us to come together, the Housing Secretariat, the Corporation, CreateTO, and TCHC to support these ambitious new housing targets. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Valessa to take you through the rest of the initiatives in the report.
Thank you, Abby. So in terms of pulling out all of the tools in our toolkit, this report also introduces a number of new tools, one being the new Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator tool. There's a specific report from City Planning that will be considered at Council on November 8th, 9th, and 10th. This new tool provides municipalities with the opportunity to request a minister's zoning order, which will enable the city to include conditions such as securing the rental tenure of projects, as well as the rent levels. And this will be a really key tool in helping us to provide certainty and expedite the approval of our sites. New and enhanced technology is an important part of necessary transformational changes that the city will continue to make. This slide shows some of the key programs and tools which are existing and which will be added to help us expedite the review and approval of development applications. And those include our new application submission tool, which has already been introduced and continues to be upgraded. This helps it helps the C2K team to be more flexible in terms of working with applicants. It also provides greater clarity in terms of information collected by applicants. There's a new file circulation tool that will be piloted in early 2024. This tool will integrate the various city backbone technologies such as our IBMS, which is the Integrated Business Management Services. It will help us tracking our performance and capabilities as we continue to expedite the review and approval of applications, as well as part of this, we will be launching continuous dashboards so that there's public accountability in our tracking as we continue to improve efficiencies in our processes. We will also in Q2 2026 be launching phase 1 of our community development regulatory licensing framework, which again will focus on integrating various divisions and technologies across the city so that we can be more cohesive and collaborated in the way we approach applications. Another important tool for us as we continue to look to fund our housing needs is working with our public and nonprofit partners to find new sustainable ways of funding projects. So the staff report recommends that over the coming months, staff engage with our federal and provincial governments, Indigenous partners, our nonprofit and co-op sectors, and other key organizations to explore the establishment of a sustainable Toronto Housing Affordability Fund. We will be looking at various options, including an endowment fund, patient capital, and philanthropic opportunities, both to expand the new supply of homes as well as to augment our existing acquisition program, which is our multi-unit acquisition program, also known as MURA. A key part of us scaling up the supply of housing is also to look at projects that are in flight. So this includes our Toronto community housing projects. Toronto Community Housing has developed a unique and globally recognized expertise in developing full-service housing projects from inception to occupancy and beyond. And over the past year or so, TCHC has been working quite closely with Creatio that also brings expertise in a number of areas, including our financial modeling and performance. So what we will be doing as a cohesive and collaborated staff team, including the Housing Secretariat, Creatio, and TCHC, is to look at existing TCHC revive projects as well as those future projects to enhance the financial viability. We'll be looking at ways to improve efficiencies, to include a full range of city building uses, as well as opportunities to meet the new rent control targets, which is really focused on mixed income buildings and communities. Another key part of our work moving forward is to enhance our existing city programs. So there are a number of programs like our Open Door Affordable Housing Program, which will need to be reviewed in Q1 2024 to help us support these new targets. So the Open Door program right now supports affordable units only, and with the new rent control targets, this will require a full review. This report also recommends that we look at the city's existing affordable homeownership policy and program framework, understanding that we need to create flow along the continuum to help many of our residents move from rental to affordable homeownership. The report also recommends that staff look to develop a new community housing sector strategy, which will include engagement with our various community housing partners over the upcoming weeks and months, where we aim to bring back a comprehensive approach on how we deal with existing nonprofit and co-op plans that are approaching end of their renewal terms, end of mortgages, as well as look to increase the stock of nonprofit and co-op homes. Over the coming months and years, staff will also continue to focus on supportive housing. We heard a lot today about the need to bring mental health supports and other types of supports to residents. And part of our work in housing, and especially supportive housing, has been to integrate deeply affordable homes with a range of individualized health and social supports. So this is will continue to be a priority focus for the city as we look to increase our supply. So the cost, there is a cost to delivering housing, of course. And this slide attempts to show the overall cost of our plan and the various components. So you will see at the top, we're looking at about a $44 to $47 billion plan with about $33 to $36 billion in outstanding cost from all three orders of government. You'll see in the chart, the two key components of our housing plan is the 65,000 rent control homes and other costs, which include things like housing benefits and TCHC repairs. So that's more on the housing stability side of the chart, I'll call it. So if you look at the 65,000 homes, there's about 29 to 32 billion in outstanding cost for all orders of government. But I would highlight that a big part of that is financing. We need access to low-cost financing, which will be repayable to governments based on the rents collected through units. So with financing aside, the net contribution required from all three orders of government is about 17 to 18 billion over the next 7 years. This slide shows a cost comparison of the cost of delivering the housing TO plan prior to the increased housing targets and after the increased housing targets. So you'll see at the top, the original or the most recent update was 33.2 billion. Now the cost has increased to about 44 to 47 billion. And the actual rent control homes component is about 33 to 36 billion. And again, as mentioned in the previous slide, we need 29 to 32 billion in both funding and financing to help deliver that cost. So this slide shows the total required or outstanding contributions per each order of government, as well as our development partners who we will engage across sectors to help us meet our new targets. So you'll see, and again, this is the full housing TO plan, which includes both the 65,000 homes component as well as the other housing stability costs. So for the City of Toronto, we will need about 700 to 900, that should be 900 million per year over the next 7 years. We need the federal government to support us with about 1 to 1 billion per year. We need the provincial government to provide about 900,000 to 1 billion per year, 900 million, sorry. And we need our nonprofit and other partners to also provide equity to help us develop these projects. I thought it would be important for us just to look at the 65,000 rent control homes component specifically. So this slide shows, again, that a big part of delivering these new units will rely on access to low-cost financing offered through the federal and provincial governments, but would be fully repaid to those governments based on the rents collected. So if you look at the bottom of the chart, you'll see the city's contribution. The city is leading in terms of our commitments to date to this plan. So we have already spent or committed to spend about $2 billion. Moving forward, we will require about 500,000 to 600,000 per year for the federal and provincial governments. Because they have contributed less thus far, we will require a contribution of between 700 to 800 million per year to deliver these new rent control homes. So while those are very big numbers, the cost of inaction is even more costly. So this slide, we've used it on a number of occasions, but it's well known that permanent housing is not only a more dignified and less costly response to housing and homelessness, but it also reduces pressures on our overburdened emergency systems, such as our shelters, such as our hospitals, and the justice system. And the slide, again, you can see the cost of delivering an affordable or supportive housing unit, which is a lot less than providing shelters or interactions with the justice system or hospital stays. So in addition to social costs, which there are many and well known, we also see a very large economic cost to not providing housing, stable housing. So in 2021, the Board of Trade and Wood Green released a report that showed that the lack of affordable homes, especially for key workers, which are the lower and moderate income workers, is costing the GTA about almost $8 billion per year. And these homes are needed not only to support our existing residents, but to help support the growth that we need to drive all sectors of our economy. So with that, I will conclude the presentation. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Councillor Sachs and Fletcher. Oh, I'm sorry, we have deputants. We have a lot of deputants. My apology. Let me. Michael Giles, there you are. The Residential Construction Council of Ontario. And then we have a list. Five minutes, Michael? How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you? Good to see you again, Mayor. It's a little bit like a homecoming here. Having worked here for about 10 years, it's my first time back after a 1-year period, so it's good to see some familiar faces. By way of introduction again, I'm Michael Giles. I'm Director of Government Affairs with the Residential Construction Council of Ontario, and Mayor Chow will be familiar with us. She was just on our housing panel. But for those who are not, we're the largest building association in the province of Ontario. We build about 80 to 85% of the homes in the province. And so basically, if you're living in a house in Ontario, chances are we built it. We reviewed, poison. We reviewed the item before we today, and we're particularly noted the name of this, generational transformation of Toronto's housing system to urgently build more affordable homes. We do see this as a generational change, and this is a period, probably the most significant challenge in terms of housing since the Second World War. We were having some discussions on this the other day. And in many respects, what we're facing today is not unlike that. We had many thousands of people coming back from the war, and we had huge demand for housing. That housing shortage was addressed through dedication, visionary policies, and expedited practices with respect to building that housing. And, it worked. And a similar circumstance existed in the 1960s and 1970s. And once again, responsive and effective government policies managed to resolve that, and actually during that period was one of the most significant building periods in terms of residential construction in Ontario that we've ever seen. So it's not the first time we've faced a housing crisis in this province. This may be one of the worst, but there's definitely been periods in our history where we've had the same thing. And public policy in many respects is how we get out of this, and we want to be part of that. We've said, many times we've said this, as an organization, that housing is probably one of the biggest determinants of personal success. If you don't have a place to live, it's very difficult to have a successful career, to be an outstanding student, or to be a fully participant member of any community. So we recognize there's a huge responsibility for us and for you on that. And frankly, there's no greater equity issue than having a place to live. So a great deal falls on our shoulders and yours. And we want to work together to find solutions to this. And, we've been trying to do that over the last little while. We're not going to always agree on the approach, quite frankly. That's just the reality. We are market builders, and so our perspective may be a little different. But I think we can work collaboratively to do that. And we can actually, as I say, in a collaborative way, find a way out of this crisis. We took note of the fact that when Mayor Chow made her announcement last week, we heard a lot of the sort of chatter on the social media. I think this was, very ambitious. It was aspirational. It was out of the box. And, the conversations we had at the Residential Construction Council at the time, I said, this is probably the most important time ever to be aspirational, to be thinking out of the box, and to be very ambitious, because quite frankly, if we're not going to get anywhere. So rather than seeing that as a negative, we saw that as a positive. We do support a great deal of it's in this report. The recommendations that, it is important to protect existing nonprofit homes and cooperative homes. We agree with that. We believe the city needs to review the open door affordable rental program. We've seen some programs, and I was here for some of that frankly just didn't deliver. We particularly support calls for funding from the provincial and probably more importantly the federal government. I'll try to keep this short. So we did a report recently, our commission one from this Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis, and it was on basically funding. And, in terms of taxation, 39% of the taxes from housing go to the federal government. They invest about 7.1% in infrastructure funding. So that's where that's where one of the solutions lies. One of the things we've been discussing lately is perhaps the advocacy for a municipal infrastructure transfer program that would work like the Canada Health Transfer, because what municipalities need is stable, predictable funding. I know it's funny, but it's possible. Because taxes, fees, and levies, frankly, are among the major challenges that home buyers find. In the city of Toronto, 31%, $310,000 of a $1 million home is taxes, fees, and levies. And who's paying it? The new home buyer, the most vulnerable person in the market who can't afford that stuff. So I'll just finish by saying in the coming days, we want to partner with you, we want to work with you, and we've been doing some outreach in that respect, and so we hopefully can do that in the months and years ahead to come to a solution.
Thank you. Questions? We'll think about putting that as a submission. I heard about the federal infrastructure something, ability for the city to get some infrastructure funds. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Sumi Chang. Sumi, yes. Street Haven. Oh, hi. How are you? There you are.
Greetings, Executive Committee. My name is Sumi Chang, and I'm the Executive Director of Street Haven. I'm here with my colleague, Bobby Gunn, Director of Housing. We are a women's shelter, supportive housing, and addictions treatment provider, and we established Canada's first women's shelter in 1968 when our founder noticed that vulnerable women were being left behind from the social welfare system. We've spent 60 years carrying out our mandate, and we are seeing that homeless women are continuing to get left behind. This deputation is in response to the report aligning the transformation of Toronto's housing system to urgently build more affordable homes. Our agency has experienced significant barriers and challenges in trying to introduce affordable and deeply affordable supportive housing for homeless women in Toronto. We're very cognizant of the seething, unmet demand among homeless women for deeply affordable and affordable housing and supportive housing in Toronto and the corresponding housing supports. Our base shelter and shelter hotel programs are operating at capacity, with demand for our services dramatically rising because of the homeless refugee crisis playing out on the streets. In the space of just 4 months, we've turned away over 500 women since mid-June. This is equal to the total number of women we served last year. This is because women are not able to move from shelters into their own rental homes due to the absence of affordable and deeply affordable rental units and adequate levels of COB. On a monthly basis, we have more women waiting to move into their own homes than we have available COB. We currently operate 32 supportive housing units, and we've had very little movement in and out of these units because of the affordability and housing supply crises. Given the unrelenting demand for housing among homeless women, we passionately want to build more supportive housing and RGI and affordable housing for women. We operate on 6 properties, and we own 3 of them. We have the ability to expand our housing footprint within the next 18 months to 3 years and can ultimately double and possibly triple the number of supported housing units for homeless women in Toronto, in Toronto's inner city. However, it has been a struggle being able to access funding and navigating the various streams of funding and financing in all 3 orders of government. Our efforts are frustrated at every turn, and we are often left spinning, exerting significant effort with little progress. I urge the city to make a commitment to ring fence at least 25% of investments in affordable housing and deeply affordable housing and supportive housing for women only, with a priority for homeless women. Homeless women have unique needs and experiences that are gender-based. The majority of Street Haven's clients have experienced gender-based violence and other forms of intimate partner violence. This includes our current client cohort of African refugees and claimants, all of whom have fled their countries of origin due to safety concerns and persecution because of who they are. There is significant trauma associated with our clients. Among our homeless and housing insecure women with addictions clients whom we serve on Councillor Sachs's ward, we are seeing death rates of 8 in 100. As a result, the concerns and a sense of safety from physical, sexual, and psychological violence are crucial to why they need women's only housing. The sense of trust among these women is low, and our supportive housing workers operate using a gendered lens that offers the necessary empathy to build trust bridges. The emotional support from staff and from other housing clients is an aspect of the benefits of women's only housing. Women's supportive housing offers supports in helping residents to navigate the healthcare system and to make referrals in a respectful manner that ensures their privacy and gendered nature of healthcare and medical issues. In addition, we ask that a ring fencing of similar rental supplements and benefits also be directed to women's only not-for-profit housing. Street Haven also requests that the city commit to ensuring that the voices that represent women's only housing providers be part of all housing consultations, advisory committees, and working groups overseen by the city. As well, Street Haven asks that the city ensure that any list that identifies housing-ready projects on nonprofit-owned land be developed with an inclusive lens that includes proactively approaching women's agencies such as Street Haven to ensure that women's-only supportive housing and affordable housing needs are considered. We have never been approached by anyone from the city to be asked if we have any housing-ready projects, and that would mean our agency will get left behind on this proposed and really wonderful generational transformation. This means that the city must ensure that the platforms for engagement are accessible for women's agencies to participate actively in the planning and shaping of the future of the housing supply. Lastly, we seek consideration that land transfer taxes be waived for nonprofit agencies where purchases are intended for not-for-profit housing with the intention to introduce new affordable and deeply affordable units and supportive housing. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you, all the good work that you do. A question, Councillor Perks.
So thank you very much for that. That was quite helpful for me to understand. One of the things that we are recommending here is that we do some work with community agencies to better understand both what assets are available, but also what needs need to be supported. Would you be willing to participate in that conversation?
We would be extremely pleased to be part of that consultation.
We'd love
Thank you
to
so
have you.
much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I started looking at your website because I thought, I didn't know, I don't think of you as a housing provider. I think of you as a service dealing with emergencies. But you actually stay connected, and so, you know, you follow them right into their rebirth as someone who can manage their own home. So do you have a sort of donor access to lands and things like that, or is it that you want to partner where we're developing on city land?
We actually have land that we own. We operate on 3 properties, and we actually own 3 of them, 2 of which are on Councillor Moises' ward and 1 on Councillor Sachs's ward. And those properties are actually properties, they're essentially oldish Victorian houses in which design space was not optimally designed back then for the kind of uses we're using for them now. So there's opportunities actually to introduce, for instance, laneway houses, and in fact, on 87 Pembroke, in which not then mayor, but back then just Julia Chow, she had come to visit us, and she had seen that there is a lot of land is large enough that we can actually build essentially another building on it, and that can hold an additional 20 or 30 units. So so there's an interest in that, but also we definitely have an interest in providing supportive housing and providing operational supports on any housing on city-owned land as well. And we have been asked, for instance, by Two Steps Home to be one of their operators for their cabin communities, if that's successful. We've been approached by the African Center for Refugees as well for other shelter issues. So we have the capability. We've been managing owned properties for decades since we've come into being. And so we have that ability to do both, directly manage our own properties as well as operate on other properties that are not our own.
Well, it's interesting that you should bring up the African Center, because my next question was going to be about, you know, in some of the places where they end up for emergency shelter, they're establishing themselves in neighborhoods outside the downtown core. And often for women, one of the impediments to heading out is the children's connection to a neighborhood. It's not safe for them, but yet, you know, you're not sure what you're taking the children to. So I'm wondering if you have the capacity to begin to work outside the downtown core.
We do have the capacity. In fact, we're exploring our ability to operate in that broader GTA area. We do obviously have roots in inner city. We have experience and deep know-how in the inner city and the more impoverished neighborhoods, but we also have that capability to scale and expand beyond the GTA. And actually, that is one of our desires. Our board is currently viewing and refreshing our vision and mission, and that really with a sense that because we do have our pulse on the communities, there is a deep need for women with children and other population groups that we haven't traditionally served. And so there is definitely a desire to further expand our ability to have impact in the lives of women. As you say, we touch people from the point of homelessness all the way to the point of being able to house them. And in fact, some of the folks who we consider quite famous now who've been on the news discussing their refugee issues, because of our supports, they've moved from the shelter to employment and then got COB, and now they're housed. And so it's possible to have people follow that pathway, but housing is, as was recently said, very important towards their successful settlement and success.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Need more rapid housing initiative dollars for more supportive housing. Next speaker, Nancy Martin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I acknowledge each and every one of you. My name is Nancy Martin. I'm a Mohawk from Six Nations, and I'm actively working on behalf of the Indigenous community in Toronto with regards to housing. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you about the urban, rural, and northern component of the national housing strategy that appears in your agenda today. It's called the EARN. We, as an Indigenous community in Toronto, are seeking your active support to secure a carve-out of Toronto's fair share of these EARN dollars on behalf of the Indigenous housing providers in Toronto. I represent Misway-Beek Development Corporation and the Aboriginal Labour Force Development Circle. Both organizations are flow-through agencies for housing funds from various sources of government. These organizations have operated for decades, administering open, transparent, and accountable processes for Indigenous community-based housing providers to access resources in order to build in Toronto. Misway-Beek Development Corporation and the Aboriginal Labour Force Development Circle both have MOUs with the City of Toronto and participate actively with a very supportive Housing Secretariat. In the 2022 federal budget, a $4 billion 7-year commitment to the EARN funding allocation was made. No funding has been released for housing as of yet. Then Minister Hussein's mandate letter outlined the goal of forming a national Indigenous housing organization to head Indigenous housing across the country with no consultation and no regard for the existing community-based housing infrastructures that were mandated by the communities they serve. I would like to mention that the premise of this National Indigenous Housing Organization, they've coined the phrase FIPI, which means for Indigenous by Indigenous. They don't actually take into consideration the grassroots community-based initiatives that have been going on. And even though it's fun to say FIBI, needs to be qualified by for community by community. The new organization is called NICHI. It was incorporated in December 2022. We as Indigenous housing providers in Toronto do not want to be pitted against other Indigenous organizations. I will say that they do not have the decades track record, and that we have built over many, many years, and they do not have the community mandate. The process of assigning this national Indigenous housing organization, which is to mirror CMHC, was not a fair and transparent process, and nor is it accountable to anyone. The Indigenous housing providers in Toronto are at tremendous risk of being excluded from the EARN funding. And that is primarily due to the structure of NICHI, the lack of consultation and representation and accountability. And our community wants its fair share of the interim $281 million funding and the $4 billion housing funds that is over 7 years. In 2006, Misway-Beek Development Corporation was mandated by the community to deliver the community-based housing resources and receive the support of the Chiefs of Ontario. We had the meetings actually at the City Hall, and we filled the council chambers with community members who supported a locally based, grassroots, community-based Housing Corporation to handle the housing resources. The Aboriginal Labour Force Development Circle was incorporated more than 25 years ago and has been active in the support of housing and homelessness supports through Reaching Home since its inception as Hippie. Some of you will remember Hippie, which became Skippy, and so on and so forth. Recently, we, as an Indigenous community in Toronto, reconfirmed our mandate with Indigenous people through petitions and
Nancy,
letters of
can
support.
you wrap up because you are 45 seconds over?
My
Just
apologies.
wrap up.
In closing, thank you. In closing, we're calling upon you, the Executive Committee, to reach out to the federal government to secure the Toronto Indigenous fair share of the earned funding, both from the interim and the long-term funding envelopes. Our Indigenous community has shovel-ready projects. Our Indigenous organizations have existing fair and equitable processes for funding allocations.
Okay.
With our fair share of the earned funding, we will be able to provide more opportunities to build housing stock, and without our fair share, earned money may in fact not come to Toronto at all. Thank you.
That would be tragic. Thank you so much. Any question to the Deputy? Councillor Carroll, before you do that, I have a motion, Nancy Martin, that we're replacing parts, well, it's a question. Okay, never mind. Councillor Carroll, I was just echoing what she was going to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So my question is, and you got part of the way there, I was going to ask, do you have projects that are ready to go now, and you have shovel-ready projects? So in the interactions around those projects, the federal funding didn't come, but any committed city funds are there. They're just contingent upon the federal government joining.
They're not necessarily contingent.
Oh.
Because the housing providers are bringing other resources to the table, and they're bringing resources such as land, financial contributions from other levels of government. The Misway-Beek Development Corporation operates on behalf of the Ontario Ministry of Housing. So there are multiple levels of resources which are flowed through the Misway-Beek Development Corporation and the Aboriginal Labour Force Development Circle.
Right. So it's just a matter of the pro forma doesn't work unless they put up what they committed to originally.
You're right. We didn't get into the complexity and the cost of building in Toronto, which we're experts, and the increased costs of building just recently over the last few years.
Right.
And so some of these projects do need to offset the increased cost of building.
Yes.
And just inflation, the increased cost of borrowing.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but we will get the job done, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a question. The way it's going, if you don't intervene, the federal government will, within a new organization, hire new staff, create a plan, a strategy, that would take a year. That would be 2024, the fall, and the money will still not be flowing. What you're asking us to do is to push them to immediately flow the funds because you have the expertise and the experience to build now. Am I correct?
That is correct, and we are also asking respectfully to flow the funds through the Aboriginal Labour Force Development Circle, and that is our funding mechanism. It's a financial, as I mentioned, a flow-through agency that basically serves the Toronto area through the Reaching Home and is in partnership with the Misway-Beek Development Corporation.
Because you have decades of experience working with the city.
We do have decades of experience.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come. We have on the list one more speaker before we can take a lunch break, Sean Maher.
Just before I go,
Yes.
and may we get a motion to support Toronto's fair share through the
Yes,
federal.
we have a motion written that was about to pass on to you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here today. I'm not here on behalf of the Reach Out Response Network on this item, but on behalf of Ontario for All and the Housing Issues Network, which bring together hundreds of nonprofits across our city to help shape public policy. And I'm sorry to take up your time twice today, but you just keep launching important initiatives, and so people have to come and talk to them. And I want to congratulate you on this. It's a great initiative, and one that our members who work on the front lines of housing and homelessness have been longing to hear. I've heard from some folks comment on the proposals today saying that it's a pretty long list. Some have called it a laundry list, but a laundry list is a pretty good idea when you have a lot of laundry to do. This should be a long list. This is a big problem, and it doesn't have any one single magic solution. This issue needs a long list of specific solutions that tackle the many different aspects, and that's what we have in front of us. Over the last 2 weeks, we've hosted several forums for nonprofit housing service staff, including housing providers, homeless service workers, and outreach staff, and they are, as they have been for years, very focused on some core themes that are really strongly reflected in today's proposals. First and foremost, the most pressing item when people are speaking about this is the need for far more investment in housing from all levels of government. I've heard people talking about the investment request that the city is making to other orders of government as a big ask. And certainly when you see that number of zeros, it's impossible to call it a small ask. But to be frank, the ask to the federal government and the provincial government in this proposal is on the parsimonious side. When you look at the size of the social housing waiting list, when you look at the complexity of the need of people who have been homeless for such a long time, when you look at the cost of housing in the city, any fact-based thinking about what the ask should be has to conclude that this, in all honesty, is the least the federal and provincial governments should be doing. The second issue that gets raised by nonprofits about this issue is that until now, we've been trying to build a lot of housing while running on one leg. The private sector has done great work building a lot of new homes. They're good at it, and their numbers are impressive. But the public and nonprofit sector have not played the role that they could have. We are not going to get where we need to go if we don't use every tool in the toolbox. And this report does a great job of getting all the partners into the game to ensure that we are using the capacities of all sectors to reach our goals. We can't reach a shared goal without that. The third most pressing issue that we hear from nonprofit leaders is the importance of keeping the affordable homes we have. We lose 6,000 affordable units in Ontario every year. We don't build nearly that many. And however many we build, it's harder to fill a leaky bucket. We need to preserve more of those homes. The proposals on the table address many of the needs in that area, the need for an acquisition fund, the need for tenant protection programs to avert rent evictions, the need for a robust rental housing replacement program. However, not in the mix in these proposals is the end to vacancy decontrol. If every time someone moves out, rent control disappears and those units jump in cost, sometimes 40, 50, 60%, that puts a lot of pressure on affordable housing. If we just look at the research on the loss of affordable units, this is far more common in provinces that have leaky rent control systems, and vacancy decontrol makes Ontario's rent control system very, very leaky. Nonprofits across the city would welcome the addition of an ask for an end to vacancy decontrol in the request to the province. Last but not least, the pressure on the planning departments across the province is real, and certainly here in Toronto, it's massive. And planners sometimes get a lot of grief in social media and other forums, but the river of applications they face is something that we just can't ignore. There are many improvements that can and are being undertaken to those systems to make them work better, but given the volumes, it makes sense to do for affordable housing what we've long done for carpooling. Create a fast lane that's just for the traffic that we want to encourage. Like Barrie, it would be great to see the City of Toronto create a dedicated lane for planning in the planning department for projects that include a significant volume or proportion of affordable and deeply affordable homes. On a final added note, it's just worth mentioning that there's a real need to ensure that we link things together and tie them all up. Over the past few years, we've had a range of new housing incentives, like the federal loan discounts, like provincial mandates that waive development charges and fees. But the data tells us that broad incentives are not working well. The blueprint study on the federal program shows that though it targeted purpose-built rental, only about 10% of the RCF investments actually went to housing that's affordable to the average household because the program didn't stipulate affordability. The patterns of development triggered by the provincially mandated fee waivers have not triggered building of more affordable homes because those waivers are not tied to an obligation to build affordable units. If we spend public money or exempt people from payments to the public purse, those benefits have to be tied specifically to an obligation to deliver public benefits in terms of the proportionate number of affordable units. The proposal before us today reflects what we hear in our work and what people on the front lines are saying is needed, and we hope your partners in the other governments are listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Any? Yeah, please do, and then we're going to a lunch break.
Asking my colleague here the same question, but I'll ask it publicly. How come the provincial government has unlimited number of dollars available to build transit line? And that's great. You know, 35 billion,
Yeah.
35 billion for the Ontario line. 15 billion on Eglinton still building. The Finch LRT, 3 billion. And they just say, oh, and now they want to extend, I think, the Shepherd Stubway the other way. So they've got all these.
They're not going to open a single one.
They've got all these billions of
They
dollars.
can build them, they just can't open them.
They're never going to open them.
So why can't that same approach to financing be done to build housing? Because then with housing, through rental or whatever it is, you have cash flow going back. So why is that not possible?
I think that's a great question, and I will augment it with a related question, which is, and if you look at Hong Kong, if you look at Singapore, when the public sector invests in new transit systems that make land more valuable, they get something back from the people who own that land. They capture some of the value that they create, and they invest it in housing and community services. So the provincial government could be using some of that money to build housing, and they could also use some of the power that they have when they create value to make sure that some of that value goes to the public.
Okay.
Councillor
Sorry to
Court,
put you on the spot.
inclusionary zoning. Just imagine, in one of the subway stations, we're able to build some dense buildings and 30% of them affordable. But
All we need is approval of
And
some
you know, this,
PMTSAs,
Sean,
and we'd be there.
Sean, I just want to mention one thing. The only housing that's on the Eglinton Crosstown is at the Oakwood Station. We got a 16-story condo built on top of that station. It's the only, along the Eglinton line, there's nothing over any of the stations.
I know.
The air rights there could have brought in billions.
We've had that.
Well,
So anyways,
it
sorry.
can still happen.
Having it again.
It can still happen. We'll do this, okay? Yes, we need to do this.
Thank you.
We are at a lunch break. See what you cost, Sean Maher.
Wherever I go.
You got Deputy Mayor Cole all excited, which is good. Thank you. We'll see everybody back here after lunch. Can folks take their seat? We now have quorum. We're back to the speaking list. Philip Dufresne from House Link and Mainstay Community Housing, and the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network. You have 5 minutes. Rick, come and have a seat. Yes, grab some candies while you're at it.
On? Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. My name's Philip Dufresne, and I used to live on the street, and I'd like to talk a bit about the need for more supportive housing. I have now lived in supportive housing at HouseLink and Mainstay Community Housing for the past 31 years, and I wouldn't be alive today without it. I was evicted from my apartment in 1988 and ended up on the street because I had trouble finding steady work. And living on the street changed my entire outlook on life. I began to realize that no human being should ever have to experience poverty and homelessness. And it wasn't enough for me just to get housing. I had to find a way to change the system because it was broken. I never really fit into it that well. Nobody ever thinks that they will end up on the street, but it could happen to anybody because there's a lot of things that happen in your life that you have no control over. And without a place to live, you can't do anything with your life. You can't go to school or work. You can't raise a family. You can't take proper care of your health. You also become very isolated. So your social and your employment skills don't develop properly. After living on the street for a year, and then a single room in a house for 2 years, my hostel outreach worker helped me get into supportive housing at HouseLink and Mainstay Community Housing. That's when my life began to turn around. Not only has it given me decent, affordable housing and support services, it also gave me an opportunity to develop skills that I never had a chance to use before. And I've been a member of the HouseLink and Mainstay board since 2021, and a member of the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network since 2015. And the Supportive Housing Network is the largest network of supportive housing organizations and affiliated members in the country, representing over 35 organizations and 5,500 units of supportive housing. The network shares a common desire to improve both the availability and the quality of supportive housing options for Torontonians living with serious mental health and addiction challenges. I was also the board chair for HouseLink Community Homes when it amalgamated with Mainstay Housing, and worked on the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association Board, the Fred Victor Board, and various committees fighting poverty and homelessness. These volunteer groups helped me to develop confidence in myself and gave me a chance to help out other people as well as myself. I also enjoy the volunteer work that I do, and I never felt that way about any paid job that I ever had. The year that I spent on the street was the worst year of my life, but it was probably the best thing that ever happened to me because it gave my life more meaning. I didn't know what to do with my life before then. When you've lived on the street like me, getting a place to live is a miracle because you think you'll never have a place to live again. And I would not be alive today without supportive housing, so thanks to HouseLink and Mainstay Community Housing. And I'd just like to add one more thing to my deputation with data from the Access Point waiting list. The current waiting list for mental health and addiction supportive housing is 26,478, and it's growing every month. And out of that number, 2,300 are homeless, and almost half of them are at risk of becoming homeless, and a median wait time of 5 to 10 plus years before they are housed. Toronto City Council created a 10-year plan to create 18,000 units of supportive housing from 2020 to 2030. And with the increasing population of Toronto and the increasing poverty and homelessness rate, 18,000 units of supportive housing over 10 years will not be good enough. We will need a lot more than that. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come
All right.
tell your story, and thank you for contributing and
Okay.
volunteering and
Well,
giving
thanks
us a sense of hope that you can turn your life around if there's decent housing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, bye.
Any question? I'm wondering, how long did you have to wait before you got into really good housing, supportive housing?
Let's see.
Certainly
Actually,
not.
I didn't even know I was on the waiting list, but I spent a year on the street and then 2 years in a single room in a house, so I'd say probably 3 years. But that was a long time ago. The waiting list is a lot longer now. So yeah, that must have been about 30 years or so ago. Yeah. Over 30 years ago, 35, yeah.
Now it's 5 to 10 years. That's
Right,
a
yeah,
long
so
time.
it's increasing. And while the population in Toronto is increasing too, so, you know, that doesn't help any.
Yeah. Councillor Fletcher?
Nice to see you, Philip, and I have quite a number of mainstay and HouseLink
Thank you.
locations in my area.
Right.
Just tell us what were the most important supports when you came into HouseLink? What were the supports that you valued the most in coming off the street that were so important to your success?
I started doing volunteer work and I enjoyed doing that, so that helped me a lot. And the housing, we have a lot of programs too, like a community kitchen people can get involved in. Some of the tenants, they can join the board. There's other committee works, social rec activities. So people need things to do with their life. A lot of people, when they get into HouseLink or other supportive housing organizations, they're very isolated and they don't have anything to do. So they need things to help them socialize. And getting involved in these things helped give me a lot of confidence too. I didn't have much confidence in my life before then.
Well, you have now, and here you are speaking to us, so
Yeah,
thank you so
okay.
much.
All right, thanks.
Victor Views from Park. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you. In fact, Philip quite rightly took a fair amount of my thunder with his piece, which is great. I want to thank Mayor-elect and the council and the executive committee for your consideration of this report, but also of what it is going to do. And in fact, I think what's really important about this is I'm wearing my Toronto Disaster Relief Committee sweatshirt, so ghosts of advocacy past. And it's nice, you know, I can grab some candy, and thank you for that. But the piece that I think is really important about this is it has been a generation, and we've got some work to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about, and I also want a huge shout out to Abby Bond and Valessa Feria, who have, I mean, we've been working with the Housing Secretariat. Gord knows that there's some great work being done in his ward in the south of Parkdale, the social medicine housing, et cetera. I think there are some written submissions that talk about that. So Park is a member of the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network, a collaboration, as Phil talked about, of over 35 housing providers, including system coordination by the access point. And as Phil talked about, the most recent wait list update identifies 26,478 uniquely identified individuals waiting for supportive housing. 1,300 are currently homeless, 2,900 are over 65, and the median wait time, as you heard, is somewhere between 1886 days and 39 days, so between 5 and 10 years. And this is for people who have mental health and trauma backgrounds who desperately need to be in an appropriately and decent place to live. So a generation ago, I witnessed a newly elected provincial government cancel 300 social housing projects and close all the halfway houses in the province in the name of common sense. As someone who has been working in community-based organizations for almost 40 years, and the title of this report is encouraging and the recommendations long overdue, and they make a lot of sense. So in the 70s, a group of volunteers saw many adults living 5 to a bedroom in boarding and rooming houses on the streets of Parkdale. The idea of Park was born and incorporated in 1977, and the doors of our drop-in opened in early 1980. So for the past 24 years, though, the Parkdale Activity Recreation Centre has been developing supportive housing for adults with mental health and addiction histories. In early 2000, a journalist named Adam Vaughn, you may remember, somebody named that, interviewed us about the 10 units, at that time, 10 units of supportive housing we were developing, thought to be the only social housing being developed in the province. So in 2011, Park opened Edmund Place, welcoming 33 tenants into 29 units of supportive housing. And at that time, the average wait time for a unit was about 2.5 to 3 years. And it was about 11,000 individuals. In 2014, the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust was started. In May of 2019, Park became the operator and long-term lease of the Land Trust's first residential property. And by this time, the wait list for supportive housing was over 4 years for 20,000 people. It's climbed considerably since then. So in 2019, the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network, along with the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, started to develop a supportive housing growth plan. The plan calls for 1,800 units of permanent supportive housing to be developed annually for 10 years. And as Philip said, it is probably inadequate, but we want to be able to meet those targets. So this brings me to a site in Parkdale, and Gord, you know the site very well. You worked really hard to get it. Attachment 2 of the report lists 11 Brock on table 1, a list of high priority sites. In February of 2017, the Acquisitions Committee of the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust convened a community visioning workshop for 11 Brock, with over 100 residents as well as not-for-profit organizations. Thematically, the session identified that this was a unique site and opportunity for social housing, and therefore the development should maximize the ability to provide affordable housing by covering most of the lot and developing beyond the height of 4 stories and 40 units. Now, back then, it was a bit contentious. I think today, when we understand the need, maybe it will be less so, and Gord, I know that that'll be a bit of a debate that we'll have about how that works. But I want to strongly urge the Executive and Planning and Housing Committee to review this site so that it can yield much more affordable housing and investment for this and future generations. I've also added in my submission the numbers that Philip talked about to give you an understanding of just how dire it is for people who are on the supportive housing wait list. So thank you so much for your time.
Wow, yes, in our backyard. This is great.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Yes, I do have something. I have a hat, the Toronto Disaster Relief Fund.
I didn't get the hat, but I got the sweatshirt.
You got this sweatshirt. The 1% solution. I have a lot of buttons like that too. I still have them.
Just, Madam Chair,
Yes.
just a quick comment that the city was successful in approving, it's under construction, the largest supportive housing project in Canada. It's underway on Elmridge Drive in Toronto, 116 units, affordable housing, 19-story building, supportive housing with the RENA Foundation. So there is some good news on supportive housing. Not enough, but at least there's some news.
And they're part of the Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network.
Mr. Mukherjee? No, good time. Catherine Wilkinson.
I'm here-
Oh, there you
I'm here
are.
virtually.
Okay, hi.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Mayor Chow. How are you? Sorry I couldn't be there with you today. I have to be here and fetch my child from school shortly. It's an interesting experience being online here. I see Councillor Morley is the only other face I see, and sort of watching her reactions to Philip Dufresne's deputation. And I have to say it's an honor for me to get to work with Philip regularly. And my reactions were quite similar to Councillor Morley's, where when he speaks, you just it's just so impactful and moving. So thank you very much for your consideration today and for letting me join virtually. My name is Gautam Mukherjee. Excuse me. I'm the Executive Director of HouseLink and Mainstay Community Housing, as you heard from Philip. with a portfolio of over nearly 60 properties across the city and 1,400 units, we are Toronto's largest nonprofit affordable housing organization. We're also the largest provider of supportive housing for people with mental health challenges in Ontario and likely in the country. I want to start by wholeheartedly and unequivocally commending the Deputy City Manager, Development and Growth Services, the Executive Director of the Secretariat, and the Director of Housing Strategy and Policy for this report on achieving a much needed and urgent generational transformation of our housing system. And I urge you, all of you, to adopt this report with the urgency it deserves. By being here today, I also want to emphasize the need for a stronger nonprofit housing sector in Toronto. We need to be a key player in addressing our current challenges. For your context, over the past 6 years, HouseLink and Mainstay has been working hard to expand our own portfolio, and we're making great progress. For example, redevelopment proposed at Greenwood and Danforth in Councillor Fletcher's ward. It's named in the implementation plan in the report as one of the early actions. And this project will increase the number of units at this site by 72. I'd like to take this moment to thank Councillor Fletcher for her leadership and support with this development. We're also developing on land that we purchased in the land market at 140 the Queensway in Councillor Morley's ward. Hi, Councillor Morley. There we will be building 38 new supportive housing units targeted to low-income seniors with a high degree of accessibility. Again, we greatly appreciate your support, Councillor Morley, at every step of the way. Finally, we've acquired a 22-unit building through the assistance of the city's multi-unit residential acquisition fund, and that's in Councillor Matlow's ward. With our development efforts, our main priority is to create a new kind of community in Toronto. There's precedent in other places, but we don't have what we're trying to do here in our city. We're seeking to create communities with a minimum of 100 units, so at scale, and that provide homes to a mix of people that include those who require access to supports and those who don't. While we deeply understand and value the importance of dedicated supportive housing, we also recognize that many of our tenants and would-be tenants, the folks on the waiting list that we've just been talking about, can find these settings stigmatizing and isolating. Therefore, we are seeking instead to create mixed income communities to advance our vision, which is that everyone has a home in a welcoming and supportive community. Our work also aligns with our mission, which is to advance equity, inclusion, and the well-being of people who have mental health challenges through affordable and secure housing, services, and leadership in the sector. We've also made excellent progress toward creating inclusive housing at scale with our acquisition of a site in the West Hill neighborhood in Scarborough in Councillor Ainsley's ward, where we will deliver between 160 and 250 total units by 2029. We will be seeking our rezoning, our land use permissions for this site in 2024, and we really hope to work more closely with Councillor Ainsley's office on this in the coming months. For me personally, I approach the need for generational transformation from my personal and professional experience. On a personal level, I was born in the city and I've lived here my whole life. My parents came to Canada as students, were able to rent a modest apartment with modest income, and then moved to a co-op when it opened in 1979, and that's where I spent many of my formative years. Our access to affordable housing was instrumental in my family's security, settlement in Toronto, and ability to contribute to our society. Unfortunately, this experience has become rare in Toronto. Our housing system has not been working for more than 2.5 decades, and we're seeing the impact of inadequate assistance every day in premature mortality, homelessness, poor health that comes with long-term poverty. If I could just have one more minute, Councillor, I'm almost done. Among the many signs of the growing crisis. We're also seeing the impact of the downloading of social housing to the municipalities and the lack of growth in RGI over the same period. And today we're seeing people across the spectrum being priced out due to lack of supply overall. The thing I want to focus on is that our city hasn't had a vibrant nonprofit sector that could continue to develop rental housing through the shift from social housing in the late 90s into market-based programs from the 2000s and into today. Nonprofits and co-ops offer stable and long-term affordable rent levels, more stable than the private sector, and we're better positioned to acquire land and advance projects through political and funding cycles than the public housing sector. We're at 1,400 units and we're the largest, and we're still too small. I urge you to set a target that the nonprofit sector end up with a 25% share of the overall rental stock in Toronto and prioritize actions in this generational transformation that will help us get to this goal. To conclude, I unequivocally support the report. I urge Council to prioritize growth of land and assets owned, not just operated by the sector, as the report's recommendations are implemented.
Thank you.
The generational transformation has already occurred, and now another one is overdue. We stand ready to work with you. I thank you for your time, and sorry for going long.
Okay. Thank you for that encouragement. And we sure will be working with you. Thank you. Catherine Wilkinson. Catherine Wilkinson, are you here? No? Come back to you. Online? Are you online?
I am.
Okay, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, hang on.
Yes, go for it. Go ahead and speak. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if you have my video, and I don't see it
Yes,
here, so.
don't worry, we see you. Please start.
Fabulous. Okay.
Okay.
All right,
5
so
minutes.
I actually want to start, sorry?
You have 5 minutes. Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there you are.
Okay. All righty. Good afternoon. I wanted to start by actually congratulating you, Mayor Chow, on the accomplishments you have made in your first 100+ days now at City Hall. And I also wanted to say that it's great to see some of the changes in membership on the city committees, where you have welcomed new councillors and recognized the institutional knowledge of the longer-standing councillors as well, while ensuring equity and diversity that really best reflects our city population. So well done on that. And the other thing I wanted to comment on is you have honored your commitment to ensure a more inclusive approach by including community stakeholder voices in decision making. So I am pleased that other levels of government are now on the same page as the city and recognize affordable housing is a priority and acknowledging it requires their collaboration to actually get it done. And I support establishing a Toronto Housing Affordability Fund. This is a bold and ambitious undertaking, but I do think it's well worth exploring. We cannot let history repeat itself. Some of you may recall a previous administration proposed the sale of all standalone homes in the Toronto Community Housing portfolio. The tenants living in those homes found out their homes were for sale through the media. Fortunately, know that this proposal did not pass, and we were able to source alternative housing providers to keep this stock in perpetuity. As we narrow down the list of potential housing sites, for those that end up being approved on existing Toronto Community Housing sites, please don't let tenants be the last to know. Please ensure there is a robust and timely communications plan from the city tailored to tenants living on these sites. And wherever possible, consider the creation of employment opportunities for Toronto Community Housing youth and build this requirement into contract agreements. We know there will be pushback where new development is added in close proximity or onto existing properties. And while some elected officials and residents may oppose housing development in their area, we must stay the course. Consider bylaw changes to hours of construction. I live close to a newly built privately owned apartment building where they start at about 7 in the morning or 7:30 and sometimes continued well into the evening and on weekends. We know construction is incredibly loud and disruptive. And for seniors and children, this can be very frightening. Educate nearby residents on what they can expect when building new affordable housing in their neighborhood. As we continue to fine-tune this housing strategy, pivot when necessary, and build more affordable housing for generations to come, we just may, at some point, begin to close the housing gap. I support the creation of a new community housing sector strategy. And while we are focused on building for the future, at the same time, the city must maintain the existing social housing stock to maximize its use for future generations. Be prepared to adjust operating budgets when adding new units to ensure housing providers continue to provide the same level of service to all tenants. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to share feedback on this exciting transformation of Toronto housing system.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, Catherine. No question?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and thank you, Catherine, for being here. You're a longtime tenant director at Toronto Community Housing, and I believe I heard you say that you're in favor of, we'll call it densifying some of the properties, or looking for properties where it's possible to add more housing that Toronto Community Housing owns, but you want to make sure there's no surprises with that, so tenants don't wake up and find out about that. It's correct? Did I hear that right?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher, that's exactly my point. Make sure they're not the last to know.
So it's not a revitalization where place is being knocked down, it's adding other housing on the site. So I think that's a pretty important point, and thank you for bringing it up today.
Thank you.
She agreed. Marilyn Monsethret. Marilyn, are you here? Come on up. Montserrat, QP, sorry, United HRE. There you are.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marilyn Montserrat. I work at the Hampton Inn as a laundry and kitchen attendant. I am a member of Untitled Local 75, the Union for Hotel and Hospitality Workers in the Greater Toronto Area. Over the last 2 decades, hospitality workers like myself have made great strides to gain decent wages and a sense of respect and dignity. However, these gains are under constant threat and are being wiped by factors such as cost of living and lack of adequate and affordable housing factors, which greatly affect workers' quality of life. Toronto's rent rose by 16% year-over-year increase from May 2021 to May 2022. I worry that my kids may never be able to own their home in this city. The soaring housing cost in this city has reached a tipping point, so this renewed direction is positive. As positive news and an ambitious plan at that. I am here to speak to you about one particular part of this staff report. Housing co-op as a means to affordable housing. I am sure you all know about this success story, but in the context of today's discussion is bear repeating again. And this story is of the local 75 housing co-op at 60 Richmond Street East. All thanks to the visionary leadership of late Councillor Pam McConnell. This co-op was conceived as an innovative solution to house rent geared to income tenants that required relocation due to the Regent Park redevelopment and support hospitality workers. 60 Richmond Street is an 85-unit building which opened in 2010, was the first new housing co-op to be built in Toronto in almost 20 years. The collaboration under the leadership of the late Councillor Pam McConnell involved the city, which owned the land and leased it to Toronto Community Housing Corporation for 50 years. TCHC formed a partnership with Local 75 and the Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto. One of the sources of funding was a grant under the Affordable Housing Project. While I don't live in the co-op, I know someone from my coworkers who lives there. This partnership serves as a prime model to increase the supply of affordable housing in the city, where workers are being priced out every single day, including allowing workers who work in downtown hotels and restaurants the ability to simply walk to their workplaces. Not to mention, the building has won many awards. Back before COVID, the ground floor of the building was also occupied by a training restaurant with hands-on training for workers who wants to work in the hospitality industry. The training center has taken a different shape now. The report by Toronto Region Board of Trade and Wood Green mentioned by staff underscores the importance of workforce housing and lays bare the impact of the crisis for workers. But we know the city can solve this on its own. Both the provincial and federal government must come to the table to help solve this crisis. Back in the day, 10% of all new housing was not for profit and co-op housing. The development of the new community housing sector strategy should take into consideration the uniqueness of the 60 Richmond project in assessing if can be replicated for workers in other industries in our city. We strongly support the building of new affordable housing for working families and those facing chronic underhousing, and we look forward to working with City Council and all orders of government to achieve this goal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mark Richardson, thank you.
Yeah.
Mark, I see you here. Okay. Go for it.
Okay, good afternoon, councillors. I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with Housing Now TO. Here to just provide a little bit of additional context for you to the staff report. I have 20 slides in 5 minutes, so let's see what the over-under is on me getting through them all. So simple chart here for you. We're taking the John Tory plan in the blue. We're adding the new Olivia Chow plan of the additional 25,000 units, including 2,500 rent geared to income units into the mix. You're targeting to create 65,000 new city-led housing units by December 31st of 2030. That's only 7.5 years away from today. When we're talking about types of affordable housing in the City of Toronto, your average income level in the City of Toronto from the 2021 census is about $84,000 a year, but you end up having to provide subsidies to people who are much further below that level, and now we're actually starting to do subsidies with Habitat for organizations and households that are up to $120,000 a year. We work with the UBC Housing Assessment Resource Tools. It's a free open data, open government tool that's very useful. In the 2021 census, they identified that there were 210,000 missing apartment units that rent for below $1,700 a month. So creating 65,000 units is great. It's still about 1/3 of what the demand is based on your 2021 census. The social housing, rent geared to income, people throw the numbers around a lot. From the TCHC report last year, the average RGI household earns about $16,500 a year. The average rent they pay is $405, $110 a month. That's a big gap to fill. That's like 50 cents a square foot in rent. Anybody who's in the construction world or the rental world will tell you you can't build a unit for that. You can't maintain a unit for that. If you're going to create a lot of RGI units, which we support, somebody's going to have to pull up the money truck. So let's talk about the public builder pilot. We're really excited about this because there's a bunch of sites. The city describes them, the staff describe them as housing ready sites. We would say that only 2 of the sites in the 5 are actually housing ready. Those are the large sites that have already been through the Housing Now program. Both 405 Sherbourne and 150 Queens Wharf have already been through the rezoning process with the city. The small sites at the bottom, which are Greenpeace sites and an LCBO site in Councillor Perk's ward, have not been through the rezoning process yet. I don't know how we get through the rezoning process without a minister's zoning order. So the top 2 sites have about 260, 270 units apiece. The other sites below, we're going to assume, have about 100 units per site, so that your target by the end of 2026, if you're serious about this, is that you should have a minimum affordable rental housing unit delivery target of 849 units across these sites, and that's by the end of 2026. If you can't do that number in 3 years, there's no way you're getting to your bigger number by 2030. So where are they? Luckily, they're all downtown. They're close to City Hall, they're close to Metro Hall, they're with councillors who can keep an eye on them, and it's in Parkdale, Spadina, Fort York, University Rosedale, and Toronto Centre. I think councillors that we've all taken on tours as part of various campaigns. If we've missed you, we're happy to take you on a tour. This is where they fit on a satellite map. Quick tour through the sites. So 405 Sherbourne, big parking lot, big dumb city parking lot across from the Phoenix Concert Hall, downtown, absolute waste, lazy land. We fought for a while. We managed to get it up to, I think, 25 stories was the last number we saw in 2021. 266 units with 50% of them as affordable housing. Very constrained site, so we're going to have to do some creative building there in order to deliver at speed and at scale. Queens Wharf is a long and sordid story over a decade of trying to get this site built. Joe Cressy got with this in the last couple of months of his time as councillor. It's now coming in at 25 stories, 280 units, and that's the councillor's example of adding more height and density to generate more units. The Dundas and Ossington site is a project that we did with one of our TMU students groups a couple of years ago, where we took on the angular plane and a lot of the urban design guidelines in order to generate affordable housing. We've been talking about housing on that site since 1998. So can we maybe do something with it faster and better and smarter? Last week, that site was at the Building for Belonging, the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association conference. This is your own staff's slide from that conference. Flexible approach to built form, boxier is better. Can somebody tell the people in urban design that, please? Prefabrication, let's go as quick as we can through prefab, modular housing, mass timber, panelized. We need to make these kits and make them move quicker. The Brock parking lot, we've been talking about as an LCBO site since at least 2016, and we're still, last time I heard it was like 4 stories and 40 units. It's 10 stories and 100 units, or it's not happening. So let's move along with that. And Mayor Chow, since you live in Kensington Market or near Kensington Market, I believe, this parking lot on Bellevue, we've been talking about it for a long time. We've done a mass timber passive house design for that with the folks from Kearns Mancini. This was 2021 numbers, it was about 90 units, but somebody has to say that it's okay to build a 10 to 12 story building in the middle of Kensington Market on a city parking lot. And if we can't do that, then we're not going to reach these targets. 65,000 apartments, $36 billion from your staff report this morning. Add a boy, add a girl, add a they, add a he, add a she, add a everybody to the folks who worked on this staff report. It's fantastic. $36 billion, 65,000 apartments, an average cost of $550,000 an apartment. That is the real number. When they built that co-op housing building that the lady was speaking about just before me, it was about $210,000. The longer you wait, the more expensive the units get. Time is money, time is units. Councillor Carroll, since you're on the chair of the budget committee, $36 billion, we need to get everybody aligned. Okay, there we go.
Councillor Carroll is extending his time. All right, how are you wrapping up?
That's it.
Okay, all right, that's it. All right.
You can't, but I can ask you questions.
But you have your question. Go for it.
So, Mark, thank you. Everyone needs a copy of that. Do we have to leave now, or is somebody?
Just
somebody's backing up the money truck. That's the money truck.
Yeah, that's the money truck arriving for our GI units.
Thankfully.
Here it goes.
We're doing it.
You talk about two of them being more ready than the other of the 5 sites.
Correct.
So are you saying, we talk about, let's take all 5 sites and let's move to this stage and this stage. Are you saying if one gets out in front and it's ready to go now, make it more dense and do more units out of the ones you can do?
No, because I think you're going to need to have a plan for tower options and lower than tower options. So those tower sites at Sherbourne, I can go back on the slides here somewhere, the sites on Sherbourne and Queen's Wharf, they're appropriate for a tower.
Yeah.
That parking lot makes sense for a tower, same at Queen's Wharf. The other sites are, they're smaller locations. So staff have already been talking about 10 to 12-story passive house boxes. The most important thing on those smaller sites is that you create a kit that you can reproduce over and over and over again on all of these green P parking lots, LCBO parking lots, whatever parcels you have. It has to stop being boutique, artisanal, snowflake, handcrafted, affordable housing projects. We need to get back into mass production of affordable housing.
So, very compelling presentation. We're taking advice from you. But if you go looking, who are councillors exposed to? If we're looking for, will this work? Sometimes the easiest go-to is to ask a developer. We all interact with private developers all the time. Will they tell us the things you're telling us, or are they a little bit conflicted?
Sure they will.
Depends on who the developer is. There are some very good developers. There are some not so very good developers, but none of this is rocket science. We're people who do this stuff off the side of our desks. Your staff at Create TO and the Housing Secretariat understand some of this math. They're just not as free to be as frank as we are with you about it. And at this point, we can't mess around. We have to talk real numbers. We have to tell the neighbors, like, we can't waste our time talking about a 15 or an 18-story building when it needs to be 26.
I guess conflicted is the wrong word. Their advice has to be filtered through their board of directors. So if they're all saying you guys should not even start because you can't do this, that's coming from some different place.
And because we haven't built affordable housing for 30 years in Toronto, we have lost some of that muscle memory, both in the not-for-profit sector and within our various levels of government. We've lost people in the last year. Nancy Singer from Kahila, who knew how to do this stuff. Nancy passed away. John from Mainstay passed away a year ago. And that knowledge is poof, gone. We're doing what we can with the U of T and TMU students to try to re-enable that, to give them some context. But there's a huge gap, but none of this is rocket science. You should be able to do these numbers by yourself via TCHC, but I would encourage the staff to put the numbers out in public. The problem has been with Create TO, because you've been going out to bids. You've been sort of putting the numbers behind a wall, and those numbers need to be publicly discussed so people understand it is $500,000 for an affordable housing unit now.
Right, so we can be more public when it's our project. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the research.
Councillor Perks, question.
I'm going to, but I couldn't resist.
Oh, go for it.
If you accepted that 11 Brock doesn't need a rezoning, would you amend your list to say there are 3 that are ready to go?
If you can tell me what it's going to cost per door for a 40-unit, 4-story building, and you can also tell me that a minister's zoning order to turn into a 10-story building would be coming along quickly. Time is money, time is units, you only get one chance to do it. Or if you build it as a 4-story building, but you build it with enough reinforcement, we can add 6 stories onto it later, deal, done.
Okay, go for it. That's the way it goes. I have a question. 30% RGI had been a long tradition. At this time, perhaps the percentage have to go up in order for it to be slightly.
It all depends on how you're defining RGI. If you're talking
growth on
RGI
net,
at that TCHC level of income, that's a huge subsidy. Every unit needs a huge perpetual index to inflation subsidy for ever.
But it depends
and ever
on the person's income.
Correct, but
Right,
that's why that earlier chart that we have
Do you
breaks
think it
out.
needs to be, the percentage perhaps should be 35 or 40%?
I care less about percentages than units generated. So this chart is showing you, we have people who can, there's 13,000 people or households that need an apartment right now in the 2021 census that rents for $425 a month. You got 127,000 who need it to rent for about $1,000 a month, and you've got almost 70,000 who need it to rent for about $1,700 a month. We're happy to run these as often as you want with Heart. This is a free tool, it's online, you can run them yourself. Maybe you use those ratios to define what kinds of affordability you want to target.
Thank you. I think our staff is listening very attentively. Any other questions, folks? Thank you for doing that research and the presentations, really
No problem, and if
helpful.
anybody on staff, anybody on council wants a tour, we're doing a bunch of them for the Scarborough Southwest candidates in the by-election at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Malley from Toronto Indigenous Land Trust. Are you here? Not here yet. Albert Berdineski, BCC Modular System. Here he is. Albert is Peter Martin, and then Melissa Goldstein. We are ready when you are.
Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Albert Bendersky. I'm a licensed architect. I'm VP of Design and Engineering for Back Modular System. So earlier, before lunch, one of the members of the council asked about new technologies. What are the new construction technologies that could help to resolve housing crisis? So I'm here to present one of those technologies. I believe it's the most advanced, it's the most cutting edge technology, which is called volumetric modular. I have only 5 minutes to explain what it is, but it's not that complicated. Again, I represent Back Modular. We're leaders in volumetric modular design and construction technology. We're a proud Canadian company with design studio in Toronto and large manufacturing facility in Ancaster, where we manufacture homes. So what is volumetric modular? Volumetric modular is probably the most sustainable, the most efficient, and the most advanced MMC, modern method of construction. To simplify it, it's when you prefabricate units in the manufacturing facility. We create three-dimensional, fully finished homes. You can see on the right side, structural steel skeleton. and then we finish units completely in the manufacturing facility. Plumbing, electrical system, mechanical, lighting, floors, everything is finished off-site, and then we quickly transport units on site, and you can see we assemble them and forming multi-story, multi-unit buildings. This is how we do it in the real manufacturing facility. In Ancaster, it starts from small two-dimensional members, then we build the structural skeleton, and at the last row, you can see fully finished unit. Well, except of course for the glass tables. We don't send them to the construction site. When modules are delivered, we call those units modules. When they are delivered on site, again, we stack them together horizontally, vertically. This is one of our projects in Chatham. It took us about 2 weeks to combine the entire building. So the main proposition, the main advantage here is the construction time. On average, mid-rise building would take probably 30 to 50% faster to build than in a regular on-site construction settings. Now, it's not just time. Obviously, time are also translated into costs, but it's also sustainability. Actually, I don't know if you know, but construction activities, on-site construction activities are accounting for 28% of the total CO2 emissions in the world. And obviously, by saving construction time, we making construction industry more sustainable. To summarize, to resolve housing crisis, we need to mass produce top quality buildings in the most sustainable, time and cost efficient way. So volumetric modular does exactly that. We are manufacturing homes the same way we manufacture cars, ships, planes, computers. And that would be a perfect solution for resolving affordability crisis. Let me show you a few examples how they do it around the world. These two mid-rise buildings are affordable housing from the United States, from Seattle and LA, 50 to 80 affordable units, really tight urban settings. 44-story high twin tower in the UK, modular construction, 550 rental units built within 32 months, 40% more sustainable as per HTA Architects data. Amazing project, record times, perfect solution for affordable housing. This is the tallest modular building in Europe, affordable housing, almost 1,000 units. The same area near train station, again, very dense urban area. That's how they do it in the United Kingdom. We hope we can do it in Toronto. We were asked to analyze 26-story high building in downtown Toronto. Actually, I've seen Mark refer to that building 10 minutes before. We analyzed it.
Time's up.
We analyzed it. It works. So to summarize it, modular is a fantastic solution for rapid housing. It's sustainable, efficient, and beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time. Yes, Anthony. Sorry, Councillor Bruzza.
Just really quickly. So what does that start at per square foot? And where do you top off at?
So this question is very generic. It's like asking how much is the car. I might say $100,000.
What I'm saying, base model, so what does it start off per square foot?
Right.
Just construction, construction
modular
and
cost.
assembly, yeah, exactly.
Design and
Forget land, forget all the other, forget the soft costs, forget development, forget all of those things.
Right.
The actual.
It would be probably between $180 to $240 per square foot, design and manufacturing.
Okay, and so 180 to 240. And in terms of how you assemble it, those are welds, that's steel welded together?
So we
corner?
have a special connections, that's the entire signs, I can like. talk
So
for a long
no
time,
beams,
but
there's no I-beams going up?
There are no
There's no
I-beams.
structural steel? And
Nothing.
the assembly goes in the steel? These are units that are welded together?
They're stacked together.
Stacked or welded?
They're
fit
not
onto each
welded.
other?
There are special connections. We'll literally stack them on top of each other. And then there are special plates that we can bolt, we can weld, but usually we avoid welding.
And in terms of like height, when you, as you climb in the building, does that change the, I would assume it changed the cost and it changed the structure because the lower units would need to be reinforced, correct? As the weight piles on, so what's the per square foot variations in that?
So first of all, since it's manufacturing process, more units you have, cheaper it gets. So for projects like that, if you take an absolute value, it might be more than $240 per square foot. But if you are considering that there is probably 2,000 modules here, then the average price will be cheaper. So if you come with a small.
So on the typical, when you do the typical, when you build the actual unit, correct?
Yes.
So you build your form and that brings down the cost because now you're producing more of them, right?
That's right.
Okay, but in terms of the sort of the structural elements, in terms of how the building goes up, the higher the building goes, the more money goes into the units lower below.
Not
because
necessarily.
Of the weights, no?
It averages because again, we have very complex engineering. So yes, the lower units perhaps for buildings like that should be reinforced. But if we're talking about buildings up to 12-story high, even up to 15-story high.
And what's the tallest one you've ever? I'm thinking like wind resistance, right?
It's not a problem.
And what's the sway on something like that? What's the tallest you've built?
Right now, we're designing 15-story high building.
50?
15,
1.5.
In LA with the very high seismic loads. So seismic loads are way more important and complex than wind loads. The building is designed, and we actually were asked to redesign it with our system.
Hold on, seismic loads, okay, I got it. Soil shifting underneath, movement, earth shifting underneath, right?
Right.
I see, and that creates more stresses than wind, you're right.
We're also analyzing 17-story high building in Toronto. I believe that's much simpler than LA, again, due to the earthquake loads are much lower here.
Okay, so 15, and what's the tallest you have gone? Like, what's the tallest that you have gone with one of these structures? Or that you think you could go with one of these structures?
Well, we can easily, 12-story high, we can go easy. When we receive building which is project 12 up to 12-story high, we have no doubt whatsoever that the costs are not going to be impacted. Right now, we're analyzing this really large 15-story high building in LA. We're confident that we'll keep costs in check.
And in terms of form, I guess the form would be fairly variable because all you would be changing is the typical units that form the exterior of the building, right?
Yeah, the flexibility for design is there, but at the same time, and that's what we tell to developers, to city officials that are coming to us, come to us before project is designed. Okay. We cannot design that unique modular technology for buildings that were designed for traditional, let's say, cast-in-place concrete.
Last question.
5 minutes is up, sorry.
In terms of your mechanical connections.
How about if you just ask him on the side? We are at 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, is that all right?
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's
There's
interesting.
lots of good information.
No. He's brought an interesting concept before us.
It's exciting, right? Thank you so much for your time. Do continue the conversation if you want to, Councillor. Peter Martin, Housing Solutions Manager, the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. I just want to make sure we don't run out of time for one of the last two items. How are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Peter Martin. I'm the Housing Solutions Manager for the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. We're in a... How's it working now? Okay. So my name's Peter Martin. I'm the Housing Solutions Manager for the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. We're a community-based initiative that's working to eliminate homelessness in the City of Toronto. We are currently the non-Indigenous Community Advisory Board on Housing and Homelessness. We co-chair the Coordinated Access Subcommittee. And we're also a co-lead with SSHA and the Housing Secretariat on the Toronto Housing and Homelessness Service Planning Forum. And I know, Gord, you're very lonely on the Housing Rights Advisory Committee right now, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be there to join you there too. First off, we welcome the recommendation for deepening the collaborative relationship between our organization and the Housing Secretariat contained in the recommendations going before you and then Council. We think it's critical in the city to recognize not only the need for affordable housing in general, but the need for deepening our deeply affordable and supportive housing stock. The poorest people in the city are the ones who often need support the most in getting housing. We really admire and applaud the report from Abigail and Valessa. But one of the things that's very clear from reading the report is that we're running out of time to achieve the goals. Just to put it in perspective, with a 2 to 3 year wait between initial approval to construction, and then a similar 2 to 3 year delay between construction and actual occupancy of tall buildings. If you had a tall building plan that received initial approval today, you wouldn't be looking at people moving into that building until November of 2029. So we are running out of time to use developments of large properties with multiple units to achieve our goals. And as everyone here knows, it does not scale up in terms of using the resources of the city planning department when you're dealing with an application for a 30-unit building compared to a 300-unit building. It does not take 10 times as long. So we should be really getting the city to focus on those larger developments in the next couple of years if we're looking to achieve that plan. But I'd also like to point out that's an artificial deadline based on the housing action plans before you. We have to recognize, as many have, that this is a generational issue. We're going to be needing to find a process that's going to work on an ongoing basis moving forward. In terms of some of the specific recommendations, we applaud the concept of developing a land bank database of nonprofit land, including building density and currently occupied buildings. We encourage co-development projects between the city and nonprofits, and we also really encourage the city itself taking the lead as a public builder itself. Likewise, we are encouraging the city to look at innovative practices in terms of finding alternative funding sources. We have to look within our own backyard. And I applaud some of the suggestions looking at the private sector within Toronto for some solutions there. And one perhaps that's worked in other cities is a community investment bond program. That might be something to consider. Likewise, the concept of an annual report we think is a good idea, but because of the urgency of the situation, we think that should be a quarterly report to Council. And combined with that, we think there should be a dashboard that contains all the parameters we need, that's updated monthly, so that we have a day-to-day database that we can utilize to determine how far ahead or behind we are in meeting the objectives that we need to achieve on a monthly basis in order to achieve the final goals of the housing action plans. Likewise,
You can wrap up.
Sorry?
If you can wrap up.
Yeah, so the final thing is that we urge the committee to adopt the report for actions, that its immediate implementation is crucial to getting the city back on track. Thank you so much, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to accommodate them either now or after this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that good presentation.
Thank you.
We'll be working with you closely. Melissa Goldstein is on the internet, I believe. It's online. There she is.
You can see me?
Yeah, if you can lower your camera down, we can see your mouth even better. Or
there
you
it
sit
is.
up. There
I
you
see
go.
it. All right.
Great.
Sorry. So my name is Melissa Goldstein, and I'm an affordable housing and homelessness policy researcher and advocate. And while I appreciate this huge effort to put together a plan to build more affordable housing, because as we've heard today, it's so critically necessary, I think it's critical to point out that even if the city is able to secure this massive investment in funding in land from the province and feds, drastically improve the current situation where only 19% of affordable housing approvals actually break ground, and get all 65,000 units completed, the city will still be left with a net loss of roughly 81,000 rental units affordable to lower income people by 2034. That's about the same number of households currently on the subsidized housing wait list. Toronto lost 73,000 units with rents below $1,000 a month between 2016 and 2021 from the private market, an average of 14,600 units a year. If we continue to lose units affordable to lower income people from the private market at the same rate as we have for the past 5 years, we'll have lost 146,000 units affordable to lower income people by 2034. And while the staff report is correct in stating that as all orders of government focus on building new affordable homes, efforts must equally concentrate on protecting the existing supply of homes to ensure net growth of the affordable housing stock. The city is not actually putting this into practice. MURA, the city's one program to protect the existing supply of affordable private market housing, receives very little funding and support compared to initiatives to build new housing. We spend far more money on helping people buy themselves million-dollar homes than we do on this program. With such limited MURA funding and such high risk of the city not actually building these proposed 65,000 units, the future is looking incredibly grim. And this is why I continue to be very concerned that the city is only planning to add 240 additional spaces to the shelter system over the next 10 years. While the situation is bad, there are still a lot of things the city could do to make it a bit better, and I have a number of suggestions that don't cost anything and would help avoid much higher costs down the road. Buried on the second last page of the staff report, staff note that Section 453.1 of the City of Toronto Act allows the city to provide increased residential densities on sites with social or affordable housing that is owned or operated by a nonprofit organization. This is significant. The city has been working for years now to address the housing affordability crisis by working to increase the housing supply through its EHON initiative, which aims to increase allowable densities in low-density neighborhoods without any requirements that the additional housing built be affordable. This is a strategy that, as we've seen in Vancouver, is likely to worsen housing affordability and housing instability in the immediate and medium term by encouraging real estate speculation and the redevelopment of affordable rent-protected units, the eviction of their tenants, while increasing the supply of market rate units without any rent protections. It may also inflate land values by increasing the profit potential of individual properties. Meanwhile, for years, the city has had this tool in its tool belt to increase the supply of affordable housing exclusively, a tool that would not encourage real estate speculation or shrink the supply of rent-controlled rental housing or worsen housing affordability or displace tenants into an unaffordable rental market, and it has chosen not to use it. What's shocking to me is that staff have still not recommended that this tool be used, while continuing to uncritically press ahead with EHON, an easy model that Toronto, Massachusetts, where the city implemented an affordable housing zoning overlay that allows increased densities for affordable housing as of right without changing the base zoning of the land. We also need to be building these 65,000 units of new affordable housing in areas that are experiencing or at high risk of worsening housing affordability and tenant displacement to help stabilize rental rates and ensure that people are able to remain in their communities. To identify communities at high risk of housing unaffordability, an analysis has to be done of current housing market and demographic trends and the potential impact of city policies on housing affordability and tenant displacement. This kind of analysis is common in many American cities and is used to develop strategies to preserve housing affordability and prevent tenant displacement, especially in areas where new transit is being developed and equitable transit-oriented development is being pursued. But this kind of analysis and this kind of planning is not something that Toronto does. While Toronto staff reports are all required to include an equity impact statement, the statement is not actually an assessment of the impact the policy will have on equity in the city. As a result, Toronto is moving forward with plans to address our housing crisis that are actually likely to worsen housing affordability and increase tenant displacement instead, with no plans to prevent or mitigate these negative effects. I have 7 recommendations. 1, prioritize the preservation of existing housing affordability in all housing initiatives. 2, develop a plan to locate new affordable housing units in areas experiencing or at risk of experiencing high levels of rent escalation and tenant displacement. 3, create an affordable housing zoning overlay like Cambridge to make it easier, faster, and cheaper to build affordable housing and increase density without worsening affordability. 4, direct staff to consider shifting funding to non-market, limited shared equity home ownership models in their review of the city's affordable housing home ownership program to increase the city's permanent supply of affordable housing, rather than the current practice of limiting program benefits to a single home buyer. 5, disincentivize real estate speculation and
Sorry,
generate funds for
I
affordable
have
housing
to
preservation.
have you wrap up. Your 5 minutes is up. Those are great recommendations. And I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. 5 recommendations. Anyone with questions? No. Thank you. I think this is the last speaker. And question to staff. Yes, Deputy Mayor McAuliffe.
Thank you. So for this plan, you're proposing that the city is the builder at 5 sites, correct?
Through the chair, that's where we're proposing to start, yes.
Okay. And you'll be able to compare success with the current model
That's
going
correct.
forward?
Through the chair,
Okay.
that's correct.
Through that, you're proposing to have a mix, I'm just making sure I understand this, a mix of grants plus loans, correct?
Through the chair, yeah, that is the way most affordable housing gets built already. We've just been more explicit about the ratios between those in this report so that it's better understood for other levels of government exactly what we're asking for.
Okay, so on the loans, are we required to have a down payment? And is that down payment then have to be built into the capital plan?
Through the chair, that is the split between, as we've shown in some of the slides, the equity, the cash that is needed from all levels of government. So the $500 to $800 million is cash that goes along with the grant. And we've also anticipated at least 10% coming from proponents, be they nonprofits or co-ops.
So the down payments and all of that would be either the grant component or the component from the nonprofit not going against our capital plan?
Through the chair, there may well be a need for the city to look at our capital plan in future years in order to assess what we need to invest. This is a 3-level of government requirement, but what we're doing here today is laying out very broadly. This does not currently change any of our capital plan requirements.
Okay. How do we service the debt and what will be the cost of servicing the debt? Will that go into the capital plan or how will we work that out?
Through the chair, so the debt that we've talked about here today is different from the debt that you see in our capital plan. For example, this is debt which is taken on and paid back by the rents collected in each building. So it's differently funded, and so that is the process that each of these sites go through, where the revenue collected from each of the buildings, the mix of affordability you see, is what enables the debt to be paid back. So that could be our nonprofit partner, for example, who takes on that debt and repays that debt from the rents in the building.
Okay, that was my next question, was can we use the income from the rent to support the debt? Okay, so are we confident then that this doesn't put us over the debt ceiling in any way or affect our debt ceiling?
Through the chair, oh, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would depend on the structure. So essentially, if the city has any obligation on the debt, we would have to consider it within our debt envelope. But if the obligation resides within the third party, it wouldn't fall within that envelope.
Okay. One of the recommendations to the province is that we allow inclusionary zoning everywhere. Is that just giving us the ability, or does this de facto mean that we're allowing it everywhere?
Through the chair, I think this is it's kind of a principle that we're asking for. We're still awaiting the results of our PMTSA in many cases, but this would enable us to potentially go through a process to talk to community and talk to yourselves about what that could look like. I don't know if my colleagues in planning want to add anything here.
Through the chair, our request and has been that the province allow IZ citywide. We're still
Would we
waiting.
implement it citywide?
Yes.
So how through that process then, like we already have so many buildings that are having trouble getting financing or have gone under. We have all these sites where, you know, we've gone through the approvals and then they're just not building because they still can't make the margins meet. So how do we balance that and balance those two issues, the need to build with the inclusionary zoning that would be required and that additional capital all those buildings would require that they can't meet right now?
Through the chair, I think when the city brought our inclusionary housing policy forward, it was very carefully based on some economic assessments, some land assessments of what might be possible. I think what you're referring to is where the city has brought forward land and the projects that we have tried to develop perhaps have not been feasible due to changes in the economic environment. If there are sites adjacent to transit and at high-value locations across the city, an inclusionary housing policy is applied, the amount of affordable housing that would be requested would have to be in line with what is economically possible at each of those
Okay,
sites.
so that will be a consideration. Okay. And then I'm squeezing in the last one very quickly. You're asking for a time limit on purpose-built rental and going through development. Are you ready to meet those timelines if they give you it?
Through the chair, yes, we are.
Okay.
So, thank you. Councillor Peruzza, you had your hands up, and Councillor Cole? Councillor Malik?
Thank you. I just, Abby, I just want to better understand these numbers for a sec. So on one of the, I don't have the number to the page, I apologize for that, but on one of your charts here, you have 65,000 units, and the estimated cost is $33.4 to $36 billion. So if you divide the number of units into the money, would it be fair to say that each unit comes in at around $540,000?
Through the chair, yeah, between $550,000 and $600,000 per unit.
$550,000 and $600,000 per unit, perfect. So, and so at that level, what would be the sort of the per square foot cost? What's the per square foot construction cost number that you have as part of this? You know, no land, because you say later on in your report doesn't include land, doesn't include some of those other things. So like, what's the number you're using?
Through the chair, you may just have to give us a minute for that per square foot.
What is it, like about $1,000 a square foot?
I think it's less than that, but we can confirm.
840, 850? 750. I'm just, my calculator doesn't divide that high, that's why. And it just got E exponents, and I don't understand them so.
That's about $750 to $800 per square
Okay,
foot.
so construction costs in today's dollars, the number you're using is about, let's just round it out to about $800 a square foot. That's the number that you have in here, right?
Through the chair, as an estimate, yes, of what it costs to build an
So
average home.
just to pick up quickly on the question that Councillor McKelvey was asking in relation to that. So at $540,000 construction costs per unit, that's assuming that all of those other things are basically not part of that equation: land, soft costs associated with the development process, you know, taxes, and all of those other things aren't there. And just purely on the construction costs, just on at a modest interest amount, you'd need about $2,500 a month just to cover the interest costs alone. That's forget amortizing any of the capital costs related to that, right? Something like that. That's the number you're using, right?
Sorry, through the chair, Councillor, I'm not sure what your question is.
The question is, what does it take per month to carry a $540,000 debt on a unit? Okay, you know what, forget that one. I'm just trying to understand this, okay?
You want to give?
Because I'm
Oh,
trying to
here she is.
understand
Okay, answer the question.
how you retire, how you deal with you said capital, your capital that you're going to deal with through rents, but there's an inequity here, right? There's a deficit that accumulates somewhere that then somebody has to deal with, right?
So through the chair, Councillor, the report clearly outlines that of that 500, we'll call it 550,000 per unit, some of it will be equity, some of it will be financing. The financing that we've calculated is based on the rents that will be collected at a 65,000 unit level. So there's a market component to this, which will help subsidize to get us to the RGI level rents and the affordable rents.
Okay, I'll try to understand, I'll try to mine down and understand. I just like to understand things simply, right? Because, you know, like the other question I was asking this guy, how do you put them on top of each other, right? Okay, so I get that part. So these 65,000 units, it's roughly about 9,000 units a year. These would be units over and above what the market is producing currently, correct?
That's correct, Councillor. These homes would be homes that would be owned by the city and the nonprofit sector. The report highlights the need for us to increase the non-market units, which is those public and nonprofit.
No, but what I'm trying to understand is this. If the economy now, booming economy, over the last 10 years,
Councillor, your
been able to
time
build.
is up. It's 5 minutes.
But just, this is my last question. Has been able to, sure.
Go and ask them. Okay.
I'm just trying to understand it, that's all.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I just want to make sure everybody, there are some folks that needs to leave because of Halloween tonight, so I don't want to lose quorum. Yes, I'm getting on, I'm trying. Councillor Coe, you're next.
One of the presenters asked this question or mentioned that what they do in the States. If we have a housing proposal on a non-profitly owned site or a city-owned site, and we have certain planning pro forma requirements about, like the mayor smiled when she heard about the people and urban design there at the city. And so they want to build, let's say it'll be profitable or it'll break even if they can build higher density, okay? Instead of, because the urban design people say 10 stories with an angular plane. So why can't the planning department take into account the public good of building affordable housing and say, listen, for this to get built, we need affordable housing in the city, so let's give them the 15, 20 stories, forget the angular plane, and just build it 15, 20 stories. Why do we have to stick to these 19th century angular plane principles any longer here?
Something wrong with
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think there are two parts to answer that question, and I'll turn to my colleague from Urban Design for the second part. But I think the first point is essentially the Planning Act and Ontario's planning regime does not allow us to consider the affordability of units as part of an overall planning rationale. So the zoning has to be defensible on the basis of land use and on the basis of built form standards, and those should apply equally. And I can understand councillors' frustration if they wish to use zoning permissions to incentivize affordable housing. I think through any site-specific planning review, we can come to a conclusion to provide zoning rights that support the level of density and the built form that we want to see in an affordable housing project that our colleagues from the Housing Secretariat come forward. And we want to make sure that we've provided a good and solid planning rationale for that project so that it can advance securely with the support of all of its stakeholders. I think the second part of the question that I'll turn to urban design on is about the rationale and the importance of those urban design guidelines.
But I guess, what's wrong with us making that request? That affordable housing be included in the consideration in approving a development site where the province wants density near transit stations. They want to build, shovels in the ground everywhere, green belt everywhere. So why can't we make the request that we change the Planning Act to incentivize density where we're building some kind of affordability and density, even near transit stations?
Through the chair, I think that's one of the reasons why in this report we've made that request for inclusionary housing policy to be across the city, because that implementing that would enable us to build density and get affordable housing as part of those requirements. But we don't currently have the ability to do that. That's one of the reasons it's included here in this report as a request.
So dangerous.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perk, is that, can I get Councillor Carroll on that point, on the same point? Yeah?
No, I just wanted to be on the list of questions.
Oh, okay, all right. Deputy Mayor Malik, and then, did you want?
Councillor Sachs as well. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay, Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Yes, so, yes, question for staff. First of all, for Ms. Bond, this month Council in MM 1116 agreed that when we're being asked for rental demolition permits, we should be trying to increase the rental space provided. I take it you agree that we should do this if we can?
Through the chair, we're aware that council has given direction to staff to report back on this. So this is something underway, I think, and we can certainly, include any further considerations that you have in this regard and report back.
Right, and you drafted a motion to that effect, which Councillor Perks is going to make on my behalf.
Through the chair, yes, we did.
All right. Secondly, throughout the report, it refers to a housing site as 25 Bellevue. That's clearly an error. That's the address of the Kiever Synagogue, right? So you mean 35 Bellevue, the parking lot?
Through the chair, yes, Council, we would like to correct that address to 35 Bellevue.
Okay, and we'll also be doing that in the motion. Thirdly, there's no mention that I could see in your very extensive and impressive report to transform TO and our climate obligations. Can you confirm that all the new housing you're proposing will meet Toronto Green Standards version 4?
Through the chair, climate action is a key principle, and yes, we can confirm that we'll be meeting the City of Toronto's climate goals through developments on our land and also supporting our nonprofits to meet those goals as well.
And in particular, we'll keep gas out of these buildings?
Through the chair, I think that's an important part of our response around climate, is to make these buildings much more sustainable, yes.
All right, well, please double check and get back to me. Next, we've discussed sites such as 19 Spadina. This is a parking lot owned by the provincial government that's under long-term lease to the city as one of the leftovers from the ill-fated Spadina Expressway. Have you made any approaches to the province to allow sites like that, which they own and are leased to us, to be used for affordable housing in the city?
Through the chair, yes, we've had a number of discussions with the province about that site and are still interested in developing it. There are some constraints and difficulties associated with it, but we would be interested in taking on that site more permanently, long-term, and exploring those options with the province.
All right, and would that kind of site be one of the topics of your conversations with the province if they actually have any interest in affordable housing?
Through the chair, yes, it's definitely one that we repeatedly bring up with them. Like I said, there are some constraints there, but it should be this and a number of other sites of additional land, surplus land, and also our land and theirs are very much an ongoing topic of conversation with the province.
Thank you. To the chief building official, one of the issues that we have in the city is that we allow people to live in very small spaces if they count as a dwelling room, that is a multi-tenant house or a rooming house. But if they are allowed to have a private bathroom and a cooker, then we say it's illegal because now it's a dwelling unit. So discussions that we had early in the year about how to resolve this, well, let's start with this. First of all, it is clear if we have small units, they can be less expensive, right? Yes, okay, you're nodding. And there is a strong demand in the city for very small, less expensive units, correct?
Correct.
And I understand that for us to build those kind of units or allow anyone to build them, we need to go through an equivalency process under the Ontario Building Code, which I requested about 6 months ago. Can you tell me what the progress of that equivalency review is?
Certainly, Councillor. Toronto Building has engaged a private consultant to undertake that work. That work is currently in progress. We expect a report, a final report to be provided by the end of November.
By the end of?
November.
Okay, so within a month?
Within a month.
And then you'll be coming back to?
So there is no direction from council to report back, but certainly we can have a discussion on the findings of that. The Toronto Building is part of an interdivisional group as well, where we will also look to implement the recommendations so that come forward through this report as well.
Would it be helpful for me to introduce a motion at council next week to direct you to report back?
Certainly, we can certainly do that.
We're glad to draft one. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. So one area of concern has been the protection of existing nonprofit and cooperative homes, which is addressed in the first recommendation. But I was hoping to hear just a little bit more on the development of the new community housing sector strategy and how it will address those concerns.
Through the chair, as we've indicated in the report, we anticipate bringing this back by the end of the year. And we're about to start our engagement with the sector about exactly what that looks like. It's important that we look to try and provide a framework that maintains affordability where possible. It's much more expensive for us to create new affordability. So we want to incentivize organizations that have had their assets and their affordability paid for by previous public dollars, that we make sure that we keep hold of that, and that we also encourage those organizations who may have, additional land, surplus land, or a building which needs renewal or reinvestment, that we support them to either to carry out that renewal or investment or look to redevelopment. So ultimately, our approach will be to maintain what we have, but also hopefully to add new affordable housing, new rent-controlled homes as part of that strategy.
Thank you very much. In the attachment that you've listed over 50 sites that are deemed housing ready, and 2 of them are in my ward. What can we do to ensure that there's no unnecessary delays in the building on these sites?
Through the
I'm giving all my sites to Councillor Malik.
Through the chair, we appreciate you supporting us to deliver new affordable housing. I think what's key for us, and we've tried to outline this in the report, the importance of ensuring that our funding strategy is aligned with our approvals of density and site plan. So that is a key piece for us. We tried to, in the report, zero in on sites which are closest to occupancy. So therefore, we see a direct route. If there is a rezoning that is required, we see a fast track to do that, but also where we have identified potential funding so that when we have maybe used potentially the new CHIA tool, which council would consider next week, that we're able to move quickly beyond rezoning into site plan, into building permit, and ultimately into construction. So there is no, there's no benefit to the creation of new homes if we approve things but don't have any way to bring the funding or delivery to fruition. So we've really tried to make sure that those things are really lined up. That's why we've chosen these sites as being the quickest route to actually getting doors open.
Finally, just on that point, the cost of these projects is obviously a concern, and lack of support from other levels of government. What is kind of the number one thing that we need to do to ensure the projects stay on track and successful when it comes to the ask to the provincial and federal government?
Through the chair, through this report, we've tried to provide committee and council with the information necessary to continue their advocacy on the housing file. We know that there are some new government programs which potentially are in the works, which could lend to help us. Previously announced, for example, include a federal housing program for co-ops, for example. We've heard talk of a federal housing accelerator. Certainly the provincial government is also looking at potential funding for housing. So it's important that through this report that we provide that roadmap to show exactly where their investment can go and what it will deliver us. Ultimately, we will be making decisions as we move forward, depending on how much funding we have available for any specific project, about exactly what that project looks like. But it's important for us to continue to build and get moving on the building side so that if there is any lag in investment from other levels of government, we can add that on later. But we just need to start moving faster on more homes in the city.
Councillor Malley, your time's... Yep, okay, Councillor Perks, Carroll, and Fletcher.
Thank you. First, I think maybe I can be of assistance to Councillor Perruzza. So in this report, you're asking for funding and financing for affordable housing projects.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
And an analogy would be down payment and mortgage.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And you've structured the report in such a way that the down payment portion is big enough that the mortgage can be paid off with the rents at the projects.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. To Mr. Sharma, there are a couple of things that we're asking for here in terms of how we organize stuff. One is this report, along with work that you were already doing, brings the various professional disciplines that review planning applications together into one department. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Perks, that's correct.
So we're creating teams that all report to the same person who do the technical services, the engineering, the transportation, the planning, and all of that stuff into one shop, and they can work as teams reporting to a single general manager, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. One of the other things that I've heard discussed in this plan is to make it easier for a not-for-profit that has an idea on a site to be able to come in at the beginning of the project and say, we were thinking we could build 80 units here with this much parking. Is that reasonable?
Through the chair, and one of the discussions that we've been having is more of an expedited or a concierge type approach to those types of developments, as they are much more exploratory in the beginning and need to be held, essentially walk through the system.
So the idea, one of the ideas there would be, instead of asking every not-for-profit to go and hire teams of architects and engineers and so on and so forth, that they could come in with a loose idea before they've spent a fortune on all of these professional developments and get some guidance so they know whether or not to spend that money. Is that part of it?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the other things that we've talked about here, Ms. Bond, is asking the federal government to consider making contributions in a way that we can tie them to the approval process rather than having them sequenced. You got to get your funding first and then your application, or maybe your application and then your funding. We're trying to get a mechanism so we can do them where the applicant can have more confidence. That's part of what we're doing here?
Through the chair, that is what we're laying out as the best pathway to actually get things into construction. Yes.
Okay. And to Mr. Connect, some of the questions that Councillor Cole were asking, I think maybe need a little bit more clarity. If the City of Toronto tried to do what's known broadly as density bonusing for public purposes, i.e. because it's a project that has a public good, we want many extra stories, that would require a change in provincial planning law, correct?
That's correct.
And then the provincial policy statements would have to be brought into accord with that.
Ideally, that's correct.
And then the city's official plan would have to be brought into accord with that.
That would be a much easier road, but yes, that's correct.
And then you'd need to update zoning bylaws and all of that. So it's 4 different layers. The key 4 tests actually that we use would all need to be updated if we wanted to move to a system like one they have, say, in British Columbia, where you can, for public purposes, get more density on a site than if it's just for a private purpose.
That's right, and I think we're focused on putting forward a proposal here that works within our existing planning legislation rather than the legislation we'd like to have.
And we're also focused on trying to get things done in a 6 to 10 year timeline. And if we were to go through the legislative changes, the policy statement changes, the official plan changes, and the zoning bylaw changes, that would eat up a big chunk of that 6 to 10 years, wouldn't it?
I won't speculate on the amount of time, but it would require a lot of
Oh,
effort.
come on, you can reach a little bit here. None of those things happens in a month.
Certainly not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I asked a little bit about this offline before. I guess I'm worried and skeptical because I have a Housing Now site that's still sitting there doing nothing. So I look at this plan and it requires a lot of all of government partnership to get it done. But I'm wondering, we have these 5 sites, but I'm wondering what happens if it takes us a while to get response from the other government. And what would happen if we said, well, we're going to get out in front and we're going to build the demo model building. We're going to prove that we can be in this business and we're just going to proceed. I looked at my calculator, a 230 unit building, we could build it for about 150 million all in. It looks like it's 600,000 per unit cost. So if we were to say we're going to take on the debt and at 150 million, we're just going to build the demonstration building and prove that it can be done. Can that fit in this model just to get it started?
Through the chair, one of the reasons we chose some of the sites for the demonstration is because, as laid out in the attachment, they have funding attached to them. So we know that we can get going with a number of the sites. If we get the approvals, if any of them have outstanding approvals, that we know that we can get them in the ground and move quickly. There is a couple of sites which don't have funding approved. So to your question about what are we going to do if we don't receive the response that we want from other levels of government, I would say that we can explore ways to get those projects in the ground, and we may have to look at slightly less affordability or more market rent-controlled units in order to carry more debt on those buildings, but that is something that we can explore, knowing that we still want to move forward and actually create the supply that we need, and that we can always go back later and add affordability should money become available.
Right, and because some funding has arrived, but they are not sending the amount per year. In the 10-year program, each year they're short themselves in what they're sending us. But we could, if we proceeded, we'd simply have to, we'd have to apply our own debt to be able to proceed. Is that if we need to repay that loan, we could work that into the pro forma of the building, could we not? We could say, this one's going to have more market units because you guys didn't get on board.
It's one of the reasons we identified the financing amount in the report, actually. So in case there is an appetite to look at cheaper financing options, in case any of the other levels of government want to use their buying power in relation to financing to assist, to create lower cost financing, that would enable us to do this. It doesn't mean that we have to be the ones to take on the debt. This is also where we need to work with our nonprofit partners. It may be that we can come with partnerships for them to take on the debt and use the rents from the building to repay. So we have options there. And what we don't want to do is we want to be clear that we do need the other levels of government, but there may be ways for us to continue to move forward, not exactly as how is laid out here, not exactly in our ideal way forward, but to get the supply we need moving as fast as possible.
And I would assume you would want to be very clear with the other orders of government and with this government, because it sounds a lot like we desperately want to proceed, but we could get in the same the hamster wheel we got into with childcare years ago, where we're like, we'll front end this because we got to get started, and then this order of government gets addicted to growing the system, and the other governments just keep putting off getting into it as our partners. So we'd have to be very clear. There's only so much runway we have if we're going to start and do it that way. You have to get on board to achieve these numbers.
Through the chair, we've been mindful with this report, the fiscal situation broadly that the city is in. And you're right, we're not wanting to, we have never wanted in our 10-year housing plan to make out that the city can do this alone. That has never been the case. We have always needed an equitable share of investment. However, having said that, our community demands a level of affordability that is hard collectively even for us to meet, and it may be that we have to find ways to move forward on supply as a public builder, with nonprofit partners, which is more limited in terms of affordability.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Last questioner, Councillor Fletcher, I just want to.
I'm going to
go to
relinquish
two other
because we're
items.
late. Thank you.
And Ainsley, we may lose call. Question. You have a question? No?
No,
Oh, you
I'm
answered it.
not going to
Okay,
ask
Councillor
questions
Ainsley.
because it's so late. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep, so I just have two quick ones. I just wanted to ask about the city building fund that's on our property tax bill. If any of the funding in that envelope goes dedicated to these affordable housing units.
Answer is yes, right?
Sorry.
Is the building funds, that's on our bill.
Yes, through the mayor,
Steve's
yes.
asking, okay.
So the city building fund is dedicated to transit and housing, and through the housing portfolio, we do have funds that are directed into the housing secretariat fund.
Okay, and Stephen, do you know what the unspent balance of that fund is currently for housing? Or is it all mixed together in transit and housing?
So in terms of the city building fund itself?
Yeah.
So the city building fund, we collect revenue on an annual basis through the dedicated property tax, and then we map out the amount of debt that it can support over the term of the debenture. So we start mapping and planning that out against the capital plan. In terms of balance, we'll model that and ensure that the funds coming in can support the debt that we have in the 10-year capital plan.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Anybody else had that question? Those are very important questions. And speaking, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, quickly.
Go for it. And sorry, maybe we could let our visitor, Councillor Perruzza first.
Oh, come on.
And then I have Cole and Matlow.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm gonna make it somewhat brief, and I don't profess to understand the funding, financing components of all of this. And I got to tell you, nothing excites me more than the notion of being able to build more housing. And more to that point is nothing would excite me more than to build more affordable housing. But for example, we heard a concept here today that was really intriguing: modular housing that can go somewhere to 15 stories to a mid-rise height at around $200 a square foot. That's intriguing, because that gets some things done. So the way I read this, and I'm trying to understand it, the way I read this, is that every unit here comes in at roughly $540,000. $540,000 at a modest, even just 5%. Forget amortization, forget 25 years, forget the debt, forget the other costs associated with housing. Taxes and land and capital costs and all the rest of that. At $540,000, you need somewhere in the neighborhood at 5%, you need $27,000 a year to carry it. It's just the interest. That breaks down to a rent about $2,500 a month. That's without the other things on top of that. So I was trying to understand separating funding from financing, but when you put it all together, because it always comes back together, that's the number it roughly comes down at and comes in at. And then you say to yourself, intuitively, I don't know what the private sector is building rental housing for. It's probably around maybe $800, $900 a square foot. But that's all in. That's with land and all the other things. So I'm saying, where's the better value here? In that equation, I'm not seeing where the better value sits in these numbers right now. I'm hoping that there is a better value here. The other thing that I think we need to see as part of a housing plan like this that is robust, that gets us to lots and lots of units, we need to take a look at those alternative models. We need to look at the $200 a square foot model for housing, if it exists, if it's real. We need to look at, as Councillor Sachs was suggesting, the size of units themselves. You know, the smaller the unit, for lots of folks, transitional housing, homeless, seniors. You could make a go of those, and then you could bring those to market at a much, much better value, far more affordably. Because when you look at this and you look at these numbers, quite frankly, it's $840 a square foot, $540,000 per unit, and then when you add in the all-in, it's somewhat counterintuitive, because you're at numbers that are in excess of what the private sector is now building the same housing for.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
And the other thing that really worries me about this is that if our economy builds roughly 16,000 housing units a year, over the past 10 years we built 160,000 units of housing, and you're adding 9,000 units on top of that to 24,000. That means that if you got 200 cranes in the air now, you're adding another 100 cranes or 120 cranes in the air. Where are those cranes going to come from?
Wrap up, 5 minutes.
And the people that work around those cranes, you know, you'd be adding, I don't know, 40% more construction workers. And I got to tell you, the industry is recruiting, the unions, the companies out there, they're all, going into the high schools, bringing people into the trades, and they can't keep up.
All right, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, just quickly, I have a motion. Okay. The generational transformation of the housing system to urgently build more housing. Anyways, I'm requesting that the Board of Directors of Toronto Community Housing Corporation to request the President of the Chief Executive Officer of Toronto Community Housing Corporation to work City Deputy Manager to report back on a strategy to accelerate the implementation of the Lawrence Heights revitalization phases 2 and 3. We've been at this for 15 years. Okay, it's the hole in.
No, 20.
It's,
Funny, I was around.
No.
it's the hole in the Toronto housing donut. 100 acres of land in the middle of the city, sitting there, I think it's about 1 times coverage. Beautiful big lots, grass everywhere, empty fields, empty schools. We did successfully build most of phase 1, and it's really to the credit of the folks at Toronto Community Housing and our private partners, and their 2 beautiful condos that sold out in about 24 hours. So people said they won't buy condos on the site of the Lawrence Heights. They were sold in 24 hours, and they got them cheap. And as a result of the monies from those, we used the money to build rent-income housing, supportive housing for Lawrence Heights. So they've been built. The other 2 or 3 phases, parts of that have been done, but we've stalled. So we've got 100 acres basically sitting there next to 2 major subway stations. And you know what drives me nuts is that I've got Yorkdale to the north. They want to build 19 towers on their parking lot. We gave them approval to build 19 towers on their parking lot, residential towers. Across the street on Dufferin Street, there used to be a hotel. They're building 3 30-story towers. This is all private land. We sit there in the donut, and we can't build any kind of rent-geared income housing. We can't build any affordable housing, market housing in the middle of the city, 100 acres. So we're talking about all these sites, and I saw the wonderful sites, Parkdale, here, there. 100 acres sitting there for us to build, and we can't build squat.
You're yelling so loud.
Sorry. You got me going on this, don't you, stuff. So anyways, that's why I'm trying to put Lawrence Heights. It's not because staff hasn't been trying. It's because market conditions have changed. The federal government promised to partner with us. The provincial, they both backed out. We're in it alone. The Toronto School Board wasn't cooperating. They, after 10 years of signing on to a plan, they said, no, we are no longer here. So they put an obstacle in front of the plan. So we've got the potential here in the middle of the city to build near 2 major transit stations. We just have to find a way of doing it, but it's so convoluted. I mean, there's private sector developers that still want to partner and do it, but they say your rules are so convoluted, so complex, we can't. So we somehow got to find out how we can build on our own land. And and then I just wanted not to argue with Councillor Perks, but you know, I just find we're sometimes a bit too, let's say, modest or whatever it is, reluctant here in our own backyard. I mean, we've got a provincial government that's changed the planning rules like we've never seen before. There's been a blitzkrieg of new planning in the last 5 years, never seen in 100 years. And we've been sitting here taking these Bill 23, 108, 109, 39, 23.
Wow.
They do it to us every day, and I asked for a little maybe change in saying maybe we should look at density bonusing to build affordable housing. Well, I didn't realize you were so orthodox. You know, that we were going to go back and say we can't do that because in fact, in an ad hoc way, we did it at the RENA site, where we said, the heck with angular planes and 9 stories. Give them 19, they can then make it work. We did it without changing the Planning Act and waiting 3-4 years. We got those approvals in place. So I'm not saying it's that simple, but I just find it frustrating when we can't seem to find ways of basically finding a path where we've got, there's great need in the city. We've got people that are on waiting lists. And so we also have to change some of our approaches here that are within our purview. That's all I'm trying to say. And it's not as easy as I'm making it sound, but I think it is.
We'll
Okay,
try
Councilor
harder.
Fletcher said it is easy. Okay, so anyways,
Try harder. We got
I
the
just
motion.
want to thank everybody for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It's great. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow?
This is a motion as we move forward on building more purpose-built rental and affordable units. This is a contribution to also ask to protect the affordable units we have.
Oh, motion in front of us. Anyone have any, wow, that was short. Does anyone want to see the motion again? We're good. Anyone ask a question? We're good. All right, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm going to speak very quickly. I'm not going to yell at my seatmate, but I'm going to agree with him. On Lawrence Heights, yes, it's 100 acres, and when it first started, there was RGI replacement, condos, and one new affordable housing, which I don't right now know how many, but obviously it's our land, and this should be a goal and a location that we are maximizing. Two, you heard Gautam come from Mainstay, and Mainstay speak today about that project. That project will never be realized by staying within the actual planning framework for Danforth. Three, about the Danforth study, we actually loosened the angular plane on the Danforth, in the Danforth study when it was passed, and that was done, we didn't get advice to do that, but we did that anyway. Three, I would like to, I see David Stonehouse is here, but I think what we have to do is kind of anticipate what Villiers Island is going to look like, because I see Quayside is in this list and all the phases of Quayside. We know that, thank you to staff for agreeing to my many motions to increase the affordable units, or increase the affordable units on Quayside to 1/3, because we own a great amount of land there. So I think we need to start planning ahead for that. Is it going to be Mainstay? Is it going to be supportive? Is it going to be how many TCHC? What does that look like? So we're advancing that early. On the $540,000 a unit, I've just checked with staff. There's other monies that come in that reduce that. That's kind of the all-in cost, but all the open door, the GST, the HST, all of the money that comes in wasn't accounted for there, so I believe it's actually less than that. And the other one is the TOCs that are coming. I have 5 Ontario Line stations, 5 TOCs. I just want to note for everybody, there is no affordable housing plan for any of the provincial government's transit-oriented communities. It is not something that they say that they are going to include in there. I find that it's unconscionable that's the case, and we are looking how we're going to use our lands, and there's no instructions to do that so far at the TOCs, and I may move another motion when we get there. And lastly, just a bit of a cleanup on Appendix 2 where it says zoned and ready to go at 838 Broadview. That one actually is zoned with a developer, not with the city, and I think we just need to pull that off the list and clean up whatever we're going to do at that site within the next month. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have a motion which Councillor Perk is going to make for me, dealing with two things. First of all, correcting the address on Bellevue so that we aren't putting housing on the synagogue, and also pursuing the motion that Council made, and thank you, Madam Mayor, with your support this month, that when we are asked for rental demolition permits, we should be using to the limit of our legal ability to push to get extra rental units and not just one for one, especially since our official plan says we should be getting at least as many rental units, and we've never got more than the one for one. So those are two things in the motion. They'll be asking for your support. Thirdly, I just want to let Council know I've spoken with the chief building official. The process that they began at my request 6 months ago, but looking at the feasibility of smaller, less expensive units, we can get a lot more into an existing space. That a staff report will be coming to Council in February. That'll give us another opportunity to increase the number of units where people can have the dignity of their own self-contained bathroom and kitchen facilities at a lower cost. So the motion is not up, but, okay, thank you.
I think that's it for the speaker. I'm going to move for a motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I want to begin by moving the two motions that Councillor Sachs mentioned. The first corrects the address, and the second, we can just get that up. Anyway, the second reinforces a notion about getting protection for renters that we considered a member motion at the last council meeting. So I'll be moving both of those. They enhance the work we're doing here in one case and make a correction in another. Okay, let's drop all the boring talk about zoning bylaws and funding and financing and organizational restructuring. That's something that we have to do, but it's not actually what's really happening here today. What's happening here today is that the work of a generation of activists, a lot of whom are in the room with us here today, has finally borne fruit, and the people of the City of Toronto are ready to say that we need to build housing ourselves. That sitting back on our heels, and hoping that somehow the private market or that opening up the green belt or imposing ministerial zoning orders or some magical butterfly is going to land on the tip of our nose and suddenly there will be housing everywhere, won't work. What will work is if we as a city pull together and say, we are going to build housing for our neighbors. We're going to build housing for our kids. We're going to build housing for the people who are moving here. We're going to build housing for the people who are fleeing violence in other countries and trying to find a home. We're going to build housing for women fleeing violence in their homes. We're going to build housing for everyone in our community. And we are going to sit down as a city and make it happen. It's something that frankly hasn't happened in the City of Toronto since, and I'm going to reveal a fact here, I was 15 years old. So congratulations to the people of Toronto who have been yelling about this, persuading about this, organizing about this, speaking up about this, and fighting for this for 45 years. Your work has paid off. We're taking the torch from you, and we're going to carry it and make the other governments and the other partners that we need in the charitable giving sector, in the labor movement who sit on pension plans. We're going to pull Toronto together and get this done. So with that, Madam Mayor, as the captain of the ship that's going to get it done, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Motion to delete G, which is, and replace it with a different wording. That's the Indigenous housing one. Launching the federal urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy and immediately allocating a fair share of funding through a regional approach that respects the existing and established community-based infrastructure of the Aboriginal Labor Force Development Circle and the Mississippi Development Corporation. You heard me ask that question and you heard the deputants. Folks, it's quite an afternoon because if you think about it, Philip told us how having housing changed his life, probably saved him. And there are literally thousands and thousands of Philips out there. And he did say the wait list is somewhere close to 10 years, whether it's for supportive housing or rent geared to income housing or any kind of affordable housing. It's almost 10 years. If you think about how many lives would be destroyed in this 10 years, it defined what we need to do here. It's only a few months ago at this committee, we said we want to do it. We asked our staff to give us a roadmap. And you know how hard they work? It was phenomenal. because in 2 months, there came a report that identified the units that can be built now, because we've got the funding, the other 17,000 units that we can build, identified the sites, said how we're going to do it, identified all the partners, some of them are here, to say we'll do it together. And you heard all the partners saying, we're ready to go. And that's a lot of work. And there was a tremendous amount of goodwill. Councillor Perk is right. There are 20 years plus in this room, how many deputations we've heard over and over again. Build housing, affordable housing now. And we went around in circle. You know why? Because we were trapped in an ideology that was different than what we have now. At that time, we said, market is going to do it all. It's okay. Sure, it'll be done. Government has nothing to do, should not have anything to do with housing. That lasted 10, 20, and then the last 10 years, last 5 years, it began to change. It began to change, but it wasn't changed enough. It's still thinking that all it needs is, the government is just, can just take a step back. We just offer land and that's it. And guess what? It didn't work. It did not work. And we knew it wasn't going to work because history have told us it wasn't going to work. You know why? Because before everything got canceled in mid-90s, we built, you know how many units of housing in the city? 32,000 units of housing. And one of the person that did all that is a guy called George Cook. I don't know, okay, you are too young to remember George Cook. Because from time to time as a mayor, I get these requests to send certificates for birthday, to a congratulation. George Cook is turning 100 this year. He was the former Commissioner of Housing of Toronto. And he served under 5 different mayors, and he built and built and built and built, because at that time we believed that we can build, and then we stopped believing. Now we're coming back. We also thought that 80% market is really affordable, isn't it? Well, no. We knew that wasn't going to work. Well, we thought it might work. It worked a little bit. 80% of market is still better than the market, but it's not going to make a dent to the 85,000 households that are waiting, many of them leaving war-torn country, leaving abusive relationships, and all of those things. And now we said that no, affordable means that it needs to be, the subsidies would have to be some fairly deep. It has to do with income, not market. A person's income is people-centered, not market-centered. So here we are. Plan is ambitious. It's needed. There's a roadmap. Every person in the city, in every ward, and I heard some pledges here, councillors that have sites in your ward. You're going to push it. You're going to expedite it. Our staff is going to expedite it. Our planning staff, our building staff, you name it, they're all going to do it because there's a unity of purpose. I'm hearing it here. And Councillor Malik is, yes, personally going to be the expediter for the City of Toronto. Wouldn't that be amazing? Okay, so let's do this, and thank you for, pardon? We'll record all the motions. Are you okay if I take the entire package? Oh, I'm not allowed to.
No, we have to display the motion so everybody is aware of what's
Say
going
that
on.
again?
We have to display the motion so members are aware.
I have to display the motion, display the motion. Then I'm going to take the entire package, done. We might want to change that. Okay. We will record the final vote. Okay, let's see, Mike Coles, Deputy Mayor Cole, display those in favor, opposed, thank you. Councillor Matlow's motion, display, hurry, display. I'll read it. That recommendation 20 be amended. Oh, hey, there you go. All those in favor. Opposed, carry, thank you. Councillor Perks. changing 25 Bellevue Avenue to 35 Avenue. Bellevue Avenue, can you display it? Advance the city-led development model, all right. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Another Councillor Perks motion, which is the rental demolition permit and market rentals. Report on the feasibility requiring the condition of approving any rental demolition application of a purpose building with more debt. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carry. My last one is Indigenous housing. They're ready to build. Don't wait for 2 more years. Okay, the motion is coming. All those in favor. And then the clause.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
on a point of order, can I just say something
Please.
for YouTube watchers, which includes a lot of the public service?
Okay.
We're movers and shakers, and we read and move these things so fast you can't even read them. Because the clerks, if you move on to the next motion, they have to move on to displaying the next motion. Councillor Matlow's motion I didn't see. But so I think we should say out loud for them that they are being posted to Timis, to the website, as fast as humanly possible. So while we're not displaying them and staff are not even getting a chance to read them in this room, they're on the site right away, because we've been pretty quick today, really quick about it. And a lot of housing advocates are watching YouTube today. So they're there. We just didn't display them while we were talking.
Okay. Sorry about that. Councillor Matlow is trying to make sure there's more number of residential inspectors, Residential Tenancy Act inspectors, so that, so that address the fraudulent evictions, etc. Okay. And on a recorded vote, the clause as amended. All those in favor, Councillor Perks, Deputy Mayor McAlfee, Councillor Matlow, Deputy Mayor Malik, and Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole, and Councillor Fletcher and Morley, I think, and thank you. Yes, all right, thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm in favor. Thank you so much. This is a very important item. Thank you for staying with us on this one. We have 2 more things, and thank you.
I have some quick releases, Mayor.
You have an item to release. Go for it.
I have a couple of motions that I've sent to the clerk.
Yes. This item is
number 9.
Number 9.
It's number 6, 9.6 on the Association of Community Centers.
Okay, go for, yep, speak to it.
She's going to display it. It's just a quick release.
If
That's
you
all.
could just speak to it.
Oh, I'm just asking, there is a fair amount of money left over, and AOCs are fantastic, so this is a motion to just do a feasibility study on where else they could be in the city. There's only 11. We shouldn't cap it at that. And there is some funding that could fund such a study. So that is
excellent.
To come back in January with the scope to understand exactly what's happening. There it is, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you. All those in favor is basically taking the funds that are left over to give community more control over the community center. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry.
The last one is 9.18.
Oh, the item is amended. All
Oh.
those in favor?
Yeah,
Opposed?
sorry.
Carry. Thank you. And another item, Councillor Fletcher?
Yep, 9.18, which I tried to put at Toronto and East York and got bumped here, which just has to do with asking for a return to flankage patios, the way we did that before COVID came, and
Yes.
all the delegated authority took that away. So thank you to Mr. Grant for that. It's going to council, so Councillor Perks, if you want to pick it apart, you can do that there at council. I know you're going to, so
All
let's
those
do it
in
at council,
favor?
because it's going there. Going
Opposed?
there. Pardon?
Okay, all right, good, thank you. Carrie. We have 2 items left, folks. One is the Advancing Waterfront East Light Rail Transit. There are 2 quick speakers. Are you still here? Yes. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting for quite a while. And please come forward, and the floor is yours. The need for Waterfront LRT.
You need to
Press your
get closer up.
button so that we can hear you.
So I'm here to speak in support of the item being presented by city staff. I think, actually, so when this organization was started, it was called the Queens Quay Harbourfront BIA, and the councillor at the time was Olivia Chow, so it's exciting to be back here. I know this item was on the table at the time, the LRT, I believe only was planned to go to Parliament, but so we're here to say thank you to the Mayor and the Executive Committee for advancing this project further than it's ever been before. So I don't know if I can use this map, if I can use this. I love to use maps.
Yep, try it, it works.
I love to show, so this is selfishly, the colored in buildings are the Waterfront BIA, but you can see the buildings that are in green, that's the Eastern Waterfront, and pretty much all of that is waiting for this Eastern Waterfront LRT to come out of Union Station and head towards Ward 14 in the Portlands. Those buildings that are green are either under construction right now or will be completed by 2030. So that's really only the start. Like I actually haven't zoomed out far enough here to really show the true opportunity of the Portlands, but the city staff's report indicates there's at least 100,000 new people who will live along this route as it continues through into the Portlands. So as you can see in the Portlands there, the density is not very thick, so we expect it to be significantly higher than 100,000 people living there through Ward 14 in the future. So this project and the Eastern Waterfront and Portlands, to be built out to its full potential, needs to be built with this transit in place first or immediately early, or has to be committed to soon, because the flood protection of the Portlands will be complete probably within 2 years and will start to get built out. If it is built out and without the LRT, you can expect there will be shorter buildings with larger parking lots between, and that's obviously not good for a number of reasons, so we encourage this transit to be planned out in place as soon as possible. I also want to highlight the submission that we were able to make wasn't just us, we sent in the email, but there was actually a statement we've submitted to yourself, Mayor Chow, and also the other 2 levels of government, emphasizing the importance of getting the Waterfront East LRT built. And it's actually joined by 50 different organizations from across the waterfront, the Eastern Waterfront in particular. So we'll continue to share that, us and the friends that joined us, with the other levels of government as well. And we also want to do this just to show you that you have very wide support for this project, not just from, of course, business associations like ourselves, but also educational institutions that are expanding or building on the waterfront. George Brown College, U of T and Mars have a new facility. This was signed by the presidents of Nokia Canada and Canada Goose, which both have their national or international headquarters now located on Queens Quay. And there's certainly even more potential to come. And of course, there's also the residence groups. We've got a number of them signed on to this as well, including my friends at the East Waterfront Community Association, who I believe will be speaking next. So I will keep it brief. I just wanted to say that the only item that was missing from this advancement that we were hoping to see was about specifics on how the city staff would address a funding strategy with all 3 levels of government. So I'm not sure if I should be requesting a motion, or should I just ask whether it's the Transit Expansion Office or whether it's the mayor and the city manager themselves that negotiate on this. That's just one thing I want to make sure that Mayor Chow, you don't lose sight of, is keeping that funding conversation for this moving as fast as possible. And I think, as the theme of the day seems to be more about housing than just this LRT, I think that post-pandemic, it's obviously recognized that there will be significantly more density, and especially more housing density through this area. And we hope that the other levels of government will be supportive of working with you to make sure we maximize that potential.
Thank you. Questions? And don't worry, housing and transit are connected. Can't just build housing when people can't get around. And I do remember the Waterfront LRT. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Adam Brothers. And is there another speaker from the Waterfront? Come on up.
Adam's online.
Adam's online.
Okay, Adam's online. I'm sorry. Have a seat anyway. If you can just let Adams speak, go for it.
I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll keep this very short. I like this plan, fully support. I just think we need to keep the ball rolling and not let the Waterfront light rail plan be too far in the back burner. I haven't seen any movement on that file, and I can say that the particular areas that are serviced there, particularly the Humber Bay shores, are sorely in need of increased transit. I know we are getting a Park Lawn Go station in, but the sooner we can get planned for both sides of this, the better, as we've unfortunately experienced with Eglinton. These things do tend to get delayed, so time is of the essence. And out of expediency, and I know a lot of parents like myself have to get going for Halloween, I'll briefly just mention about EX 9.16, the Therme facility issue. Just be very quick. Ideally, I would not want to use any public land for this. I do appreciate that we're doing whatever we can to get this moved from Ontario Place, but I think the Woodbine Entertainment Group would be a great partner for Therme. That there's lots of land, lots of room for development, and lots of folks that would look for the type of jobs that a Therme facility will bring in. That's all I have to add. If you don't have any questions, I'll just jump offline.
Thank you, Adam. Happy Halloween. Michael Berkey.
Members of the Executive Committee, I first want to say thanks for the Halloween candy.
Yeah, is the light on? Yeah. Yep, it's on.
The light was on and somebody was home. Okay. Thanks for the Halloween treats. Best EC committee meeting ever. Sorry. And my name is Michael Bethke. I'm the Secretary of the Board for the East Waterfront Community Association. EWCA includes the municipal area of East Bayfront, which bounded on the south by the waterfront just south of Queensquay East, on the west by Yonge Street, on the north by Lakeshore Boulevard East and Cherry Street on the east. This area encompasses 17 existing and underdeveloped condominiums. And I'm here to express EWCA's wholehearted, full-throated, and complete support for the Transit Expansion Staff Report and encourage the Executive Committee to approve and adopt the items in the report. EWCA has been a proud member of the Waterfront East LRT Stakeholders Committee since 2020. We view the Waterfront East LRT as an essential and vital service to help build an inclusive, affordable, thriving, and complete community in which all residents and businesses have equitable opportunities to contribute to healthy communities and a prosperous economy. Through EWCA's involvement in Development Committee, we have attended presentations from developers regarding their proposed designs for buildings in the East Bayfront, Villiers Island, Keating Channel, and the Portlands. One particular item stands out, which is the reduction of vehicle parking spaces in condominiums and in the area. An example of this reduction is a building in our area that's proposed 430 units with only 8 vehicle parking spaces. 4 of them are accessible parking and the 2 others are EV charging spots. We also note that the existing above-ground parking lots are being selected for development in green spaces. City Council and City Planning reduced the number of parking spaces required in condos, hoping to solve issues such as traffic congestion, housing affordability, and the climate crisis. The W East LRT will make it easier for residents who live without a car to purchase or rent a home, and for those who purchase or rent a home to have their family and friends visit them. Another point from these development meetings is that the Waterfront East LRT figures prominently in graphics and maps used by the developers to highlight this location. Notable among those graphics and maps is the Quayside Urban Design Guidelines. The Waterfront East LRT becomes a sales feature for those who consider purchasing or renting in the East Waterfront and is a key to attracting new neighbors. And just a personal anecdote, if I may, on Valentine's Day 2012, Robin, my wife, and I completed the paperwork to purchase our suite at Moan Condominium. A rendering from the sales information played a large part in our decision to buy, and it was burned in my brain. It pictured the front of Moan Condominium on a sunny summer day on Queensquay East with pedestrian and bicyclists passing by, and the slightly blurred image of a red TTC streetcar heading east in front of it. So with that, the planned revitalization of Parliament Slip, Quayside project featuring the new Cultural Center for the Public Realm Villiers Island, Promontory Park, and the Portlands, this location will become a major tourist destination. Safe and inclusive public transportation is essential to helping people move through and experience this incredible part of our city. So it's time now to fast-track the Waterfront East LRT and improve public transit connectivity to sustain the growth planned and make the East downtown area accessible to all. Thank you for your time.
And I have a question, because you see in this report that City Council is boldly stepping in front and using our road and related development charge reserve fund, the transit development charge reserve fund, and the city building fund. We are digging very deep to find a bit of money to start the planning, but that does not build the line. We will need a lot of help. You have many organizations as your member. Could you commit to assist in the city to seek funding from both the federal and the provincial government for this very important project?
Well, I could talk to our treasurer of EWCA. I think we had about $1,800 left in the bank. But it was, yes, we would do whatever it takes to make sure that the Waterfront East LRT is going to be built. And we will, make speeches. In another organization, that we talk about transit there too, which is known as Federation of South Toronto Residents Association, FOSTA. And we are working to develop strategies where we can help out on transportation right throughout Toronto. So both EWCA and FOSTA are very interested in seeing this come to fruition.
And we invite you to connect with your local provincial member of parliament and federal member of parliament, especially across the city, since you have the Residents Association across the city backing you up.
And we do have, and our provincial rep, Chris Glover, MPP, is quite intent on helping to make sure that this happens. And Kevin Vuong, we are going to try to open up some lines of communication to make sure that that gets.
You have a minister in your area, Marcy Finn.
Actually, in the Foster area, we have the Deputy Prime Minister.
Chrystia Freeland.
Chrystia Freeland, and we do have several other ministers, and we're trying to establish more lines of communication with them. They have attended some of our webinars. So.
Thank you for your assistance. Thank you for your time. Any questions to staff, folks? Anyone? Oh, Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Thank you. So through this, you're asking for an increase in the Transit Expansion Office's budget, but you also have other projects. So I'm just wondering, can you speak to what is the status of the Eglinton East LRT? Do you have a staff increase that you're proposing for that project as well?
Through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, we, as I indicated previously to you, we are going to be reporting back on the Eglinton East LRT in the next council cycle. And yes, to answer your question, there will be an increase in funding for that project as well.
So traditionally, you've reported on all of the expansion projects in the same cycle together so that we can look at things more holistically. Why are they not at the same time right now?
So through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, the main issue that we faced with the Eglinton East is that we were still in discussions with Metrolinx with regards to some very key items, including the maintenance storage facility, the proposed location for the maintenance storage facility, and the connections to both the Kennedy Station for the ELRT as well as at the McCowan Station. So we weren't ready to come forward with a report that didn't have the necessary information for council's consideration.
So, I mean, what's changed? That's been an issue that has been ongoing for a year. So has anything changed in that? And are you confident you can report on it next month?
So yes, again, through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, that one of the main reasons or one of the main issues that's creeped up just recently is the province's desire to consider the extension of Shepherd and how that's going to interact at the McCowan Station with the interconnection with our EELRT. And also that also potentially impacts the location of the maintenance storage facility at Conlon Yards.
Why does it impact the Conlon shed? I don't understand.
There's a potential that depending on the type of vehicles that are being proposed for the Shepherd line, which is still in its very early stage, we don't know whether or not both the EELRT vehicles and the Shepherd vehicles will be able to fit on the same site.
So you're saying that the province is wanting to run the Shepherd Station from Don Mills all the way to Morningside as opposed to McCowan? Because Conlon's is considerably east of McCowan.
So through the Mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, at this point in time, it is still in the early stages of, in fact, they are just right now, Metrolink's doing the initial business case. So we don't have all the details in terms of what will happen. But one of the items that they are preserving for is the potential for using the Conlon Yards for their vehicles.
Okay, so I look forward to reading that report next month. And I know the last time there were hiccups around the interconnections at Kennedy and Shepherd, we brought forward members' motions urging Metrolinx to come to the table on that. So like if conversations are stalling, I think it's important that we know and we can put pressure on Metrolinx. My next question is for the acting CFO. In this report, they are drawing on 3 different pots of money to fund the Transit Expansion Office, and one of those is the City Building Fund. To my knowledge, this is the first time that we're seeing the City Building Fund being used to fund like planning exercises as opposed to something that is funded. So can you speak to that?
Through the mayor, so the City Building Fund is eligible for both transit and housing projects. The existing design work that we have today for the initial phases of this actually has a component of funding coming from the City Building Fund as well.
Up until now we have? This isn't the first time we've done this?
Not the first time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have questions, but I will just give the top 2 in the interest of time. Thank you very much for this report. I guess my first question is for transit expansion. Can you just briefly outline the planned residential and employment figures for the area that will be served by the Waterfront East LRT?
Through the Mayor to you, Councillor, I would suggest that this is probably better suited for our colleagues in city planning.
Hi, through the mayor to the deputy mayor. Hi, I'm Mayor Lisa Lindsay from the Waterfront Secretariat. The area of the central waterfront that runs from Lower Yonge Precinct, East Bayfront, Distillery District, Keating East, and West and Keating West, as well as Villiers Island, will comprise approximately 100,000 residents and 50,000 jobs as they are currently planned and continue to be planned. And that includes 4,000 approximate affordable rental housing units.
Thank you very much for that. It's helpful to know the scale. My next question, my second question is, we know that the federal, provincial, and city governments have invested $1.25 billion for the flood protection in the Portlands through Waterfront Toronto. And I'd just like to hear more about how essential the Waterfront East LRT is to the housing that is planned all along the East Waterfront, but as Councillor Fletcher had noted, particularly in Villiers and the rest of the Portlands.
So through the mayor, David Stonehouse from the Waterfront Secretariat. Yes, the flood protection project that's now under construction will be complete in 2026, and it's after that we'll focus our attention on the development and the build out of the precincts And obviously, transit is central to supporting the development interest in the area and encouraging the private sector to join the public sector in implementing the complete communities that are planned.
Can you just advise where the maintenance and storage facility would be for the waterfront LRT cars, please?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, no, at this point in time, we haven't determined where the maintenance storage facility will be located.
Is there somebody else coming?
Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Through the speaker, the cars that would run on the Waterfront East LRT would come from the existing TTC streetcar fleet. And so these cars would be stored at locations like Leslie Barnes, or they might come from the Hillcrest facility or from any other streetcar yard.
So they're regular subway cars, not LRT?
Streetcars.
Sorry, streetcars. We're not getting a subway there, no. We could ask, of course. Yeah, you're getting one there. So the LRT, it's really the streetcar. So it's a streetcar line, not like the LRT on Eglinton.
Through the speaker, they would use.
Same gauge, same everything, same cars, same track gauge.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess you can tell me later, when we get to council, how those cars would get to the Leslie Barnes where 200 are stored on this design, because that seems to me to be rather important.
Through the speaker, they would travel through the existing streetcar network to get onto the route of where the Waterfront East LRT would be.
I guess someone can show me that when we get to council. That's great, thank you. And this was dropped. This was a plan, I think it got dropped during the 2010-2014 council term. Am I right? Was very high up, and then it got dropped to the basement at one point. Can somebody answer that? Or at least, no?
Or you must remember.
No?
Through the mayor to the council, just one moment while I converse with planning.
That's fine. Time's almost up, yes, don't know the answer. Okay, you can get that from me later.
Yes, so we'll have to get back to you later, Councillor. I'm not sure what happened between that time
I
and
want to
now.
know when it got dropped off the map, and now it's coming back, because it was a long standing project, as was pointed out earlier, so.
So all we can say is that we've presented multiple reports from 2018 onwards, Councillor, that
Before
have given us the
2018.
direction to proceed with where we are now.
Way before it got dropped. Thank you.
I see no other questioner who wants to speak on this item, who wants to move the item. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik speaking on the item. Councillor Fletcher, are you speaking? Yep, you good? Yes.
Thank you very much, and I know we're tight on time, so I will be as quick as possible. I want to thank everyone who has given their time and feedback on this important transit project, particularly to you, Tim and Michael, for being here today, and for the collective work in bringing together advocates and activists along the waterfront in support of this project and moving it forward. We've heard from many people across the city, not just today, but as this project has progressed, along our waterfront communities, but even beyond that as well. This transit line touches so many levels of city building, providing the urgent and much needed connection for people who live, work, and especially visit this remarkably and rapidly growing East Waterfront. With this report, the city is investing $64 million in transit planning that represents, as a city, our clear prioritization of this project, of public transit, and of moving that forward. Transit is a key component that we all know of building truly complete communities that are green, accessible, and welcoming. And together, the City of Toronto and Waterfront Toronto have already built or have in progress the community infrastructure that is needed to support growth, new parks, childcare. This weekend, we're opening a new community recreation center and schools that will make the East Waterfront an even more livable and affordable community. The LRT project is the essential link to make these neighborhoods successful. It's more than just transit. The corridor will be the new backbone of the neighborhood with its cycling, pedestrian, and green public realm. Just as important, we need this transit to unlock the potential of the East Waterfront up to the Portlands, where, as we speak, and as Councillor Fletcher has raised, the work to renaturalize the Don River and provide critical flood protection to build the next generation of parks and neighborhoods is on its way to completion. That is $1.25 billion in investment by all orders of government who recognize the potential and the need to revitalize these lands for the future growth of our city. And that is a spirit of collaboration that we're moving forward with. The need for new housing, including purpose-built, affordable, and planned with our climate leadership goals in mind. It's more important than ever that the East Waterfront LRT is fundamental to achieving our goals. We've heard the important economic and social benefits of this LRT through the detailed business case that has been presented by staff, and the city through this funding approval is showing a commitment and leadership in this project. We also know that it will take partnerships from other orders of government to fund and get this project completed, and I'm confident that other governments will recognize the many successes we've already made through our collective efforts in revitalizing our waterfront, and it's not time to stop now. I know as a city we understand the urgency of moving forward this project. We need to have seamless continuation of design work to procurement to construction to meet the goals of Toronto as a waterfront city. I want to thank the teams from the City Transportation Planning, the TTC, Transportation Expansion, and Waterfront Toronto for all their work in bringing this together, and I look forward to us supporting this moving forward. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Flex.
I just want to say this is a great idea. We badly need it. It's overdue. If this area gets built out without transit, it's going to be built with parking lots and cars, and it's going to be very, very, very difficult to get it back afterwards. We must seize this moment. Thank you.
True. Any other speaker? I see no other speaker. All those in favor, I assume Malik moved. All those in favor, opposed, carry. We are on our last item, and it is about Therme. It generates a lot of interest here. I have a speakers list. I just need to do a check on time. Who has to leave? I think Councillor Matlow has to left already. Those that have young kids, you have to leave at 5. You too. So. Sorry to crunch everybody. We just have a lot of items. Apology. Starting with Darryl Brown. Darryl, here you are. Thank you for waiting. You've been here for a long time. The CEO of Canadian National Exhibition. We're ready.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And enjoy a day at City Hall. I guess I'd start by saying that it's wonderful to have things that are shiny and new, but not necessarily at the expense of things that are tried and true. The Canadian National Exhibition Association's been around for 144 years. And, you know, we quite recently had some very dark days. During COVID, it was a real struggle. We had laid off most of our staff. The senior people, including myself, took salary reductions to sort of scratch and claw our way through those dark days to get to the point of getting to putting on a 2022 CNE. And wow, did we put on a 2022 CNE. The economic impact that came out of that fair was over $142 million to the province, over $112 million to the city. 45% of the people traveled into the GTA and spent $108 million here. As usual, we employed about 5,000 people, and 78% were of the direct hires were ethnically diverse, 15% were people with disabilities. And when we look at the 2023 fair, there was even higher numbers with over 1.6 million people attending. And on top of that, even spending more than in 2022, we're in the midst of preparing an economic impact assessment for 2023. What we do know is we had 3.9 billion media impressions across those 18 days. And on top of that, there were over 5,200 news stories. We had over 1,200 accredited media in attendance. The message is that the public really considers this CNE to be an important aspect of life here in the GTA. So we were quite happy to achieve some level of stability, but that doesn't mean there aren't challenges that we're facing. And we've always been adaptable, and there's been a number of changes over the years. And if I were to list the changes since the BOG came on board in 1983, it would be too long for the time I have to speak. But, for example, in 2012, we had restrictions placed on us at Maryland Bell. In 2014, we had restrictions placed on us in the Water Channel, even though we've been programming the Water Channel since the 1890s. With the Phase 2 hotel development that was approved in 2008, the redesign ended up doubling the footprint so that we're losing 360,000 square feet of programmable space. That is a $2.6 million hit per annum on our budget lines. So frankly, when we heard the statement on September 22nd that there was consideration of Therme's coming onto Exhibition Place at the Better Living Center, it was kind of a gut punch to our staff and to certainly the senior people working on the CNE. We usually take hold of the BLC on April 1 of every year. It houses our charity casino, which is a significant revenue source. It houses our farm, and sometimes we do alternate programming there as well. On top of that, we proposed on several occasions to the Board of Governors of X Place that we lease the Better Living Center year-round and program it year-round to meet their 365-day objective of having programming, and also to take us back to a time when we did more programming on site year-round. We believe that could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. We proposed it in 2018, we proposed it in 2021. There's been some difficulty because, I know CEO Don Boyle had said, well, that we haven't seen a business case, but we also haven't been told what the lease terms might be, what the cost parameters could be to present a valid business case that covers all aspects of cost. We still believe it's a viable alternative. To lose 200,000 square feet of programmable space would have a devastating effect on our programming. We are opposed to a feasibility study for Therme's on site. We are opposed to Therme's being on site in any way, shape, or form. We believe we should work symbiotically, promoting our best interests, promoting the Board of Governors' best interests, and the city's best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and then
Thank you. Is it a heritage building?
I believe it's classed as heritage, and there's a bit of an irony here that people may not know, but all of these mid-20th century buildings were actually paid for by the CNEA. Debentures were issued by the city, but it was the CNEA that paid for these buildings. And when the changeover occurred to the Board of Governors managing the site, we managed the site for the first 103 years, I think it was assumed that there would be allocation and protection for CNE on site. And we've seen a gradual deterioration over time of access to facilities. I believe it's classed as heritage, and I believe that presents an issue in and of itself.
And it generates revenue for you that goes towards your bottom line?
Absolutely. There's also infrastructure there. There's a pretty intricate camera setup for our casino, which we keep the wiring in place all year round, even though it only operates basically from mid-July through the CNE period. But it is a substantial source of revenue that offsets some of our other programming costs.
If you were to do a feasibility study, would you be able to turn that around for December 5th? It's in a month.
If we were to do a feasibility study on alternate uses for the Better Living Center?
On citing Therme there, yeah.
We're opposed to a feasibility study altogether for Therme. We don't believe that that should be something that should be promoted at all. However, we can definitely present a business case that would provide revenue to the city and actively program that site year-round with us managing the Better Living Center.
But if asked to do the feasibility study, like,
Well, it wouldn't be us doing it. It would be, presumably, it would be the city planning, and I would assume the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place. We would provide input,
okay,
but it was somebody else carrying the ball.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Daryl, can you just explain a bit about, so if the spa went into the Better Living Center, what are your alternatives on the grounds for that usable space?
Well, that's a good question because, as you know, the farm is typically there. We would have to look elsewhere, but part of the problem is losing that additional 360,000 square feet of programmable space due to the Phase 2 hotel. We already have to move a substantial portion of what normally resides on site during the fair outside of the C&E, which is going to increase our costs substantially. And if we, like the farm programming is an educational program, it doesn't generate revenue, but the Midway generates revenue, for example. So we have to balance what is revenue generating with versus what is educational, what is arts, what's cultural. We don't see an obvious place for where these things can go.
Okay. And if I look at the C&E, like the footprint of it 10 years ago, there's a number of buildings on the grounds I can think of. You know, Rico Coliseum, I know that was used at one time. Liberty Grand, what I always called the Flower Building, Horticulture Building.
Horticultural Building,
has
yes.
a nightclub in it now. Yeah. So the footprint has been reduced of your viable buildings that you could use if you didn't have the Better Living Center.
Absolutely. The Horticultural Building, Liberty Grand, Medieval Times, those have all gone by the wayside, to name a few. We still program the Coliseum. It's very difficult for us. We do technically have access to BMO Field, but the restrictions placed on use are such that it's not financially viable. It costs us about $100,000 to cover the field if we're going to do anything there before we do any programming at all. So technically we have access to BMO, but it's not like the old stadium. So yes, we've lost a substantial footprint already.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Malik?
Very much. Good to see you, Daryl and Suzanne as well. Thank you for your presentation. And we have, through the chair, we have spoken before and have affirmed and reassured that this preliminary feasibility assessment at the very high level will prioritize CNEA's core uses and the strategic plans, the development work that you have put forward and that we know is important to the future of Exhibition Place as well. You're aware of that?
I am aware of it. I just believe that even raising the issue of a feasibility study lends credibility to a concept that is defective at the outset.
Councillor Carroll.
I'm just wondering if we take if this became a terms of reference, it's part of the proposal here, but I would assume it becomes a term of reference. Any consideration of citing the Therme water spa facility at Exhibition Place would need to comment on alignment with key Exhibition Place plans such as the strategic plan and Phase 1 proposals report, the core uses of Exhibition Place, and thereby I would assume that means the core uses of the Better Living Center and the operations of key tenants and event organizers of Exhibition Place, such as the CNE. If that's a term of reference, is a feasibility study kind of a waste of money?
Well, it's very difficult for me to envision a situation where the conclusion would be anything but turning down Thermes if we're factoring in what the needs are of our organization, for example.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. No other question? Next speaker, Gil Panosa, and then Debbie Sona. Are you online? Calling 1, 2, 3, will come back. Anyone online? Debbie Sona? Alpha Klein? Oh, Gil is here.
Hello?
There you are, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello? Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
This is Gil. Yeah, Gil is here.
Yep, go, start. You have 5 minutes. Ready to hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Shao and Executive Committee. Of course, I fully support the idea of Councilor Osman Malik of moving the spa. I think that I wish that 8 years ago, the city had done a master plan for all of Ontario Place and Exhibition Place so that Premier Ford would not have come with such a crazy idea as doing a spa. From my point of view, I think that there should never be a spa in public space. I think it doesn't make any sense. I think I could think of 100 things more important to do on a public space than a spa. However, the province owns some land, so they can do some things. Also, I think ideally, why are we in this mess? Because the mayor and councilors who were there in the last term in 2019 did not stop it. At that time, it would have been so much easier when Premier Ford started thinking about it. If people had said, no, we need to protect the waterfront, we need to protect Ontario Place. But the mayor was fully supported. The mayor was next to Premier Ford when they opened the tender, when they provided the winners, and throughout the process, in all of the photos, the two of them are together, and almost every councilor, most councilors, if not all, stood silent, mute, and allowed this process to continue. It would have been so much easier if at that time, this same solution could have been provided. When I ran for mayor last year, I proposed this. I said, the city owns these acres in the parking lot of Exhibition Place. Let's switch. Let's switch the province. They can have the spa on this parking lot of the Exhibition Place, and the waterfront would be 100% city-owned. I think that makes a lot of sense. On the one hand, if it was going to be a spa, I don't think it's a spa, I think it's a casino. But if it was going to be a spa, the spa would still have waterfront view because Exhibition Place is higher than Ontario Place. Also, through architecture, they could make it even higher. So they would have a spa with waterfront view and subway, GO train, streetcars, gigantic parking. In addition, I proposed in the campaign, and I still propose, let's do a 150-meter wide bridge over the lakeshore. It's very inexpensive because it will not be for cars, it will be only for people walking and cycling. So imagine the connectivity. We will connect both, everything that is happening. If you are going to go to an event at BMO Field or at the spa, you can go and have a picnic in the park on the waterfront and then go to the event, or vice versa. It will be a complete connectivity. And also for all of the people, the thousands and thousands of people that live north of it, all of those would finally be connected to the waterfront, because also is an area that has very few green spaces. So in conclusion, I think that ideally no spa. But if we're going to have a spa, let's put it on the parking lot. Let's switch the land. Let's make it a win-win. But also, I think that we should demand from the province to see the contract of the lease. This cannot be secret. Every Torontonian is also Ontarian. We're not talking about national defense. We're talking about some water slides and some water spa. So we need to see, why 95 years? Any such development is always, the return should be done within 10, 15, no more than 20 years. Never 95. Why 95? Because the end game is a casino. All of the numbers of the spa do not make any sense. So it will go broke in 3 or 4 years. And then who's going to take over that gigantic place? oh my God, the casinos, they're doing no such favor. They take over the over the place, and they have a 95-year lease. They have over 2,000 car parking. The premier would never be able to do the car parking for a casino, but he did it for a spa. So the end game is rotten. So I think that we should demand to see the contract. We must see the contract and make it public. So I fully support the proposal to do the spa and have a park on the waterfront. And one last thing, I think the best large urban projects in Canada are being done by Waterfront Toronto. I think it would be ideal. The federal government, the provincial government, and the city are the owners of Waterfront Toronto. It would be ideal if they take over.
Okay, thank you so much. Don't know what happened there. Debbie Sona, you have 5 minutes. Debbie?
Thank you very much, Mayor Chow, Executive Committee, and hardworking City of Toronto staff. I really appreciate all your hard work in the last few months. You're all amazing. It's been several years that I have not felt hopeful for our city, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you've all done together. It's been so long that City Hall has not worked together. I can't tell you how impressed and proud I am of all of you. Truly, from the heart. Sincerely. I came to Canada with my family in '76 as political refugees from Chile. And you have blown me away. Good work, keep it up. I've been listening all day before this deputation, and I have to say my mom was a single mom, dealt with many mental health issues, bipolar, manic depressive, low income. We went to food banks, and you're all doing incredible work and helping those who need it most in our city, and they've needed help for so long. Please keep up the great work. Ontario Place. So coming with very little money from another country, another continent, it was a mecca. We could go with very little money, a picnic lunch, play all day. It really felt like Treasure Island in effect. Now, as a parent of 3 children on one income, a family of 5, we could also do the same. Many years later, pack a lunch, play all day, and it was awesome. My children were heartbroken when it closed down. And as I grew older, we live in Ward 4. We were able to even bike there and bike back. My husband would meet us after work, help me get the kids back up the big steep hills. And it was awesome. It's just such a beautiful treasure that we can't afford to lose. I applaud Deputy Mayor Malik for her motion, her idea. I don't think we should give up the Better Living building. Perhaps Mr. Penaloza's idea of the parking lot isn't bad. It would preserve the waterfront for all. 52 years ago, when Ontario Place was built, it was promised to be public forever. 52 years is not forever. We need to ensure that generations from now will continue to be able to enjoy Ontario Place. Not everyone has cottages. Not everyone can go away on vacation. Our lakeshore is a treasure. It needs to be enjoyed, preserved by everyone. If we let Ford build his mega parking lot, it's going to ruin our lakeshore. It's going to ruin part of Toronto. Who knows what those waters are going to do? Let's not take the chance. One of the dads earlier who deputed mentioned Woodbine. I grew up near the airport. That's a perfect place to put this silly spa. The highway is right there. There's tons of parking. Therme would do wonderfully up there. There's so much space. Leave the waterfront to those who want to enjoy it. You can put a silly spot anywhere. Not the waterfront, not our beautiful Toronto. Leave Ontario Place to those who appreciate it and revere it. Ed Ziegler worked so hard to design such a beautiful place. I visited 2 weeks ago. I snuck in, the fence was open. I was devastated to see that 90% of it has been demolished. I would assume that no one at the City of Toronto gave them a permit to demolish. I know that for a fact. There were pallets and pallets of building materials. I know that you haven't given them building permits. They have erected that humongous boards, fencing, so that we can't see what they're doing. There are more than 1,500 mature trees that are going to be massacred. There are more than 50 different animals that count on Ontario Place for their
Debbie,
habitat.
can you wrap up? Your 5
I
minutes
am,
is almost up.
Mayor Chow, I am. Thank you. They need, that's their home. We need them for our eco life in Ontario, in Toronto. Please help us save Ontario Place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Our next speaker, actually, Mr. Mann, you are on the walker. I see you had a sore back. You would notice that Councillor Carroll and I stands up from time to time, and so does our city managers, because we all have bad back. That's why we stand from time to time. So you're not alone. We could assist you. Ah, okay, good. I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, a little higher is good. Yeah, perfect. Hello,
Jolene, we can hear you. Yep, it's pretty good, Mike.
Okay, hello, my name is Steve Mann, and I first just want to give a big thanks to Olivia Chow and to Ozma Malik for all the hard work they've done to really work at Ontario Place. I know both of them love Ontario Place. They've both come out many times in support of our Swim OP efforts. And so I just want to say thank you for this excellent support. And we swim there year round. This is a little bit of winter swimming. And for many of us, it's almost a medical necessity. Like it's not just recreation. It's like we need this place because it provides us with this much needed cold water immersion. Many of us do cold water immersion year round to ease back pain and so on. This is a January swim, January 14th of this year. And you can see the crystal clear waters here that we don't have anywhere else in the city. When Ontario Place is closed, well, this is the beach here. You know, you can see in the left there, that's Michael Hoff Beach. And when it's closed, we have, the only other places we have are, there's really only 3 beaches in the downtown core. This orange shaded area is City of Toronto's own map. This shows that there's only 3 beaches. There's Michael Hoff Beach, there's HTO Beach, and Sugar Beach. And within the downtown core, for many of us who are on tight time schedules to rush in for our swim and rush back, it's a daily exercise. We need that space. We can't go a long distance. Some of us have disabilities and can't travel long distance or can't get across sand. But for all of us, it's an urgent need for access to the lake that's close to downtown that we can get to. And when I look, comparatively speaking, Michael Hoff Beach, as you see on the left, is this beautiful beach. The alternatives are like Sugar Beach, which has a broken access ladder that's all twisted and gnarled. When we swim at Sugar Beach, this is what we're swimming right beside that ship there. And the water is less than ideal. People do hear of the Sugar Beach and they come to swim, or hear of HTO Beach and they They come there to swim because everybody wants to go to the beach, and they bring their bathing suits and towels, and this is what they meet when they go to climb out of the water, is these twisted and broken ladders. And so when we jump in the water there, it's harder to get out, especially for people with arthritis or the elderly with less grip strength, especially in winter swimming when it's 0-degree water. It's often grip strength is reduced. And so there's a need, when we look at the alternative beaches, there's really a need for this very, very nice beach, Michael Huff Beach. And so it's very, very important to us for a variety of reasons to have this fresh, clean water. I mean, if you just look at how beautiful that beach is, that whole island, Michael Huff Forest, that's much nicer than Sugar Beach where you're swimming beside these ships, to be honest with you. And this is really our only, what I would call a beach, because I don't really think of this. To me, it's called a beach, but that doesn't quite look like a beach to me if you compare this with this. And this is safe, easy getting in and out of the pebbles. There's no sand, so it's easy to get in and out for those with disabilities, for everybody. It's just very beneficial. Crystal clear water. There's no cleaner water in all of Toronto than there. It's really the best place, and it's a place of scientific interest and research interest. I call it Teach Beach because we go there we do lectures there and presentations. We've had Water HCI all around the world. We meet there from people all over the world doing water research. It's our research lab. It's a sort of physical facility where we do a lot of our work. And my daughter, when she was 5 years old, came up with this design for a spa and science center at Ontario Place back in 2011. And we presented this at the Water HCI 2011 to the Waterfront Toronto and a bunch of other people, this design for a spa science center. And what she designed is water slides going down into the lake. She's got a window down in the basement that looks out into the lake to see the fish. She's got hot tubs floating in the lake. And you can jump off the roof into the lake. It's really connecting people to the lake. That was what she wanted to do. And we thought, when we first heard a spa at Ontario Place, we thought, this is a great idea. This is fantastic. And warm up in the sauna and swim in the lake. But the Therme proposal is the exact opposite. It isolates people from the lake. And in this way, it's a danger to our freshwater supply. It's really a dangerous proposal at a national level because it disconnects people from the lake, and turning our back on our drinking water is the worst poison for it.
Sorry, you have to wrap up.
Okay, and you can see 52 years of pebbles, no maintenance, zero maintenance, city records, perfect. Just, there's no need to do anything. It's just perfect the way it is, or at least fix up all the buildings, but it doesn't need an underwater parking garage to fix these pebbles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a lot of speakers. I have a bit of a problem. I'll tell you why. We will lose quorum. We need 6 people for quorum. Councillor Morley has to leave at 5:45. We need about 10 minutes to deal with this item. So I go backwards. So probably somewhere in the next half an hour, we need to finish the deputations. Can I see a show of hands how many people want to speak? Your hands, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many need to speak online? Do we have anyone online? Just 1. Okay, we will be okay. I was going to move it to 3 minutes, but we are still fine. As long as we finish all the speeches by 5:30, because we will lose quorum, which will not be helpful. Next person, and maybe we could help move that thing down. You don't worry about it, we'll do it. Alpha Klein? No, you're here. Mary French, Anne Forbath, Barbara Burgess, come on up. Steve Evans, Anna Gorka, come on up. You can move the candies beside you and introduce your name and Yep.
Good afternoon.
Button, go for it. Yes, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
thanks
Go
to
for
the
it, 5
council.
minutes.
Thanks for the council for taking the time to hear me. I'm going to read this as quickly as possible. It's going to be about 5 minutes. My name is Stephen Evans. I'm a Toronto resident of Ward 8. I'm a retired architectural photographer, and as some of you may know, I recently published a book about Ontario Place. I'm here today to endorse Deputy Mayor Malik's sensible and viable alternative to relocate the Therme Mega Spa away from Ontario Place, and I'm also here to tell you why. There are plenty of reasons to dislike the government's and Therme's plan for Ontario Place, but with the few minutes I have, I want to tell you about a profound experience I had recently, an experience that drove home an important reason for me to speak to you today. Please bear with me, I will get to the point. About a month ago, my wife and I took our nephew from Winnipeg on a whirlwind tour of downtown Toronto. We didn't have much time, we showed him a bit of the urban core, and then we pressed on to visit Ontario Place. We had a great walk around, he loved it, and was incredulous when we told him the possible future for West Island as a privately owned pay-as-you-go mega spa. As we circled back to return to the city, we crossed the West Channel Bridge from where I could see a woman shuffling along the boardwalk below, as if she were in a catatonic state. She was naked, with only underpants on. I immediately bolted across the bridge and around the back of the west entrance along the edge of the North Marina. As I arrived, I saw the woman standing at the edge of the dock, shivering with her soaking wet clothes on the ground beside her. She just stood there staring ahead, shivering. Recognizing that help was needed, my wife and nephew alerted security, and the police and ambulance were called. I approached the young woman slowly and asked if she was all right. She didn't reply. She was wet and cold and said nothing. I began to ask her questions as gently as possible. Are you all right? What's your name? Is there anybody here with you? Do you think you need help? She continued staring ahead and then plaintively replied to me with a question. Do you see me? Do you see me? My heart sank, but I quickly replied, yes, I can see you. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I managed to get her first name, but mostly she just kept asking me, can you see me? I replied, yes, I can see you, and I will try to help you. After what seemed like forever, the police arrived and attempted to interview her. I stayed close by as she continued to ask the same question. Can you see me? Somehow the police managed to get her last name and quickly determine where she lived. In the meantime, we stood there waiting for an ambulance to arrive. Another seemingly eternal wait, the young woman suddenly began to foam at the mouth. No ambulance. So the police decided to take her into custody and reassured her that they would take her to a hospital. She quietly acquiesced and entered the squad car, which quickly sped across the empty parking lots into the traffic-jammed lanes of Lakeshore Boulevard West. And to my knowledge, no ambulance ever arrived. As my wife, my nephew, and I turned to make our way back downtown, I suddenly realized that this all took place no more than 50 yards from the site of the $500 million underground parking garage to be built as part of the overall plan for the new mega spa. $500 million spent on an underground parking lot. While this city and so many other Ontario towns and cities face such huge social and health issues, homelessness, medical systems starving for funding, educational systems struggling just to provide basics, a hemorrhaging mental health crisis, $500 million for an underground parking garage, $500 million. It is to me and so many others a completely shameful, immoral enterprise. And so to conclude, and I know this probably sounds pie in the sky, I'm asking you, the leaders of our city and all the leaders of the cities and towns in Ontario, regardless of the outcome of this mega spa boondoggle, to gather up the courage to call out the provincial government, to ask on our behalf, do you see us? Do you see us? Because we can see you. We can see your willful neglect of care. We can see your hiding behind closed doors, helping line the pockets of the wealthy. We need help, not parking garages or a privately owned spa in our own public park. What we really need is for you to really see us. Thank you.
That was powerful. Thank you. Next deputant, just come straight up, introduce yourself.
First of all, thank you very much. My name is Anne Low, and I work with at the CAMH. I'd like to begin with a quote. Trees for the future city of Toronto. the advocacy program inaugurated in spring 2000. Trees with their health, economic, and environmental benefits are the lifeline of our city. Close quote. I believe this should be very familiar to many of you since it sits on the wall of this very building. My question to our esteemed committee is, how did we arrive here 23 years after the inauguration of this vision at this sorry state where we have to debate whether Therme deserves a place at the waterfront in Ontario Place? I do not need to dwell on the economic benefits since our earlier speakers have already talked about the $5 million that has to come out of your pocket and my pocket. That speaks in itself of its economic viability. Next, the environment. 1,500 trees will be decimated to make way for the mega spa. Trees and water, which are now habitat to ducks, foxes, birds, will be destroyed. What's appalling in all of this is that the Therme spa does not need access to the water or the land at Ontario Place. In short, the mega spa is out of sync with its time and definitely out of place. The mega spa puts Canada at odds with global efforts to reduce carbon footprint amidst the ongoing climate crisis. Worst of all, the mega spa on the waterfront meant removing private, or rather public access and reducing private access. Which brings me to the health benefits. As a resident of Liberty Village, I can say that if the waterfront wasn't there for us to run to, some of us might just have to seek help at the mental hospital further up the road. The Therme project has no place at the waterfront. It is utterly untenable and ultimately unsustainable. I ask Toronto Council to hold your vision that you have downstairs on the plug. Please advocate for us, and I support the motion to move the mega spa to the exhibition place. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Any other speakers step up, please?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Julia Sasso. I'm a resident of Bloor and Ossington area. And I came here to support Councillor Malik's motion to do a feasibility study for the siting of the Therme spa at the CNE. But now I'm not so sure, because not even the CNE wants this thing. So I'm just going to continue with the other thoughts that I've cobbled together, and a lot of them come from an article by Kate Allen in the Toronto Star this week. But firstly, I'd like to say that contrary to the lies that the Minister of Infrastructure continues to spew in the Legislative Assembly and elsewhere, 2.9 million folks visited Ontario Place in 2022, and this is apart from the Budweiser stage attendees. Children need more green time. The city's natural space is shrinking. The number of children living in the downtown core has ballooned 500% in 15 years. The pace of parkland creation has not kept up. One neighborhood, a stretch between Bathurst and York Streets, south of Front Street West, where the housing consists almost entirely of high-rise condominiums, is among the least green places in the entire city. In many ways, this area is symptomatic of a citywide blight. A cascade of research in recent years has demonstrated that green spaces in cities are not a mere frill, but critical infrastructure that supports the physical, mental, and social well-being of all residents, and children in particular. Urban green spaces are also a potent defense against climate change and its metastasizing ills. Sky-high rates of climate-related anxiety show that many young people are acutely aware they will be forced to inherit this crisis. And yet, as our understanding of these benefits has grown, green space in Toronto has dropped. By using satellite data to track urban greenness over time, Statistics Canada found that Toronto's green space has shrunk significantly over the past 2 decades. As the region faces pressure to create much-needed housing, city reports warn that the amount of parkland per person risks falling further. Unplantable land covered by concrete and other impervious surfaces is expanding, a change that is often permanent. Recently, Doug Ford's provincial government introduced new housing legislation that includes a suite of changes developers advocated for and that municipalities say will mean less new parkland in the future. But as the research explodes, one thing has become clear. We should be thinking about this as a necessity for all children. That is, unstructured, free-roaming outdoor play in direct contact with nature. So important for children that the term nature deficit disorder was coined to describe its absence almost 20 years ago. Since then, studies have been published that quantify how important nature, parks, and green space are to our well-being. The benefits start early, in fact, in utero. From birth onwards, the benefits of nature keep accruing. In a study of Ontario kindergartners, children who participated in more lessons outdoors scored higher in self-regulation. Some emerging research suggests that affording access to green space to all children can help equalize the advantage gap, with low-income kids benefiting the most from these experiences. Low-income families come to Ontario Place because it's free and green. Spadina Fort York has some of the lowest parkland per person and highest population growth. Only 340 children under age 14 lived in this area in 2006, according to the census. By 2021, there were over 2,000. When the waiting pools close on September 1st, where do our children play? Parks and community centers are where community is built. In the absence of shared public space, we're nothing more than individual household units behind closed doors. The City of Toronto's 2019 Parkland Strategy emphasizes that while these spaces are integral to the well-being of residents, population growth and densification are putting pressure on the system. If no new parkland is acquired, the amount available per person will drop 14% by 2023, with the worst impacts felt in high-growth areas that are already deficient. Yes, there's a need for new housing to support the growth in population, and particularly affordable housing. And that's a quote by Dave Harvey, co-executive director of Park People. But these have to be part of well-built communities. If we're building communities that don't have parks or libraries or schools or critical infrastructure, we're actually building these communities to fail.
May I ask you
Let's not fail Toronto. Let's not fail Ontario. Let's not fail generations to come. If Doug Ford wants his mega spa so badly, let him have it. Let him pay for it and let him erect it just about anywhere but in the People's Park, Ontario Place. Ontario Place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one person online. I'm slightly worried about, we need 6 as quorum. I just want to be, we're still okay. We have Anya Gorka online.
Hear me?
Yeah, can you speak? Okay. Yeah, go for it. You try for 3 minutes because we have 3 more speakers here and we will run past the 5:30 time.
Absolutely. I'll start my stopwatch. You can hear me all right off of this phone?
Yes, we can.
Well, that's amazing. I'm so far away. I wish I could see your faces. I want to earnestly thank 24 out of 25 councillors for doing so much and hearing Torontonians about this and leveraging all the ideas you've got. I'd like to urge the speakers with reservations about the motion to accept it, because it would take a long time for the architects to come up with a new design development and go for permit. And we need to buy time during this day when a vanity project is highly inappropriate given the crises out there. I'm a mother. My name is Anya Gorka. I work as an architect, and I do some translation work for an environmental assessment company called LGL Limited. And I have a little bit of insight about what an impartial environmental assessment from a third party really is. Now, when Trump created an EPA transition team, there was a fellow named Steve Milloy who was later fired, and all of the protections were reinstated. And this man got a job with Fox News where he could try to present opinions as facts. So in a time when we have a leadership doing the same thing provincially, I can see your challenge. So I just encourage you to come stand with us when it is time to do so with Ontario Place for All. We need to be a community with our people hats on as well. I think you wouldn't be amiss to do that. We have an ecology that's doing a lot of work for us. New trees don't sequester carbon until they're 30 years old. There's no way we should use West Island. A little bit inland is a better kind of wrongness. I thought this hasn't been said before. Provincial park reservations have gone up to $52 at a base rate a night. Backcountry is $46. I tried to take my family to Crawford Lake. It was $48. And we're going into debt with food prices. As a renter, I used to be happy that the exorbitant rental rates without housing equity would at least contribute from corporate taxation to some of the services like TVO and Ontario Science Centre and Ontario Place. And now that's no longer the case. So we've really got to fight, because it's not your fault that some of these federal acts have been manipulated, and we're at where we're at. Just want to tell you to stay strong with my last 10 seconds here. And thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best. Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Casey Scott, can you do 2 or 3 minutes, because we have 2 more speakers here, and that's 5 minutes. We will go past 5:30. It's going to be a problem. Casey Scott, you online? Going once, twice. Casey, are you there? Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can I ask you to just do 2 or 3 minutes? That would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. A lot has been said. I appreciate all the work that's going into it. I do agree that it's probably not the end game of the Therme. That is probably not a spa, it probably is a casino. So I just agree with the previous speaker who said, let's look into that contract, the 95-year contract. And thank you, everybody, for working together to try and stop a really bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Max Beck, how are you? Thank you for coming over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Old friend.
I am Max Beck, and first I just want to congratulate you on your first 100 days. You've done a wonderful job. I have a little bit of experience hanging around with mayors, and I'm very impressed. Anyway, I'll try to be very quick. I was the head of Ontario Place for most of the 1990s. It was suffering then, it had been going downhill. I helped revive it then. Unfortunately, it's gone the other way. First thing we did was we made it free to go to Ontario Place. It used to be a gate charge. And in referencing the very first woman that spoke, she said that she couldn't take her 3 children down there. Well, to the new proposed law. I still have a letter in my file at home of a woman that wrote me that saying every year she had to decide which one of her 3 children she'd take to Ontario Place, and thanking me so much for making it free, because then she was able to take all of her children down there. I don't know how we got so far off track. Ontario Place was originally set up to be something for the whole province. It was a showcase of Ontario talent and skills. First IMAX theater ever. Not much of it is left, but the first camera that IMAX ever made is still there. The Ebseiler architecture is absolutely fantastic, but I think it's not to argue that. What I want to mainly say, I'm in support of the motion, except I think that you should expand it and look for sites other than just the X. You should look all over the city as where there's an alternate place to go. I want to talk to you very specifically about 2 reasons why I don't think it'll work down there. And you don't want to be left with a white elephant. If you that building is built and it doesn't work, we're all in a lot of trouble. The 2 elements I'd say are, one is lack of good transit access from there. Transit's close by. However, in the wintertime, if you try to get across from Ontario Place to there, you cannot do it safely. And when I was there, we used to have to drive, for about 4 months of the year, we'd have to drive our staff to transit and pick them up before work and drive them there after work, because it just wasn't safe. The wind and the weather can be so violent down there, it's incredible. Most people don't know that because nobody goes down there that time of year. It's really, really rough. People go down on nice days maybe, but there's a lot of days that aren't nice. I think it's really a health risk. The other thing is, we had a deal when I was there, a tentative deal with Ripley's to build the aquarium there, which I think would have been a fabulous place and a good year-round use, but it stumbled near the end on lack of access, and they backed out because they didn't feel it would work. Without people, I mean, it's going to go broke. I think it's. I just don't think they'll be able to drive enough people down there. It's easy enough in summer, but I don't know why people would want to necessarily go into a spa like that in the summer when you've got outdoor opportunities. The second point is really around the use of alcohol and drinking. Ontario Place in its heyday did marvelously because they had restaurants and bars down there and you could drink on patios, and that was a huge, huge, huge part of the revenues and the activity down there. People used to remember George Cash that could drink a beer on his, while he was standing on his head. The attendance started to drop, and I got it up again, but it started to drop again once we built the amphitheater, and I started to worry about that. And we did a very major survey as to what was stopping people from going there. And basically, overwhelmingly, people said they weren't prepared to go to a place where they were drinking, where there wasn't the option of good transit to get home. And they were incredibly conscious of drinking. Our advertising saying don't drink and drive clearly was working, and the younger they were, the more they were conscious of that. I assume the province has made that kind of information available to Therme, but I think that it's going to, that will be a major factor to the extent that there is alcohol there, but they're going to need every body they can possibly get, and they don't need constraints. So I believe clearly there's a better place to put it in the city. I think the X made a good case that maybe not there, but I think there's better ways, places for it, and more importantly, I think there are much better ways to develop Ontario Place for all the residents of Ontario and as a major economic driver for the city of Toronto. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that history. Yes, good old Ontario Place. Last speaker, if you could make it a touch short, would be great. Jennifer Waterbury.
I don't know if that's going to work or not, but.
Oh, try it anyway. We can assist you. May I get someone to assist her? There it is, we can see it.
I know it's so small.
It works, go for it. Please start, if not, we'll lose quorum.
Ani Bojo, Anishnakas, Mayenga, Kwe, Dolam, Mayenga. I'm here basically to say that I actually fully support Councillor Malik's idea, but then again, hearing your speech also, it makes me realize that that's totally the wrong spot also, because there's very little space left on the grounds at actual C&E grounds for anything, let alone the actual fair when that happens. My suggestion actually is that it can be thought about, and let's say it doesn't have to be in Toronto. I agree with that lady who was on the phone about by Woodbine. That would be a great space. And also maybe the former Palladium site in Mississauga, because you're gonna have the highway there. You're gonna have Mississauga Transit. So I'm really hoping and praying that it can be really thought through. And just to let people know that that all 4 of our human needs can be met at Ontario Place. The physical, the spiritual, emotional, mental. I know full well myself because in November 21st, 2019, my partner had passed away. I miss him terribly, but seeing that beauty, even though it wasn't actually open as the original grounds, as a park, rides, that it didn't matter to me. I decided that was where I was gonna put a huge portion of his ashes into the lake, because it was so peaceful and I just felt that ultimate beauty. And I really hope that I can continue my spiritual journey of healing, and that's not going to be taken away from me nor anybody else. Take it, put it somewhere else, but it doesn't belong here. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that experience. I can imagine how that feels. Thank you very much. Are there any other speaker on here? No? All right, Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, any question to staff? Seeing no question to staff.
Thank you very much.
Yours.
I just have a couple of questions, and I guess first of all, thank you everyone who was so patient and here to have their voice heard and to depute. I just would really welcome staff just quickly summarizing for us the major issues that have been identified with the proposed Therme water spa and associated underground parking structure on our waterfront at Ontario Place, through your assessment and also through what we heard in the public engagement.
Staff?
Through the mayor, Dan Nicholson, City Planning. Staff have had opportunity to look at 2 proposals. Initial proposal in November of 2022 and a revised proposal just recently regarding the proposed redevelopment of Ontario Place. Our concerns have focused primarily on the proposed Therme water park. And it has to do with the scale of the proposed development, the impact on the island. We also have concerns about the proposed lake filling. The city's official plan calls for an environmental assessment for that work. That hasn't been provided. Staff have also expressed concerns about the proposed underground parking facility on the site, and those have been the major concerns raised by staff to date.
Thank you very much. I know your team has reviewed the recommendation for a preliminary feasibility assessment for an alternate location at Exhibition Place. Can you please outline the scope of this work and what it would include?
Through the mayor, the proposal, the evaluation of a proposed relocation of the Therme Spa to the Exhibition Place grounds would be a fairly high-level assessment. It would be conducted by staff. As per the Deputy Mayor's motion, it would focus on the content of the Exhibition Place strategic plan and the Phase 1 proposals report for the master plan. The master plan proposals report adopted by Council in September of 2020 is the first step of a comprehensive master plan, and it paves the road for the future of Exhibition Place. Its physical development sets out a series of guidelines, goals, objectives for the site. It was conducted by city staff and Exhibition Place staff. Don Boyle and his team worked very closely with city staff on that exercise. And we also consulted very significantly with the public and with the tenants at Exhibition Place, including the CNE and the Royal. So that plan, I believe, part of the purpose of that plan, part of it was to pave the way for integration with the future Ontario Place redevelopment, but it also is a basis for evaluating any proposed changes to Exhibition Place. So that document, recently approved by council, provides us a good start on any evaluation for change, including the proposed relocation of the Therme facility.
Thank you very much. So just building on that, can you confirm that stakeholders will be consulted in this initial phase and that includes the CNEA? We heard some of the significant concerns around that.
We will be speaking to the CNE and also we'll try to pull in the Royal as well as two of the key tenants. The Deputy Mayor's motion also, of course, references the need for future consultation should there be any further discussions beyond the initial feasibility.
And my final question is just to be very clear, this preliminary feasibility assessment would solely provide information with which council can use to give any further direction, including additional engagement and decision-making. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. It would be a preliminary feasibility study. It would not make any conclusions. It would be a fairly high-level analysis.
Thank you very much.
All yours to speak.
Thank you very much. I am moving the recommendation in my letter with one small amendment, specifically identifying the CNEA as a stakeholder for consultation. And I want to thank Councillor Ainsley for that. It did come up in our meeting of the Board of Governors also last week. And it's his proposal to have this friendly amendment. The board and staff of Exhibition Place and the city have consistently called for a collaborative and cooperative strategy for jointly planning the future of Ontario Place and Exhibition Place. As we heard today, these sites are so important for the life of the city, but also for our well-being, physical, mental, and otherwise. And although some actions have been taken in the past years that call has become even more pressing, that integration and that collaboration be something that is prioritized. When the province of Ontario announced its intention to redevelop the Ontario Place site back in 2018, and we are at a crucial decision-making period for both of these important public spaces that are fundamentally connected as critical destinations and gateways to our waterfront. And through the city's robust development application process and what we were able to hear from staff today, both the public and the city staff have expressed serious concerns about the proposed Therme Spa and Water Park on our waterfront. Its scale, impact on heritage landscape, relation to the public realm, and enormous new underground parking structure have yet to be addressed and haven't shown that it belongs on our waterfront. As this process has unfolded, alternative sites for the water park and spa were suggested, including Exhibition Place grounds, and I believe this alternative is worth considering as an improved site for the water park and spa with benefits to Exhibition Place potentially. As a first step, I'm asking the Executive Committee to request a preliminary feasibility assessment by city staff for this option. This study would be a first step to test the preliminary feasibility of this water park and spa, verify any major operational, leasing, and transportation issues, and of course, to ensure that we are upholding and considering with integrity the master plan, the phase 1 developments, and all the considerations of the various tenants on the site. As underlined in my letter, any consideration would need to align with these important documents. It has to consider the core uses, the tenancies, and the events that make up Exhibition Place, and most especially the CNE. Through conversations with Exhibition Place's CEO and city staff, I've heard their support for this preliminary feasibility assessment. As well, I presented this request to the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place at our meeting on Friday, and they provided their formal endorsement, and I asked for the support of the Executive Committee on this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Madam Mayor, hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I apologize for the connectivity issue, but I did have a question of staff that I wanted to pick up on one of the deputants, just related to the status of the project there on Ontario Place, because we have seen in recent weeks, I don't know how recently it came up, but there's significant hoarding blocking sightlines to the site, and just wondering if there is in fact work that is underway and if permits have been granted for that work to be started.
City staff, planning staff?
Through the mayor, so the province has started some building stabilization and conservation work, and they're also preparing for site servicing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Do you want to speak? Councillor Molly, did you want to
Just
speak?
in support.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank my colleague, Deputy Mayor Malik, for her ongoing leadership on this file. I think we've heard very loud and clear from Torontonians about the need for deeper consultation and a better solution, because the proposal before us and the vision that the province has is aggressively moving forward is not in keeping with what's best for our city. So I support this motion and thank her for her leadership.
Thank you. Any other speaker? No? Okay. Motion, Deputy Mayor Malik's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry? Unanimous. That is the last item. Well done. Thank you so much. And, oh, wait. Thank you. There is, thank you. Any other, no, Councillor Fletcher just move adjournment. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying and allow me to get this finished by 5:45. For you, Councillor Morley.